Incoming transmission.
Yo, everybody. Welcome back to another day here of the GSL. I'm Tasteless. Joined with me is State. What's up, buddy?
Feeling pretty good, Tasteless. Ready to round out the round of 8 here. It's all going to close. We're going to decide the top 4 players in this season of GSL. Who's going to the offline finals? I couldn't be more excited.
I am so pumped. Yesterday was amazing. We had some crazy games, and I think today is going to be no exception. Obviously, it's kind of hard to top the stacked group that we had yesterday, but honestly, a lot of these guys, crazy strong. I think Hero, the best out of him, probably going to be advancing first, but who knows? We might have some upsets.
Yeah, I'm curious who's going to be joining the 2 Terrans in the round of 4 right now, because I wasn't expecting with the group that we had yesterday, with Classic and Rogue also playing. I thought we're going to have at least one Protoss, one Zerg, but so far, the Terran's very strong in this season of GSL, and it's going to be fun to see exactly how things shake out. So take a look here at the schedule. Folks, the finals are just around the corner on the 17th on Sunday. The finals will be happening. Make sure you pick up your tickets in advance. You can see all the information right now on your screen. On the 11th at Monday, 5 p.m. KST, they go on sale, and these things sell out so fast, usually within just a couple of minutes. So if you want to go and attend live, make sure you get them right away. We're right across the street from the fire station.
That's right.
We can't fit more people in than 169.
Listen, even if we all say we can turn on the firemen as they come, there's more of us than there is of them.
Well, across the street from the fire station is also the police station.
That's
so I think we're outnumbered.
So the firemen and the police both taking us. Okay, they got weapons. We might not be able to stop them too, but you get the idea. It's, I mean, obviously the venue's pretty big, but there is a cap, so we can't let too many people in. So you got to get a ticket as soon as possible. 169, nice. Seats reserved. 5 p.m. KST, by the way, guys, is when those are going to go live. So basically, check with, ChatGPT, what time is it in my time zone to buy those.
Or Google if you want to get the actual correct time.
No, ChatGPT can do this.
Don't believe it.
So you want to snipe those, and you want to come down there. State and I are going to be there live. You're going to see us cast it. Oh, amazing.
Oh, it's going to be great. It'll be fun to have an offline audience. And folks, if you want to support the GSL, all the information is right here on your screen. You can subscribe on SOOP, or you can go to patreon.com/GSL. There are 2 tiers available. So whichever you feel comfortable giving, whatever you want to do, there's a ton of perks available if you go for the Code S+, such as replays, your name in the credits, interview questions, submissions. Just do what makes sense.
Yeah, just pick whatever works for you. We've got various ways to support it. The whole SOOP website, by the way, has gotten a massive update. They've done a great job with it. So there's basically these crowdfunding goals that we've got, and when GSL reaches that milestone, we unlock these things. You go to the next milestone. I think you guys get it. So yeah, let's go, guys. GSL forever.
GSL forever. If we hit $10,000 a month, GSL Season 3 will be happening. So something to look forward to as we just crossed the $6,000 threshold
we
here.
For real crossed the $6,000 threshold. So there you go. Yeah, very exciting times. By the way, it's been so good to be back here doing GSL. I feel like whenever I go for too long not casting GSL, it feels a little weird.
Oh, it definitely does. It feels like it was almost... Time is an illusion, but it feels like it's been like a year since the last time we casted GSL.
It's been a while, man.
Oh.
So here's what we've got so far. We've got 2 Terrans advancing. Both Cure and Maru survive, while Classic and Rogue are out. Now we're going to go to Group B. Shin, Zoun. That's actually a hard one to say back-to-back. Shin, Zoun,
ByuN,
and Hero.
Well, Shin and Zoun are going to be facing on the first match, so hope you're ready, Tasteless. Hope you're ready to say those names back-to-back quite a bit.
Shin. So these are going to be our players here today, and I think this is a tough group to call for who gets out. I think Hero is a safe bet. Mm-hmm. He's just had a really, really great 2025. But ByuN's looking really scary. Zoun's been in incredible shape. I think last year was probably Zoun's best year yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Zoun just keeps getting better, and ByuN went undefeated, by the way, in the round of 12. He didn't drop a single map. So I'm excited to see what he can do. Might be able to make it 3 Terrans in the top 4.
Taking a look at Shin, he did make his bed for the GSL.
Oh, that's nice.
I like it. He folded the sheets and made the bed. He's got a nice, neat room. I think his build orders are going to be very clean and his timing's impeccable.
He's well prepared. You don't want to see my bed at home right now. There are comforters everywhere, pillows stacked up against the wall. It's a disaster zone.
Now that I'm thinking about it, the way that my bed looks at home, it looks like animals just like sleep there. You'd be like, so is this where your giant dog sleeps?
It's like, no, we don't have any dogs. No. That's a nice organized room. I like the blackout blinds there, too.
I'll tell you what, man. I love blackout blinds.
Well, Zhao's got
every game now.
Speaking of blackout blinds,
Zhaon said, "Watch this, Tasis. What if I don't even exist in like I'm in between time and space right now."
Zhaon versus Percival would pop off, man.
Oh yeah.
2 kings of the night.
He says, "Just let me go through this group." I think he's got a shot. I think that is honestly that quote there. That is a realistic take on what this group's going to take from him. Yeah, it's not going to be easy.
It is a tough group indeed, especially with Hero winning the wings. I think Hero in his head-to-head match versus Zoun has got to be more than like 2-1 favored, maybe 3-1 versus Zoun. Feels like he always has his number, but Zoun, first step, going to be taking down Shin here in the round of 8 Group B, match number 1, as we're waiting for the game to get started. Celestial Enclave, White Rabbit, and 10,000 feet should we go to a map number 3 will be the maps. I'm excited to start Group B here in the GSL.
Yeah, I like the figurines here on the left. I think Shin might win. I mean, we need to have a Shin versus Solar room off for who's got the better room.
I don't think I saw any of those. What are they called? We talked about this last time. It's like the Labubu? The Labubu?
Labubu.
Labubu, yeah.
Yeah.
Solar's got a ton of those.
He does. I never thought Solar would be a Labubu guy. Oh, we got a probe going out immediately across the map. This is going to be a PVZ. And what? Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought Protoss was at the top. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Somehow wires got crossed in my brain, and I was like, what? He's going to make a pylon there at the natural? Sorry.
I was trying to understand what you were seeing. I was like, you're surprised that he doesn't want to get supply blocked at 16 Tasteless?
Tasteless's old oatmeal brain decided that, like, that was, okay, there we go.
Well, we jumped into the game like 10 seconds in, it was a little bit.
Totally got thrown off there.
Shin in the top right, Zhaon down in the bottom left is, Zhaon with a really early probe scout did make sure that Shin goes for the pocket expansion, and it's kind of nice here is Zerg that, you get blocked with the natural expansion, you can't just throw one down in the pocket in base, but keep in mind, that is a base with about half the number of minerals. There's only 1 gas. It's not a full mining base, so Shin's going to have to be thinking about taking a fast third hatchery pretty quickly here. You can see only, I think 5 patches in total. Oh, look at this. There's the third hatch, Tasteless. You took it pretty quick.
Go. So see, imagine this could have been at the top too, right?
Yeah.
Right at the natural.
You were right all along. This is the Zerg base.
I sensed that this is sort of what this game was going to look like. So I'm always interested when I see this strategy used, because I feel like this is one of those things that Protoss knows how to do this. You should just always stop it. But let's see.
Yeah, the responses are pretty different here. I feel like if I was watching Hero play, he would have thrown down, or pulled, I should say, 8 or 9 probes immediately to start attacking the hatchery.
I feel like 2 is not the number. So usually whenever you see a proxy, you just have to know the number of workers it takes to exactly kill it before whatever this building is going to do. It could, let's say it was like gateways in your base or something else. Whatever you need to basically stop it. Without using too many, because you wouldn't be mining as much.
Yeah, but it's interesting that Zhaon is instead just spending 2 chrono boosts on the gateway to go for the Zealot production. I feel like this is going to take down the hatchery a little bit slower, so it might delay Zhaon's expansion, but he can get kind of aggressive with 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts.
I actually don't think I've casted this response to the hatchery block. So I'm wondering if Shin is just thrown off from this as well. You know what I mean? Sometimes you assume, okay, so this is like how exactly they do this. And then when they have a different response, you go, oh, well, now my whole build's kind of off. I'm not sure what's going on. So he's going to send 2 Zealots across the map. There's 8 Lings and 2 Queens. Zealots traveling across the map are painfully slow. He's going to have an Adept with this.
This is an interesting start. It almost looks like the defense of a 12 pool, where you try and hold with 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts, and then you move cross map to try and deny the third hatchery. But in this case, it's a little bit of one-base play here for Zhaon, only just now taking the natural expansion. And let's see if we can actually block this hatchery, because this is technically the natural expansion here for Shin. You can see the Queen's already been able to make its way over to this hatch. Lings have to come down and assist. There's only 1 Adept here for now. The second one is reinforcing. If she can get a surround on these Zealots, he might be able to hold pretty easily here.
Okay, so he takes out... Oh, hold on. He's going to send the Shade in here. No, does a cancel here. So yeah, what does he get from this exactly? I mean, the hatchery's at half health, but I don't think there's going to be a moment where you can capitalize on this.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation right now for Zoun.
I mean, I guess the reality is you forced him to make a bunch of lings. So
every 2 lings could have been a drone, so it is a little bit of indirect economic damage. Plus, you see the natural expansion, or I should say the in-base expansion is already fully saturated, so drones have to start rallying down to the 3rd hatch, and maybe the Oracle can find a couple of kills as a result.
So, you know, for now, it's going to be the Void Ray coming out, which usually signals a slower game. The Void Ray is really about clearing Overlords, being able to protect the Nexus. We do have the possibility that you do like some kind of crazy Stargate tech from this. I have seen that a couple times.
No 3rd expansion yet for Zoun. And oh, is he going to expand to the high ground base here? Look at that. This is an expansion pattern you don't see all too often here on Celestial Enclave. You usually take the expansion right where the lings are on the low ground. So a bit of a mix-up coming in here by Zoun. Shin's trying to be a nuisance. We'll be able to take down that adept.
It's the 2 zealots from earlier.
And the drone from earlier, too. I think it's the one that built a hatchery.
It's a glitch in the Matrix.
It's a reunion.
We already cast this part of the game.
There's the adepts.
Yeah.
Everybody's here.
So for now, it's going to be a lot more power in here. We've got the layer started. The Void Ray basically just does Overlord clearing. Once the Adepts are able to defend the 3rd base, you take that. Keep in mind, there is that base in the back. Do we have a term for this, that base in the back?
The in-base expansion is what I call it.
In-base expansion, thank you. That's much better. I always want to call it like the backyard, and I'm like, that just sounds so weird.
I like that, actually. I've never thought of calling it the backyard. I like that more.
So when I first came here, I was casting StarCraft 1 for like cable TV. For like, it went to channels outside of the country. It was a really small channel. And they had a couple times they had a script written for me, and the person that wrote the script described that back base as your backyard expansion. I remember reading it and thinking, I hate this name, but now it's stuck with me up until now. So yeah, in-base expansion is much better. So anyways, what I was going to say, the in-base expansion is tucked away. And he's getting a 2nd Stargate. So it is that Stargate play I was talking about.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be Carriers or Tempest here. It feels like it's more likely going to be the Tempest, but I would love to see some Carriers just pop out instantly here for Zoun. It's been a minute since we've seen a fast Carrier rush in PvZ.
Okay, so he's going to send the Shades in here.
Will be Tempest.
Yeah.
Bit of Sky Toss play.
Okay, he does the cancel. He's keeping the Lings quite busy back here. Got to be careful. 3 Queens is going to be enough. I'm a little bit surprised he committed to that.
Well, he was able to take down one of the Queens, I think is why.
Yeah.
And Shin is now going into Hydras. It feels like Zoun, the Tempest play, this is a little bit late.
I
just
also
because
feel
of the way
like
the early game went.
Sorry, I keep running over
you.
No,
it's okay.
I don't think he should have showed the 2nd Stargate, or the 2nd Void Ray. I feel like that's too... I think that's too much of a tell. I don't... Can you imagine a game where you show 2 Void Rays and you're like, but I'm going to do a blink timing attack? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the moment you see 2, you go, okay, you're not making oracles. You can make 1 Void Ray and then make oracles after that, and then do, you know, like what we see, you know, a lot of Protoss players go for. But I think then you see that. So now he's going to see this. I think that this timing attack is going to be brutal from Shin. I think Shin could just absolutely crush face here. There's nothing that can really deal with Mass Hydra.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways that Shin could play this. He actually went for the Hydralisk then and the Spire at the same time, so he had 2 different options for anti-air, and he's going to be opting for something you don't usually see. It looks like it's going to be Zergling Corruptor, which I'm not sure the last time I saw a Zergling Corruptor attack in a ZVP, but it kind of feels like a first, and it makes a lot of sense against what Zoun is doing. The Forge is quite delayed. We're not going to have +1 ground weapons for a hot minute here for Zoun, so the Zealots are going to have a hard time clearing up the Zerglings. There aren't a lot of Adepts either to clear up the Zerglings. We're going for Charge, so not even Glaives. It's mostly going to be static defense until Archons or Storm are on the field, and until that point, these Zerglings are going to be able to get so much damage done as long as they have an accompaniment of Corruptors. But looking at the timing of the Storm, I'm not sure Shin will have a window. If he goes for it, it feels like it's going to be a very tight one.
Okay. Shin should probably be attacking pretty soon here. I mean, Storm is going to be the key thing to trying to hold off any attacks. He's going to go for the in-base expansion.
The backyard.
The backyard. He's going to build a pool there.
That's the Zerg player, tasteless.
Yeah, that's right. So the Corruptors don't do much.
I think able to take down 1 Tempest in total. It feels like they need the Zerglings on the ground just to really muck up the...
I'm sorry, he never made Hydras at all.
Yeah, it's just been Corruptors.
I think in my mind, I thought there was a bunch of Hydras out here. I saw the Den.
He's getting the Hydralisk upgrades right now, so it's...
Yeah.
It's on his mind, but for now, it just seems like Corruptor is going to be the play. And I like this, honestly. We only have 2 Void Rays. There's a lot of Tempest, which they're good at range against the Corruptors, but if Shin can get a jump on top of this like he's going for right now, Storm going to drop on the Banelings and on the Zergling. That's enough to zone them away, but the Corruptors, they're able to get on top of the entire Skytoss fleet. Tempest getting sniped down right now. The Corruptors, they may be low on HP, but there's more than enough of them, especially with this fantastic split by Shin, to completely reset the Skytoss army here for Zoun. But the issue now for Shin is that the ground army of Zoun is very powerful. This is where the Hydralisk are going to come in.
Okay, he's going to push up now. And he's going to try to hit this 12 o'clock base. And, I mean, is Shin going to be ready for this? This is, the Archons are at a really pretty perfect angle here. There's some Banes being made. Zerg's going to come down here with the Hydras. The Archons are a little bit misplaced now. The Banes are going to come down. 1 force field, not enough to block the rest of the stuff off. The position is very fractured now.
Hydra's able to take down the Archon. The Banelings target fire onto the Zealots. And now the Corruptors can even come into the main base here and try and snipe down some Nexus if they're able to catch down unprepared. And Shin's able to deflect that attack quite easily. A little bit of economic damage done, 12 drones in total, but I think after the dust settles and you see that Zoun has basically been reset to a ground army after opening 2 Stargate, I have to favor the position of Shin here.
Okay. Shin now going to try to ooze down on the in-base expansion, and this is not going to be something he could save. Zoun is going to lose this base.
Yeah, that's so many Corruptors.
Yeah, I don't know if it was worth it. That was kind of a weird move. I almost think he started it, and it's like kind of this sunken cost fallacy. Like he's like, okay, well, we're going to lose a couple of these. We might as well just commit down to this.
It's also the least valuable Nexus. It's the one with only 5 mineral patches and 1 gas.
Not only that, but he can just remake it.
He can remake it. Now it's also easier for Zoun to transition back into Skytoss.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of problems with this. The War Prism's going to come into play here. But it seems like with Zoun expanding again, I don't know that he's going to attack out right away.
One of the benefits of that decision for Shin is that at least now when he maxes, he'll be maxing on a mostly ground army. So his army will pack a little bit more of a punch against the units that Zoun has gotten. But I'm not a big fan of that move. Overseer's morphing in as well as an Overlord. We're going to spawn the Warp Prism heading down to the southeast side. Corruptors are enough of them alive to at least snipe that one down. The game's slowing down a little bit, but I think with Shin nearing max supply right now and a couple more upgrades finishing up, he should be trying to find a timing attack here at this main base, or middle base, I should say.
Okay, he's going to try to come down now. The question is going to be, is there enough, especially with Psystorm, to deal with this? These Hydras are very upgraded. Oh, he does not. Okay, he only triggers 1 of the traps. So Shin's going to try to pull his units up here. He actually might just sidestep this and come around again. He's going to make even more Banes. Now, when you see this many Banes used, it's all going to be about the first wave of damage. This is a lot of gas being spent. The Storms are pretty insane.
Storm get good connections on the Banelings, but the Banelings are able to get into range of most of the Archons. So Shin is still finding the damage despite the Storms. This Nexus is getting completely run over right now by Hydralisks and Zerglings. The standing army for Zoun on the high ground, still doing a very good job of sustaining up here. It feels like there aren't enough reinforcements for Shin to really put a dent into this army. He was able to clean up most of the chaff, but Archons and Templars still remaining.
I mean, the important units remain, right? The Tempest, the Archons. Zealot Stalker can easily be replaced, right? And he didn't take out any Nexuses. I don't even know that he took out any probes. GG.
Wow. That was a bit of a bizarre game.
Xiao making Shin proud.
Yeah, I mean, that was... It was kind of a confusing match, to be honest. All the way from Zhao's response to the hatch block in his natural expansion, not pulling any probes, just instead going for chrono-boosted Zealots and then Adepts.
Yeah.
Not finding damage with that.
I wonder if Shin could have attacked in earlier. I was being a little bit too deterministic.
You mean with the Zerglings and the Corruptors?
Right when he made the Hydra Den. I thought he was going to go Ling Hydra and try to shoot this down. I think Tempest like can kill Hydras, but not before I think your Nexus goes down. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a situation you don't usually find yourself in a ZVP. Usually you just commit hard either into the Spire or into the Hydralisk. And I wouldn't have minded seeing Shin go a little bit more committed with that push with the Zerglings to the Corruptors faster, because it felt like Zoun didn't have a lot of pieces of the puzzle to answer the Zerglings on the ground. You know, Storm was a little bit delayed. There might have been a window for Shin to try and get some damage done at the 4th base of Zoun there on the high ground, but wasn't able to find it. Now Zoun up 1-0 in this series. We're going to go into White Rabbit now for match number 2.
My favorite color on rabbits, actually. So
yeah.
It's good. It's good for us. It's my favorite rabbit color. All right, guys, we're going to go into game 2. Shin didn't really seem to have a solution. And by the way, it's kind of in line with our theme that we were talking about the other day, just yesterday. Like, it does seem like Protoss is kind of like the Zerg now in the game, which I think makes some people uncomfortable, in that Protoss is just sort of growing and teching up. Classically, or in classic, StarCraft 2, in most of the game's history, you're trying to stop Zerg from growing and getting so big. You're trying to win with a push. But it does feel like right now Protoss just sort of gets big and becomes unwieldy to fight and closes the game out that way. So I do think there's this burden on the Zergs, just like there is on the Terrans, to try to figure out how to stop them before they go too far.
Yeah, Shin just wasn't able to find the timing attack to really punish Zoun. Although I have to say, going back into the very early game, I'm still a little bit confused about who was ahead and who was behind after the hatch block in the natural expansion, because I like Zhao's response up until he pushed across the map with the Zealots in the depths. It felt like he didn't really get too much done. A lot of things were forced there by Shin, but the Zealots in the depths, they traded out quite poorly. So I don't know. It's hard to really take any meaning from that match, for lack of a better phrasing, just because of how bizarre the opening was. I don't really. I feel like it wasn't a fair litmus test for where Shin or Zoun are at in this matchup, is I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what Zoun wants to do. It was interesting. Again, he showed with the 2 Void Rays, he showed him right away and fought the Queen, which I thought was too much of a giveaway. But it maybe even if it was a giveaway, I don't think it really mattered.
Thinking back, I actually don't mind it at all, because it felt like Zoun didn't hyper commit to the Sky Toss fleet that much. Like, obviously you invested a lot of resources into it, but it almost felt like it was a bit of a bait. He goes into these Tempest, but it's not a Tempest rush. It's not him trying to snipe down a couple of hatcheries and one-shot Queens, which is usually what you see with a fast 2-star Stargate Tempest. Instead, it was Zoun macroing up normally and just effectively using the Tempest as like a super Oracle, which means that Shin needs a lot of anti-air if he wants to start attacking into the 3rd base or into the 4th base. And so Shin hyper commits onto Corruptor Ling and tries to get some damage done. But the moment that the Corruptors are cleaned up and they've traded out with the Sky Toss, suddenly Zoun is sitting there with this army that has Storm, it has Archons, it has a lot of Gateway units, it's got Twilight Council upgrades. No Forge upgrades just yet, but it's a pretty strong army.
Yeah.
And it kind of forced Shin into this position where it made the game very awkward for Shin to play.
Yeah, so for now, we're going to see what the exact tech is. This looks like a much more standard PvZ, by the way. He's getting the Oracles. We'll see if he goes for that Blink style. There is one Adept in here. He's already killed 2 drones, and it looks like he's going to get a shot on the 3rd. So that is very worthwhile. You're happy to lose an Adept to kill 3 drones.
Yeah, that's huge. It almost feels like if Shin had just kept mining instead of pulling the drones, he still would have lost about 3 drones. So it's kind of a double whammy there. Rare to see the first Adept get any sort of damage done like that. The closest I can think is Showtime's a player who, I'm not sure if he's been doing it recently, but in the games I cast for him last year, loves to go for really fast 2 Adept and then just dives on top of a mineral line, trades them out with drones. And ideally then when you're trading out the drones, you're looking for like 3 or 4, maybe best 5 kills. Zoun with just 1 Adept, able to trade so effectively there in the main base of Shin.
Okay, staying on the 1 Oracle. Oh, excuse me, there is a second one about to pop out. So he's going to continue to build up. I thought he would have waited to have 2 here. The problem when you go in with just 1 is now you have hull damage on there, right? This Oracle can save the base. The Lings are going to have to run for it. But yeah, the 3rd Nexus is going to come down. Unusual timing there with that first Oracle. Not really the end of the world. I guess it's just probably would have been a better way to do it. He's going to go for the Twilight Council, and he's going to show 2 gases. Now let's see, unless he decides to cancel this, you know, he's going to be teching up. You see 2 gases, you don't think Adepts, right? But, and maybe I'm like reading into this too much, but it would be pretty wild if he just went Glaives and canceled the gases, right?
Yeah, okay. Or just throw down a Forge and get charged and +1.
Right, right. Now, the thing is, the Overlord's positioned in a way where you can't cancel anything because nothing can reach it right now. So he's not going to go for that for sure.
It seems like it's going to be a pretty standard opening here for Zoun. 2 Oracles directly in a blink here with the 3rd base getting set up. I'm curious where Zoun is going to go with this. It seems like he's quite good at executing these very fast Stargate styles. He absolutely could throw down a 2nd Stargate and a Fleet Beacon in the next couple of minutes if he wanted to. We haven't yet seen a Twilight Council game from him just yet. Zergling's going to be able to take down this Stalker. Actually should be able to get to the main here, yeah. That wall not quite tight enough.
Yeah. So Lings are going to come in here and do damage. We've got Adepts coming down now to try to kill some of these drones. It's going to be a lot of worker kills here. Looks like he's going to get up to 7, maybe even more before this is cleaned up. The Stalkers shoot painfully slow in moments like this. And so that's 11 kills. That's almost all the workers mining minerals. Now, Zoun's going to get his. He's going to kill at least 8 drones before this Adept is killed off.
Yeah, some parity there. 11 probes go down, 8 drones fall. In total, a relatively even trade. But I think Shin was hoping to get a little bit more done with those Zerglings, especially now that he's already going into Roach production. It feels like an awkward time to be making some Roaches now because, you know, Zoun has already thrown away a bunch of Adepts. He's traded them out, I should say, for the drones. I don't think there's any immediate threat of Zoun moving across the map. And although I say that, and I'm looking at the minimap right now, that is exactly what Zoun is doing. Excuse me. It's only a handful of Stalkers, but he's feeling pretty confident to actually get some presence here.
We got the Hydra in again. Although, remember, last game he didn't really make Hydras. Right away, I should say. He did eventually get a bunch, but it wasn't like the Hydra didn't finish and he just moved out. On the Protoss side of things, even if Protoss is moving out, I don't think he's going to commit to anything. He's probably just going to take advantage of the fact that there's a recall available to try to come out here and do some damage and then send stuff back home.
A couple of Stalkers get picked off there by the Lings intercepting reinforcements, and just a little bit too much for Zoun to actually push in. He can get some chip damage in here with the Stalkers, but these safety Roaches really just anchoring the position right now for Shin, who's set up a 4th base, getting his ranged upgrades, Roach speed as well coming through, and Zoun making the transition now into Storm.
Okay, so he's going to try to fly in again with these Oracles, see if he can get anything done. Storm is coming along here, along with Charge. So right now, Zoun is just getting all the building blocks necessary to have a very complete, viable army here. Shin is just also macroing up here on 4 bases, making a lot more Hydras, so he may be ready to take a fight pretty soon.
Yeah, 69 drones is just a little bit more than 3 base saturation, and it seems like that is the point where Shin is going to be cutting workers, instead focusing on building up an army, trying to set up for an attack. And Zoun, he's playing this very conservatively. He's not taking a 4th base. He's throwing down a lot of static defense, building up his military infrastructure. We have 3 more gateways in a robo in production, a 4th gateway as well. He's bracing for impact right now, and he is taking this forward expansion. I feel like this is going to be the main point of contention right now for Shin with a Hydra Roach army. But if Zoun throws down a lot of static defense the moment that pylon is done at the 4th base, even that position might be quite hard to break.
Okay, so we've got the infestation pit coming along here. If Shin's going to hit anywhere, it's going to be at this 4th base. His supply is ramping up pretty high. He's at 163. A lot of Roaches, a lot of Hydras and Siblings are in production. This isn't the easiest base to attack into. It's basically 2 big bridges on either side. And the reason why that matters is, like, it's really all about, like, how much area of Storm can you cover this with to where there's nowhere that's not taking damage. Remember, Storm does linger now. It doesn't do as much immediate damage, but that can have its own problems. You know what I mean? If you have stuff just sitting under it fighting for a while.
Only 4 Templar here at the center base. Looking able to surround the Stalkers. Blink forward to actually shield those Templars, so now the Templar can stay alive.
I stand corrected, by the way. I didn't appreciate he could just run up the side of the bridge here. So it really is 3 areas to try to defend, which is a lot harder, and that's going to be a big success here for Shin. I mean, Shin's going to be able to tear down this Nexus. You can see that Zoun's going to come down here and try to fight. I don't know that he has enough time. Hold on.
Oh, that was an ambitious blink tasteless.
This is a little bit, maybe too much.
This arc for Shin is huge. The Storm connecting with a lot of Roaches and Hydras, but it feels like there's way too much damage right now for Shin.
Yeah, GG. I get it. I get what he was trying to do. He's like, oh my god, I really need to save this Nexus. Yeah, I was wrong back there. I thought, okay, two bridges, this is manageable. I didn't appreciate you can actually run up above it and just hit there. That's way too much surface area to protect yourself from. And so Shin has a very, very easy win.
Yeah, I like the way that Zoun controlled up until the very end there when he was blinking onto the side of the Templar. The first blink was there to prevent the Templar from getting surrounded by Lings, which would have just been a disaster. I mean, that would have been the collapse of Zoun's defense really at the beginning of the attack. And then he made a couple more blinks where he was just trying to isolate small sections of Shin's army to clean up bit by bit. But Shin, in the end, I mean, that was just a perfectly timed attack move in there, and it's impressive he was able to build up to that, especially the way the early game went. He lost a lot of drones to the first Adept. I felt like he wasn't playing particularly greedy behind that either. He made a lot of safety Roaches. Still, he was able to macro up enough army to take game number 2, and now we're going to go to match point here for both players. Set number 3, the winner is going to be advancing on into the winner's match of Group B in the round of 8. Loser will be falling to the elimination match as we have Zoun spawning in the bottom right, Shin in the top left.
Okay. In this game, how exactly is Zoun going to play it? It seems like when he went for a more out there tech, you know, going for the Stargates, that seemed to work out a little bit better. Last game was a much more standard kind of textbook PvZ, and I think Shin played amazingly.
That was a well-executed timing attack. And Zoun's got to be careful. It felt like he was playing, Zoun I should say, it felt like he was playing very conservatively and very safely. And he even threw down quite a bit of static defense. I think it was 2 or 3 cannons and a shield battery at that forward 4th base. But yeah, as you pointed out, I mean, there's just too many attack pads moving into that expansion. It was a pretty tough hold, even if everything went perfectly there for Zoun, and Shin was eventually able to clean it up. And oh, look at this. Okay, we have an extractor being built just north of Zoun's base.
Yeah.
Shin is likely going to be sending one more drone, and what you can do is you can mine out each individual mineral patch, and then you can send the drone back into the extractor. It will exchange the mineral and mine a gas, and then you can send it back and continue mining out the wall in. This is a really cheeky build. We saw this a lot when 10,000 feet first came out, but it feels like it's been a long time since we saw people do this. Oh my goodness, Zoun spots it. His spider senses were tingling when he saw no expansion. Now he sees the Ling. So Zoun knows a rush is coming. He still can't stop the drone from mining out the minerals, but at least he knows this is underway. He hasn't started a Nexus yet. Now is Zoun's time to begin the response.
Yeah, so I think you could plug this up with pylons, but the Lings might still get in. I have seen this done before, and it's still, you know, man. Oh, he goes right through the front. Okay, I love the idea, though. That's actually so smart.
Yeah, if you can get us around on the pylon.
He's going to get another Zealot out here. He's chrono boosting that. And I think that this might have been a huge mistake here. For him. Oh, hold on. He's going to actually get through. Oh, my God.
Okay,
you need to have that plugged up.
Shin's in the main base now. I'm looking at the minimap. We have another pack of Zerglings moving in. Just reaching the center point. Unfortunately, these 5 or 6 Lings, I don't think they can get too much damage done here in the main base. They will be able to isolate the Zealot.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit of a misstep here by Zoun. Probes get pulled to try and assist, but 2 Zerglings traded out for a Zealot, and now speed is done.
Yeah, what's most important is that you just keep the Protoss busy trying to protect both of these locations. Lings, just the threat of them is sometimes enough to do a lot. So now he's going to start to chip away at the entrance. I don't know. Is there like a step 2 to this?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Zoun has mostly weathered the storm. And I think from here we're probably going to transition into a more macro game. Shin is already starting to drone back up. And even though Shin wasn't able to get a lot of direct damage done with this, it still slowed the game down a lot. Zoun still hasn't started his natural expansion. Zoun has had to make 3 gateways, I think, before building his Nexus. So there's been some pretty heavy investment on Zoun's side, and Shin can drone almost freely here. You have to be very careful because similar to game number 1, Zoun could just have 1 or 2 macro cycles out of the gateways that he's already got and move across the map and try and get some big damage done. It's certainly a threat right now here for Shin. one of the reasons why it's so important he's able to keep these Zerglings alive in the main base right now. They're giving him scouting information. They're keeping tabs on the army. He's going to see more Adepts, and he's also going to see no Nexus just yet. So Shin has a pretty good idea of where Zoun is at.
Yeah, so this Nexus is going to finally start. So you're going to come in here and see this. You're going to go, oh, wow, this is a very different game. This is basically 1 base, 3 gate. But, you know, there's a reason why you don't really see this very often, right? Like, I mean, how much can he get done with this?
It's a bit of an unusual situation to be in. This has been an odd series, especially Game 1 and Game 3. They have been quite unorthodox. It's fun. It feels very novel coming in by Shin. And it seems like Zoun is going to try and move out, at least with the Adepts right now. See what damage you can get done. But again, you have to be careful with Speedlings out on the map. Or are reinforcing that they're able to get a surround on these 3 Adepts. Those Adepts will get taken out very quickly. And so Shin can just continue to macro up. He's going for another wave of drones, 6 more in production, taking his third expansion. Now adding in the Roach Warren. It might not seem like Shin got a lot done with the push, but he is just he's growing much faster than Zoun is right now. Only just now is the Protoss expansion finishing up.
Yeah. You know, the rhythm of growth here for Zoun, it's not looking good. I'm worried for the guy. He's going to go for Blink. Meanwhile, the Roach Warren is going to be finishing up here. It's going to be tough, I think, for Protoss to secure a 3rd base. You got to remember, like, in the current iteration of Legacy of the Void, 3rd bases get up so fast. So very fast.
And there's no Stargate for Zoun either, so no Oracles to deal with the threat of Zerglings.
So even though the rush didn't kill Zoun, he may be so... his whole build is so off now because he had to, you know, compensate to basically stop the aggression. The Lings could actually come through here. Okay, he decides to maybe try to hunt down where the shade is. Fakes him out, actually, so the Adepts are going to stay over there.
Xiao just doesn't want to get fully surrounded by these Lings because that's the one way that these Adepts will trade out poorly. Now with the Roach is reinforcing. I mean, I don't even think there's only 3 drones here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to get value from this.
Oh man, Xiao is floundering right now. This is not a good start.
Not a single drone kill. Roaches being made now. And you got to imagine, like, when will you ever get a 3rd base now? When will you ever get a 3rd base? He's going to have to basically do a 2-base Blink all in.
To take a 3rd base even, it's... this is a very awkward position for Zoun. He's adding in 3 additional gateways, so he's going up to 6-gate Blink with a Warp Prism, and I'm not sure if Zoun is doing this just to get enough army up that he can take the 3rd base, or if he's going to try and do a timing attack, but Shin is so far ahead in terms of army supply right now, and that's partly because Shin has hit the brakes on his economic growth. He's still only at 47 drones, and he's been ahead of Zoun workers for a very long time. But Shin could just continue to pump Roaches and Lings, and I don't think that Zoun will be able to keep up with his production. I mean, Shin's army is just going to be so big. Zoun will be going 6-gate Blink just to secure the 3rd base, but...
So crazy. Yeah, I mean, I think on paper, there should be no way to stop Shin. We're going to see, you know, I think even with the greatest micros, sometimes it's just a numbers game, right?
And Zoun probably has a very poor idea of exactly where this game is at, too. Whenever you play a game like this one, after playing tens of thousands of more standard games, it is really hard to get your bearings.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, that's a very good point, State. When you get into a game that's this, it's like, well, I've never really had to play off the back of that failed rush, so now I don't even really know what my opponent's supposed to have. So, this is going to hit like a bus.
Oh, no. I was watching the minimap. Zoun just went for a big Blink onto the bottom left side, trying to chase down a couple units, and there was way more than he expected. So he has to recall now into the natural expansion, and Shin is already taking down this 3rd Nexus. The front door is exposed. The main army here for Zoun is just Stalkers. Oh, what a game by Shin. Look at this smirk on him. He's happy with that victory. That was a good one.
That was great.
We don't see that build very often here on 10,000 feet anymore. The extractor into mining out the natural wall in with just 1 drone, but it threw the game off enough. Zoun overreacted. The expansion was a little bit too late, and Shin had so much momentum heading into the mid game. I mean, his economy was huge.
It's so important to know exactly how to stop something and not to spend too much stopping it or to be wasteful, because otherwise you're still going to be behind. Guys, we're going to go to a break. Coming up next, ByuN versus Hero.
makes you longer for a little change. A bit of something different in a different place. Somewhere the grass is greener. Call it a spiritual healer. I hear you, darling, I feel ya. Me and you, there's nothing we can't do together. Come on, let's go fly away. Find a beautiful escape. With the wind on our backs, we'll be going so fast. There's no need to be afraid. Come on, let's go fly away now. Come on, let's go fly away. I never feel lost even in the unknown. 'Cause when I'm with you, yeah, it feels like home. Feels like home. Me and you, there's nothing we can't do together. Come on, let's go fly away. Find a beautiful escape. With the wind on our backs, we'll be going so fast. There's no need to be afraid.
GSL Season 1.
What's up, everybody? We're back. We just wrapped up Shin versus Zoun. Coming up next is ByuN versus Hero.
Yeah, going to be a really fun series between these two. Hero, arguably the best Protoss player in the world right now, going up against ByuN, who was on fire last week in the round of 12, going undefeated in his group. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. ByuN, 2 over Bunny, 2 over Trigger to advance here into the round of 8. I'm excited to see Hero's first matches in the GSL so far this season, too.
Yeah, going to be very cool to see how Hero performs. He's been really hot lately, so I'm very curious to see how he's going to fare today. I do think this should be pretty close, though. I think there's a world where ByuN can win, and also a world where, I mean, obviously Hero can always win, right? He's been in incredible shape, but this should be a really close match.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but something also tells me, Tasteless, this is probably going to be pretty quick. The way that we saw ByuN play, last week, his games were some of the fastest games that we've ever had in GSL. I mean, he was winning series so quickly last week, and Hero's also one of these guys that just loves to be aggressive, in your face. He goes for the kill move so quickly, so fast.
I'm interested in seeing if Hero will also do that kind of like expansive macro play, or if he just goes for kills here, because Hero's known to be the aggressor. He's very much like a micro-based player. I mean, I think since Parting hasn't really been competing, he's kind of taken over as, you know, the Protoss micro king. So we're going to have these two micro gods duke it out here with ByuN versus Hero.
Yeah, I think ultimately the shape of the games is probably going to come down more to what ByuN wants to do as opposed to Hero. Especially in the early game, it feels like, unless you're going for a proxy gate or a proxy 2 gate, which we have seen sometimes here in GSL so far this season, really is the Terran who has the options in terms of what kind of early game aggression they want to throw at you, whether it be like a Widowmine drop, Cloak Banshees if they want to go for proxy Marauders or some kind of 3-Rex bio push.
Right.
Hero's probably going to be playing off of that, and then if he's able to deal with that kind of situation, well, whatever it is ByuN throws at him, that's when he's going to start getting aggressive.
Yeah.
But again, just given the way that ByuN played last week, I do think we're going to get some pretty fast-paced games.
I think so. You know, with ByuN, it's funny. I've been casting some of these guys for so long, right? I mean, GSL's like 17 years old now, right? I mean, it's
2010, wasn't it? Was it 2009? Were there any GSL games in the beta?
We had something in the beta.
Okay, because I first started watching GSL in Season 1 with Fruit.
Because I remember, but we had some.
It's been so long.
Was that in the beta though?
Season 1.
When did StarCraft
20...
2 hard launch?
I think it was October 2010. September, October.
Was that right?
Yeah, because I remember I had just graduated from high school.
Blizzard games, some of these Blizzard games, it's like if you ask somebody like when did Hearthstone actually like hard launch, like they can't really tell you because they kind of like doled it out over time. But yeah, I remember thinking the game isn't even out yet, and they're doing stuff. That's back in this was GOM TV back in the day, but the point I was going to make, going all the way back, is I get so used to these guys performing at a certain level. It's really exciting when I see them suddenly in a growth spurt of skill. And I think we have ByuN in a growth spurt right now, or through a growth spurt, maybe is the better way to say it. He's
certainly in very good form right now. If last week's GSL group was any sort of test, I mean, he's just looking fantastic. I'm really excited to see how he goes here in Group B. Of course, only a couple series wins away from getting into the round of 4, I should say, at the GSL, the offline finals. A couple of weeks away.
Yeah, and now we're going to go over here to Hero, who is sporting all of the beautiful trophies that he has won over here. In the background, Hero right now just in great shape, and he is ready to go.
Yeah, top 8 in pretty much every major tournament he enters. He has been grinding. If you haven't been watching a lot of these online cups, Hero has been grinding online cups more than basically anybody. I mean, like, it's players like Hero and Clem and Max who just play in these matches all of the time. And usually it hasn't really been a lot of Korean players that do it, but Hero has just been grinding for, I want to say, like a year and a half now.
Yeah, there was a couple times I've been waking up super early in the morning lately, either for meetings or I'm like trying to get to the gym, but I see like Hero playing on in the morning when I open up my PC, and then I'll, late at night, I'm trying to watch StarCraft before I go to bed, and I'll see him in some cup there, and I'm like, man, this guy's all over the place. He's everywhere.
He plays more than basically anybody.
Yeah,
certainly in Korea, certainly in online tournament matches, so it's going to be a really exciting match between these two. Folks, game number 1, ByuN versus Hero, is loading up on Winter Madness. Let's start.
All right, let's do this. ByuN in the top left and Hero in the bottom right.
No early SCVs or probes. I was leaning over, looking at the monitors, trying to see if we were going to have any sort of early proxy gate or proxy barrack shenanigans with the way these two have been playing so far in the GSL. It kind of felt like we might get something like that.
So in this game, Hero's going to send his probe out immediately across the map. We have seen this trending build. By the way, it's going to be barracks in the main. There is another SCV out. It is going around where the scouting probe would be, so he's not going to know that there's an SCV out on the map.
Yeah, maybe an engineering bay block.
Yeah, he's actually perfectly gone around this entrance here. An eBay block would be nice.
Usually when we see an eBay block, although it could also be a second barracks with the SCV stopping here. Oh, it's a second barracks.
Wow, okay. I was actually sold on the eBay block that you were saying stayed, but double. This is going to be one of those things you have no... When you scout the main and you look at this, you do not go, he's hiding something, right? Mm-hmm. This is the big difference between hiding the first barracks versus the second.
Yeah, the only way you know is if you count every single SCV on the mineral line, and nobody does that.
Right, right. Now,
or do some people do that? Hero's starting a Zealot before the Nexus, and he's building a cybernetics core.
He might actually.
Does he have an idea? It kind of seems like he has an idea.
Yeah, well,
it's not often that you see a Zealot get started like this in the early game.
I mean, is it possible he can't? I don't know. That's so hard to do, but who knows? There's going to be a tech lab here. I think this is going to be that Marauder build where you go concussive shells and you try to basically snowball the game.
Yeah, proxy Marauders with concussive shell, and then you Reactor Marines, 3 or 5 of them, rally across the map, could find some damage. And Hero's looking around for something with this Zealot, so he certainly has a suspicion. I am so impressed that Hero has been able to sense that something is wrong. He felt the disturbance of the proxy barracks on the map. Unfortunately for him, he hasn't been able to identify where the barracks is. So the Zealot's going to continue working its way across the top right side of Winter Madness, but the Marauder still unscouted.
Yeah. Now, this is one of these things, when it hits, the lethality is so fast. Because you lose a couple of units right at the start, and you're in a lot of trouble. So he's got 3 Marines here. Now, this already looks pretty sus, right? No expansion. Nothing coming yet. Another Marauder's going to be started. He's going to send the first 2. He is not able to get these Marines across the map, and that's a bit of a problem. You want extra material here. So he's going to come in here. He's going to bunker rush. And it's going to be a Stalker and an Adept.
Yeah, so probes need to get pulled here. Concussive Shell already connecting with the Stalkers, but the probes are able to zone everything away. Bunker still being built, by the way. SCB just now starting to take some shots from this Stalker as the Marines are also rallying across the map. Hero's going to try and hold the top of the ramp right now, but the probe wall is dissipating. That means the Marauders can take down the Stalker at last. And now they can start to kite, the Zealot and the Adept.
Yeah, I mean, the bunker's not done. But is the damage going to be enough? We can see that he's trying to heal that pylon.
Pylon very low on HP right now. There's not enough juice in that shield battery to finish healing it up, so it's just 1 Stalker and a handful of probes versus a ton of Marine Marauders. So more probes going to get pulled now from the main base. 1 more Stalker is reinforcing, but ByuN continues to stream across the map.
Just
this might be too much.
Workers. Yeah, he's doing so much damage here. And he's going to go with the hold position here. He gets the kills on that. Another Marauder comes into play.
Wow.
GG. ByuN takes game 1. I love it.
I told you it's going to be some fast games between these two. ByuN has been out for blood so far in GSL Codas, and Hero, it certainly seemed like he had some suspicions. Although it could have also been him just trying to skirt around a potential Reaper, maybe get some damage done on the command center. In any case, Proxy Marauder goes unscouted there. Hero was not prepared for the defense back at home, and that is ByuN taking a very quick game number 1 win.
Ruby Rock for map number 2. ByuN, dude, he might win this season at GSL, honestly. Like, he's got the builds, he's prepared, he knows how to win. He handled that very well. By the way, it was interesting to see that I think Hero actually knew that was coming. I think that's why the Zealot goes out there and zones. Because usually the part of the rush that packs the most punch for that is when the Marines come down with the Marauder. It's supposed to be the 3 Marines and then the Marauders hit. And there's just like a lot of stuff to try to hit. And it's hard to get it, especially with good stutter step micro. But even then, he knew exactly how to kind of navigate that perfectly.
All right, game number 2 loaded in here on Ruby Rock. ByuN spawning in the bottom right. Hero up in the top left. ByuN, as of yet, the only undefeated player here in the season of GSL, has not yet dropped a map.
Yeah.
And I'm right there with you. It feels like he is unstoppable right now. And it's so fun to watch, too, because every single game is just another dirty trick.
Yeah.
You know? That's the impression that I'm getting. But you love to see it. I mean, Rogue has won so many tournaments on the back of that kind of approach to the game. Especially in a style of tournament like the GSL where there's so much time to prep in between these group stages.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real advantage about stuff that's paced out over weeks like GSL, is that you are able to have these matches where people really put some thought, okay, this is the build I want to try to go for and execute here. Now back at home here for Hero. I guess the reality is we don't know what kind of PvT games Hero's going to try to play, right? Because that was so much about, is he ready for what ByuN's got, right? That was all about reacting, and he didn't react perfectly, so he lost.
Gonna be a double gas opening here for ByuN in game number 2. Yeah, just confirming everything that he sees here with the scout, now sending the probe back on home. Will be a Reaper this time coming in here for ByuN. Much more standard opening here on both sides. Zero finally throws down that natural expansion Nexus. With a couple more seconds to continue to scout here in the main base before he has to leave to throw out the Reaper. So he sees the factory get built in the main base, knows that is not proxied. Now it's time to go home.
Okay. So it's going to be factory here, probably into an expand build. This is one of these openings where you front load the tech. and expand. Protoss goes for a little bit of an earlier base. And I wouldn't be shocked if we just see like the Twilight Council, Blink, Robo, something like that. Although I guess, there's a reality where he could 4-gate Blink as well.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit tricky on Ruby Rock with the architecture of the main base. There's only that one spot to blink in.
That's actually a good point. I take it back. Yeah, there's you want to have a lot of room, to kind of get into different parts of the main if you're going to use the Blink build.
It could be a good 3 or 4 gate Blink could just be a good approach to go for versus ByuN, though, if you're trying to meet him in the middle of the map because he's been playing so aggressively. Right?
Yeah, that's true. That we don't really talk about it, but like 4-gate play kind of organically counters weird 2-base stuff because you end up just having the answer. Because you were going to attack anyways. Here come the Reapers.
Yeah, double Reaper opening. Cyclone also in production here for ByuN, so not going to be a Hellion follow-up from this. And Hero's going to be wondering exactly what ByuN is cooking up because he hasn't seen the command center on the low ground just yet. Only just now seeing the command center here in the main base. And unfortunately, that probe's a little bit too far away to spot whether the factory has an add-on or not. So Hero is at least still a little bit in the dark. I think that's one of the reasons why ByuN is not showing the Cyclone to him right now. Just does not want to feed any information to Hero unless he has to. Oh, and it's going to be 3-gate charge. Charge before Blink.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this
is different.
It's a very good style. It's just stomping a ground army that moves out early in the match.
Yeah, so, it's funny. We talked about a different type of build, but it's the same idea, right? He's ready to fight. Is there any kind of like timing attack you can do with this?
As Protoss, you mean?
Yeah.
Maybe, but I feel like this is usually the kind of build that you go for as a response to something that's high-tech and going to be aggressive. There's a little bit less utility in terms of trying to defend against drop ships like Widow Mines, or let's say Hellions getting elevated to the main base, or Cloak Banshees also, just because you don't have the mobility of Blink. But versus a straight-up ground army like this one, I think Hero's going to be feeling pretty comfortable with this opening. It's really going to make it difficult for ByuN to gain any sort of footing on the ground if he pushes once Blink or once charge is done.
Okay. He is going to continue to push up. And how ready is Hero going to be? I mean, he's got the charge. He's also keeping the Zealots in the back because you want the Stalkers in the front. Like, oh, this is just your average Stalker build. ByuN's going to move in. Charge is 10 seconds out, so actually there's going to be a lot of damage that's dealt before the Zealots can just spill in and do all of that damage.
Yeah, charge is now done. You can see the Zealots are just a little bit too quick to get on top of everything, so ByuN has to hightail it out of here. Yeah, Marines getting taken out here on the retreat, and this is Hero accomplishing the objective of the build. He's able to just use the Zealots to usher ByuN back to his side of the map. Hero is able to do this while taking a 3rd base simultaneously. That was started at the very beginning of the attack, and now Hero can transition. Now he can start Blink. Now he can go into the robotic space, start getting his upgrades, because he's been able to parry the first main push here of ByuN.
Yeah, I love the wall in here at the entrance. Does not want this to be a counter punch that goes all the way across the map. And now ByuN's forced into a macro game. So I got to say, great planning here from Hero. We do have a Banshee made. I don't believe Cloak was upgraded. And he's going to see it right as it pops out.
It's very good scouting right now by Hero with the Sentry. And Hero preemptively threw down shield batteries in the main base, and I think also in the natural expansion. Oh no, Stalkers are defending the natural expansion, so Hero's just making sure that he's as safe as possible here. And I like how he did this so proactively, too. He knew that there's the potential for a Banshee follow-up from a push like this one, and the Banshee follow-up is coming through just a little bit later than Hero might have expected. But, we were talking about earlier, one of the major pitfalls of the Charge Zealot opening is you don't have the speed and the mobility of Blink Stalkers to deal with things like Banshees. Well, this is Hero just making sure that he's completely safe if that is the case.
Yeah.
Already with the shield battery in the main base and the 3rd base mineral lines, 3 Stalkers and an Observer here at the natural expansion. Even now, a shield battery in the natural expansion.
This timing's going to be pretty good. It's before Thermal Lance is done. The Colossus really has a hard time fighting without Thermal Lance, right? Oh my god, he's just going to be able to do all that damage over to those Zealots. But if he can come out here and hit a little bit sooner, because, Thermal Lance, the whole game changes, right? That's when you got the splash damage. Very hard to take fights. By the way, the Banshee not really doing a whole lot.
He even gets taken out there by the Stalkers, so no damage found with the Banshee.
The Observer sees the medevac. Excuse me, the Observer sees the medevac moving out. So I don't think this is going to get a whole lot done either.
Spawner pylon as well. Hero might try to intercept this with some stalkers, but again, without blink. A little bit slow on the rotation over here. And Hero's feeling comfortable enough right now to throw down a 4th base. He's powering up with additional gateways. A lot of upgrades coming through right now for Protoss, but this is ByuN's window in just a minute to start moving across the map and trying to get some damage done if he wants to.
Yeah.
And it seems like he does.
It's hard to get this medevac out here. Oh, he's going to loop back around again.
I'm just watching ByuN's army movement right now on the minimap. It seems like he's a little bit indecisive about whether he wants to push Hero in this moment or if he wants to pull back. And understandably so, too, because if ByuN does push into Hero's 3rd base or his 4th base and gets routed, the game could quickly spiral out of control. Oh, that's a powerful army. I think ByuN should stay at home. That army is huge right now by Hero.
That's pretty scary. I think ByuN's much better off taking a 3rd base. It's really Hero's turn to move out. Does Hero have enough to bust him? We were talking about this a lot, like it was going to have to be ByuN hitting him, but Hero's looking pretty scary.
I think
Dark Shrine, too.
Oh! There are so many Zealots in this army. What am I only getting a glancing shot on a couple of Zealots? Hero's going to charge right in. Guardian Shield going to be protecting these Zealots from the fire of the Marines. Siege tanks both getting taken out. Colossi still standing strong right now, looking for the target fire here onto the Marines, but the Zealots, they dissipate, and suddenly there's no more front line here for these Colossi. No pickup micro into the War Prison with the Colossi either. There's still a standing gateway army here. ByuN was able to reset the robo count, but
I mean, it was only 5 SCVs there. I actually thought there was a lot more workers down there. He's going to force a lift.
Got 3 observers all right here.
I guess the bigger issue right now is that Hero's getting so big on the map, and ByuN has basically had his army reset. This was all done while there's still a healthy amount of Colossus here. DTs are going to be moving out onto the map.
Yeah, ByuN certainly saw those. It's going to be DT Blink as well. Cool tech coming in here by Hero. And for now, ByuN cannot secure this 3rd base. He has to wait until he's able to get a couple of production rounds in from all these barracks and the factories before he actually has enough. And so economically right now, Hero's sitting on 73 workers, saturated across 4 bases versus ByuN, who's simply fully saturated on 2 expansions right now, with the main base already starting to mine out. We're at 9:45. Main bases start mining out at about, I think, 8:30. So the mineral income, it's quite low for ByuN. The only reason there isn't too much of a discrepancy right now is because I think Mule's likely just got dropped, probably the natural expansion. So
right. Yeah, no, I think you're right about that.
For ByuN, it's not a very good position economically to be in right now versus a Hero who's expanding again into the bottom left corner of the map.
And, the 5th base being made right now for Hero, you gotta think we're getting to the point where, like, Protoss is going to start to get too big to fail. Oh my god, this DT is going to get in here completely undetected. Does he see it?
I think he tried lifting up the depots, which is a little bit too late. Oh, Blink DT's going for the missile turret and also dodging the scan. We're talking about how this is an economically bad situation here for ByuN. That means he's been spending all the orbital energy onto Mules. Now, EMP does allow ByuN to detect. So he's able to EMP those DTs, clean them up in the 3rd base, but very smart move by Hero, sniping the missile turrets, knowing that ByuN probably doesn't have a lot of scans in this moment.
He's going to warp
trying to
in
complicate
here
this
as well.
As much as possible, and I love the Zealot warping on top of this. And look at the minimap. Hero, he's bringing all of his forces to attack into the front because he knows ByuN has to pull everything into the back.
Hero's going to, I think, finish him off here. This is so much damage.
ByuN just getting pulled apart right now, still dealing with the Warp Prism in the main base. Vikings are able to dispatch one of the Colossus here at the 3rd base. And it's a nice position here at the 3rd. Fighting with the missile turret is a little bit of a wall, denying some surface area, but just look at the supplies. I think even though this isn't the best fight for Hero, economically, he's just too big right now. And once he's able to power through and take down this 3rd base and all the workers, that's going to be it. GG's called. We're all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautifully done. I think Hero opened up in a way that was, like, super safe against what we kind of knew ByuN was going to do. Like, you were saying it, I was saying it, clearly Hero was thinking it, and ByuN actually went for it. He wanted to do some kind of aggro attack early. ByuN really likes to go for these decapitation plays and get the kill. And so Hero basically played counter to that. He's like, I'm going to go for fast charge lots. When the push comes, I'm just going to swarm it like it's bees.
Yeah, it was a very smart adjustment by Hero here in game number 2. And behind it, he macroed so heavily, taking 3rd base and 4th base so quickly. There was even a moment in that game where we were talking about it might be ByuN's chance to move on the map and have some presence, but then we look back at Hero's army and it's like, wait, hold on a second. Hero's outgrown ByuN so much over the last couple of minutes that even though intuitively it feels like it should be ByuN's moment to try and get something done, Hero's just too big. You can't actually push into that. So ByuN had to try and anchor the defense back at home, try and stabilize on 3 bases, but just a little bit too powerful. I love the addition of Blink DTs as well, just knowing that ByuN's going to be in dire straits, spending a lot of orbital energy onto mules. It was a very complicated defense for ByuN, trying to defuse the DTs in the natural expansion and in the main base with a Warp Prism warping in Zealots.
Yeah, that was really nice, because you could see Terran scattered just enough. They try to send just enough to kill this DT, and then the Zealots come in and it's like, oh, you can't protect anything anywhere. Hero definitely with a cleaner late game. Can ByuN come up with some other kind of strategy, or should he play a much more conservative game and try to go toe-to-toe with Hero? We're going to find out right now. ByuN in the bottom left and Hero in the top right.
Yeah, match point for both players. Winners going on to face Shin in the winner's match. Loser will fall to face Zoun in the elimination match here in Group B. And Hero's going for a proxy pylon dead center in the map.
Okay, so Max Packs build maybe here.
Yeah. How many proxy gateways will we have with this is my question. And also, by the way, it's very interesting that, this is a cute trick. So he builds the pylon with the first probe that he's sending in to scout, and now the probe is still arriving as if this is a safe macro opening where you're trying to scout your opponent immediately. He sends a second probe to build the gateway in the center.
It's smart, because right now it looks like he's just scouting to make sure that you didn't hide a barracks. He's made one gateway up here at the front. Gas starting here as well.
It will just be that one gateway proxied. Oh, this paired up with a very fast probe scout. I think there's no way that ByuN expects anything like this to happen. It's going to be a 2 gas opening here for ByuN. Hero's getting the full scan off here in the main base. He's going to try and delay the barracks, I think, as much as possible right now with this probe, just waiting for the shields to recharge. The damage on these SCVs has the potential to actually be really impactful. These SCVs are necessary in the defense later on in this game. Especially because should Hero follow up this with a Adept instead of a Stalker, which I think is unlikely, but it still is a possibility. As long as the probe hits each SCV once, it means the Adept will 2-shot those SCVs instead of 3 shots. So there is the potential for an Adept here.
So we have the cybernetics core almost done here. One Zealot's going to be out. It's going to make it a lot harder to actually put that command center on the low ground when the Zealot's there. You do want to hide it to let the Reaper basically get across the map. Otherwise, obviously, a Reaper is always going to beat a Zealot if microed at all.
Will be the Stalker here for Hero. The Zealot's just waiting until the Reaper crosses the midpoint of the map. There's another Zealot waiting for it. So now ByuN knows exactly what's coming. And that's going to be the cue to send the first Zealot into the main base ramp, try and get some damage done onto these add-ons. It's just a Reaper right now here for ByuN because he's going for a reactor in a factory.
So he's got the second Zealot coming up here. The bunker's about to finish. There is a Stalker that's going to be coming across the map here as well. Got to be careful. You do not want to lose this Zealot. Taking damage on HP is going to be rough. It seems like he's going to try to snowball the damage down here by basically having this Zealot try to go back. He can, I think he actually, if he gets the reactor, that's so massive.
Yeah, this is huge. ByuN knows it. So the Stalker's doing a good job of shooing the SCVs away. Only 2 of the SCVs can repair at a time, so they are out repairing the Zealot, but now with 2 Stalkers here.
Can he actually kill this?
If he sacrifices a second Zealot, I think he should be able to, but you're now taking full damage.
I think he can. Yeah, I think that was so close. Well, I mean, he killed some SCVs, I guess. Actually, he killed just one, excuse me. I thought there was actually more.
I also thought there were more SCVs that fell.
Actually, ByuN was very good at pulling that away. I thought it was a lot more.
The SCVs for ByuN are just going to be all in the orange and red. I guess the boys aren't getting pulled this game, probably.
That's right. You storm drop that later, they all die immediately.
That's the plan.
Yeah. So 2 more gates coming down. We've got the Twilight Council coming as well.
Yeah, Nexus now done here, the natural expansion. So here going to be chrono boosting out probes. It wasn't too committed of a pressure build here for Hero. Just 1 gateway proxy in the center of the map. Kind of similar to the game that we saw earlier between Shin and Zoun, going for the lings and then mining out the minerals and then normalizing into another game. I think this game's going to have a little bit of similarities here. With Hero
think so.
Just maybe a tempo ahead right now in terms of the macro. building up the natural expansion, and it's going to be charge again. It's going to be charge, but it's going to be charge against Hyperflight Rotors. So very fast Banshees. If Hero is not careful with his shield battery timings in the main base and the natural, or if he doesn't have Stalkers in position, the first wave of Banshees might get a lot of damage done.
Charge is about halfway done.
Shield battery built now in the natural expansion, but not in a position to cover the probes.
And I guess now, you know, we wait. He's going to go for charge again. I mean, I got to say, it just seems like Hero really understands who ByuN is as a player.
Yeah, but ByuN is doing a very smart thing, I think.
Yeah.
I believe he's expecting Hero to go charge again in this game, and that is why he's going for this decision to go for Hyperflight Rotor Banshees, because you send 2 Banshees. If you wait until you have 2, okay, this does get scouted now by Hero, so we should be seeing shield batteries. We should be seeing, oh, it's going to be a Stargate.
Yeah,
we're going to have Phoenixes to clean this up. Well, you know, the Observer might actually have a hard time catching up to the Banshees, but it should work fine on defense. I was wondering what Hero would do to try and deal with this, because the fact that ByuN is baking the Banshees, the fact that he's waiting for 2 before he moves out on the map, means that a shield battery in the main base and the natural expansion actually wouldn't impact things very much.
Right,
as long
you
as
just
the
one-shot
Banshees,
stuff.
yeah, if they sink their shots, the probes would get 1 shot. So instead, the choice by Hero, it's going to be Phoenix to try and clean this up. I like the decisiveness by Hero, just instantly pulling the trigger and going for the hard counter to the Banshees.
Okay, the 2 Banshees are coming across the map now.
That's a lot of Zealots. I think Hero might be thinking of pushing into the natural expansion.
Can he
here.
actually break this, though?
It's 1 Siege Tank and 17 Marines. I feel like you can if there isn't a bunker. All right, Banshee's now getting some damage done. They're one-shotting these probes, but the first Phoenix is already here. And it's Hyperflight Rotors. It is not Cloak.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's just going to kill this. That was not worth it. Wow. Incredible. And look at the placement. He's very safe if this were to be an attack in over here. So.
It's good defense by ByuN. I love the SimCity, but oh, the Hyperflight Rotor Banshees, it's such an investment, and the fact that 1 or 2 Phoenix were just able to clean it up for, I think it was 3 or 4 probes that were taken out in the natural expansion, that's such a win here for Hero. It feels like whenever Terran opts to go for some kind of early tech-based play where they're trying to take out probes, so much of the game hinges on whether they're able to get the damage done or not. And losing 3 probes like this, I feel like it's simply not enough damage. ByuN invested so much of his early, what should be his booming stage as he's trying to build up to a power spike. He's invested so much of it into these Banshees, which didn't really convert into anything. And now Hero, he should be pretty powerful at this moment, especially with a charge first opening.
Okay. He's going to unload here. The Phoenix is actually able to just kind of spot this. A lot harder to kind of be sneaky on the map when you've got that Phoenix there. Terran is going to move out. This doesn't appear to be committed, by the way. There's no tanks coming with this.
I think there's only 1 siege tank in total when it's back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Expansion. I guess I thought there were more actually in the game. So he'll be able to clear this gateway. There are Immortals out here. There is a Colossus being made. ByuN does have a decent amount, though. I mean, this is not going to be an easy army to fight.
It's a very healthy amount of bio, and I feel like it's imperative for ByuN that he's able to trade this effectively. He doesn't need to do it right now, but if he does decide to go on the push, he cannot take another loss on Hero's side of the map. The Banshee already didn't get the damage done that ByuN was hoping for it to get. And so if there's just one more fight here in the early game that goes Hero's way, I think things will spiral out of reach quite quickly here for ByuN. You have to be very careful, and Hero, he's itching for a fight too.
Yeah, he baits the stem out. Got to be careful not to do that too early. It takes a while for these medevacs to heal everything. So now you've got Marines with a little bit less HP. Protoss is not... Okay, hold on. He's got a Guardian Shield.
What? Make things very tricky. Did Hero see this? Seems like he might have an idea.
I think he actually didn't.
Oh, now he's going to spot everything. Nexus gets canceled. Hero able to isolate this army on the right side. The Phoenix is going to make it a little bit complicated to try and retreat with this army.
He's going to go into the main, and actually ByuN could then go to 12 o'clock.
Oh, and he sniped the Phoenix too. The Phoenix cannot chase the medevacs here into the main base, and now ByuN also hitting the 12 o'clock expansion. The third is getting hit. A full drop in the main. There's no recall here with the army. Hero is getting pulled apart right now. Colossus, it walked up the ledge, and it gets sniped by Marauders and Marines there on the high ground. The third base is fallen. We were talking about how it's imperative that ByuN gets something done with this army.
He got everything done.
He got everything done. The army is dead. The third base is dead. We're down to 1 Colossus and 1 Immortal. That's the high-tech unit right now for Hero. My goodness, ByuN. I mean, you look at these armies on paper, and it seems like it's dead even, you know? You feel like it should be very hard for ByuN to make something happen, but he outmaneuvers Hero to such a degree that Hero loses everything simultaneously. The army in the main base and the expansion at the third.
I mean, this is wild, man. I can't believe how badly ByuN slapped Hero down in that fight. I mean,
it was like a martial arts move or something.
It was like tactical perfection. He faked him out. He actually wanted to go to the main. He goes, oh, there's a base here, drops, hits. The army comes down. He goes, oh, now your other base is open. Goes up there.
He's really able to finally catch this medevac. Did not get away. But yeah, even going back to the micro moves that ByuN made, you know, some of it's tactical decision making, as you said. You know, being able to splinter off the army and then just kind of weave your way into the 12 o'clock expansion, but also the fact that he dropped there at the 4th, forced a cancel on that Nexus. Actually, hold that thought. This is 2 more medevacs getting cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, ByuN needs to be careful to not be too wasteful here.
Yeah, the initial fights were so good for ByuN, but it feels like the follow-up was a little bit fragmented.
Well, the push is going to come out again. Remember that the Colossi were all killed too. We talked about the 2 bases going down, but the Colossus tech was wiped. So he's having to start over with making Colossus again. And there's a Warp Prism coming out. So usually a Warp Prism telegraphs you're going to, at most, do a push, at least harass. But it seems like ByuN is getting ready to move out here as well. Well, I say that, now he's going to siege up, so maybe he is just going to be kind of going a little bit slower.
Yeah, we'll see what ByuN's going to do. It's a little bit sad that he wasn't able to build on the momentum of sniping the 3rd base and also taking down, I think, 1 or 2 Colossi with that move into the main base. Because Hero's done a very good job of recovering. He's got 3 Phoenix patrolling the map right now, looking for any more medevacs, and they've already paid for themselves. I think 3 medevacs, perhaps all full of units, have gotten taken out in the last minute or 2. And that's up to 30 supply of Terran army that has basically been traded out for free. And ByuN is still ahead in army supply, just going to show exactly what a great position he was in after sniping the 3rd Nexus and taking that fight in the main base. But Hero's now just 1 fight away, 1 good fight away from really starting to bridge the gap between these 2 again.
We got a lot of Zealots coming down here, but Terran's not out on the map. So, you know, you can just immediately fend this off. He's going to get a couple Zealot kills here. Not too big of a deal. Hero is finally now getting his 4th base up. ByuN is quite ahead in supply here. Ghosts are being incorporated as well. This push, it's paramount right now that Hero does not die to it. Because if Hero falls apart here, ByuN is going to win this game.
ByuN with 2 starports as well. He's now going for a double production cycle of medevacs, building 3 more. The way that ByuN's been navigating his army composition is pretty interesting up until this point. I know he traded some medevacs out earlier with the drops, but he was sitting on just 2 medevacs and 10 Vikings a moment ago. And so he's really going for an army that is powerful in 1 head-on engagement, not one that's able to sustain for a long period of time with drop ships.
Okay. Warp Prism's going to come down. And Terran's going to be hitting. The Viking count is huge. He's going to try to stay back. He's got to just dodge the disruptor shots. He's going to take out the first Viking.
Oh, the Vikings right now, they're hitting the Phoenix instead of the Colossi, though. So the Colossi are standing strong here for Hero. ByuN is able to take down most of the army here on the ground. The Vikings now getting to work on the Colossi as ByuN micros back. He wants to make sure the Colossi are mostly defeated before he's going for the rest of the engagement. And I know it seems like ByuN didn't trade very well in that fight, but that's because the majority of ByuN's army, I think, is actually still back at home. He's up 100 army supply to 70 now.
Yeah, and he's got the Colossi count down quite a bit. He's going to regroup. We have 1 extremely bruised Colossus.
Very Marauder-heavy composition here, too.
Marauder. And so, you know, is ByuN going to attack it again? I feel like Hero is really up against the ropes. He's really in a tough spot. And
this is such a Hero move to do, by the way, when you're in a tough spot like this. Start getting active on the map.
Out. Yeah. Try to see if you can get like the guy on move command or not really ready for a fight. But ByuN's going to take his 4th base. I mean, it looks like he wants to get just a couple more ghosts. If he can get a good EMP or 2 off. I believe there are Templars with the army, right?
No, just Archons.
Sorry, you're right, because he went for Disruptor Colossus. So it's a lot of people that were going for Colossus Templar.
It's a bit concerning, though, going for the Archons instead of the Storm, because the Archons, it feels like they're a lot easier to defuse as the Terran player with Ghosts and Storms are. You know, the Templar, they can hang back until the engagement has gone on long enough that they can start to inch forward while Terran is occupied with some other micro or some other part of the engagement. You can actually get a couple of Storms in almost reliably in PvT, but just the Archons here. It's not going to be a lot of firepower. These disruptors are crucial for Hero, and ByuN's going to be able to snipe at least one of them here. He wants the second one too. ByuN knows how important these disruptors are. The DPS for Hero's army, it's mostly the 3 Colossi, the Archons, and the disruptors, and the Archons almost certainly are going to get EMP'd and taken out the instant the fight begins.
Yeah, he's going to try to come up now. Again, it's all about Hero surviving this. If the game goes on, Hero might be able to figure out a way to win. ByuN is so focused on trying to close this game out. If he wins here, oh, it's going to be huge. Here we go.
EMP on 3 disruptors on the front line, and ByuN takes every single one down before the shots can finally pop. And he's got an entire another army here.
He's
That's a triangle
everywhere.
expansion. Hero losing even more economy as ByuN's in a retreat here in the center of the map. He is going to suffer some losses right now to the chasing Protoss army, but he's able to snipe another Nexus. If he moves down to the 3 o'clock position, he'll see another expansion that Hero is trying to take. ByuN has done such a good job of keeping Hero's economy in check this game. I mean, look at the supplies. It's 188 versus 145 a moment ago.
Yeah, I mean, once again, ByuN cuts through and really doesn't suffer a lot of losses. I think you're fine with a couple of these units getting bled off here. Now comes the big attack in the open. The first Colossus goes down.
There's very little front line here for Hero. Just a handful of Zealots, all deep in the red and orange HP. More Stalkers being warped in for Hero right now. He knows he needs ranged DPS. He needs to try and take little bite-sized engagements with the Terran army. Because if it's one head-on engagement, Hero does not win. You cannot push up this ramp right now as Hero, and actually ByuN's going to chase down. Disruptor shots are coming off. Only catching 2 Marauders there. The next shot's going to be able to get a big pack of Marauders, but there still is going to be a little bit too much here for ByuN. He's powering through Disruptor shots. They've gotten the connections, but ByuN is just too big. He is too strong.
This is it. The game is done, I think. ByuN, just an incredible performance. Is going to win our second best of 3 here. Hero, his head cocked to the side here. He knows it's basically impossible. ByuN, honest to God, this is the best I have seen him play.
He is looking so good right now.
GG. And I'm talking about, I've seen ByuN, win GSLs before, but like right now, I swear he looks better than even that. He is so strong.
I mean, Hero is the strongest Protoss in this tournament right now, bar none. And ByuN able to take him down 2-1. The first map loss for ByuN in the entire tournament. He's going to move on to the winners match versus Shin.
Yeah.
Wow, ByuN.
Beautifully done.
Looking so good. I'm still just mesmerized by the tactical brilliance that he had going for the triple drop to take down the 4th base and then go into the main base. And that opens up the avenue for him to attack the 3rd. It was just brilliant play by ByuN there in Game 3.
He's so good. It's crazy. I cannot believe how perfect he was tactically. I mean, that's one of those things. You have like a split second to look at it, and he made all the right decisions. Kudos to him. We're going to go to our next matchup now, guys. It's going to be ByuN versus Shin. We will be right back.
Bet you're longing for a little change, a bit of something different in a different place. Somewhere the grass is greener, call it a spiritual healer. I hear you, darling, I feel you. Me and you, there's nothing we can't do together. Come on, let's go fly away. Fly
GSL Season 1.
What's up, everybody? We're back, and the GSL is continuing on this evening. Shin versus ByuN coming up next.
Yeah, one of these players going to be the first to advance out of Group E into the round of 4. We'll have a Protoss Civil War in the elimination match, Zoun versus Xiao after that. And I'm excited for Shin versus ByuN. ByuN has been looking unstoppable lately. Shin, I think, had a little bit of an upset win versus Zoun to start things off because Xiao's been really on a power spike over the last couple of years. I have to say, he just continuously gets better, but Shin certainly outplayed him. Now it's going to be up to these two players, but I have to say, Tasis, I honestly think that ByuN, he's the overwhelming favorite in my mind's eye in this match right now because just the way that he's been playing so far. He's dropped for 1 map in total in this Protoss. That 1 map was the hero who he just defeated 2-1. I mean, he's the best Protoss player. ByuN is looking great.
ByuN's looking so scary. Shin, it would be amazing if he were to advance here. I just don't see it happening. You're totally right about the upset win. Like, I was pretty caught off guard when he took down Zoun, but Zoun also was playing kind of an odd brand of PvZ overall. But yeah, ByuN has been in tip-top shape. I mean, he's really playing the race perfectly, playing the opponent in the map perfectly. You could not ask for a better iteration of ByuN.
All right, folks, game number 1 loaded in here on Tourmaline. Shin spawning in the bottom left, ByuN in the top right.
Yeah, and we're going to have the first drone sent out immediately. ByuN, you know, his TVZ has always been tip-top shape. Shin, like a lot of these Zergs, seems to be kind of abandoning the conventional macro Zerg styles. Zerg seems to have been forced to be a lot more kind of active and nimble and punchy in their play.
Yeah, I think it's one of the reasons why we've seen a Rogue performing so much better lately, is that's just his natural brand of Zerg is playing this style. And Shin is also one of these Zergs who loves throwing curveballs. I mean, look at this. We have a proxy match.
Yeah.
The natural expansion of ByuN.
I think that there's so much that you can do with Zerg, and I think, as you were saying, Rogue's a great example of this. Like, he knows how to do anything with the race, right? Where a lot of these guys are more just straight up swarmy, macro style oriented. Now, in this position, ByuN doesn't see that the hatchery's there.
He doesn't know yet.
And the question is, I actually don't know, when does Terran go down and actually see? You know, because you could think you're in a very, one game when you're really in another one.
I think he's going to move down just a little bit to try and throw down the low ground command center. He's going to find there's a hatchery here. And
right.
The SCV will get to work. Oh, and we have a lot of SCVs getting pulled. But again, this is so late.
Yeah.
Hatchery already at
so what is that, about 8 SCVs?
Yeah, I think 8 is usually the number that I see.
Yeah. And the idea is, like we were saying in the first game we casted here, it's like you want to get as much damage done to where this can't really be taken advantage of, and the health will plummet enough while not pulling too many SCVs because you do need the mine. So this finishes. He should not have enough time to get a queen out or anything like that. And, one of the issues is going to be that there's going to be creep here for a while. He is getting 2 lings. And ByuN honestly just shuts this down.
Even a drone being produced out of this larva.
Yeah, I think the idea is if he can, he wants to make an
yeah.
Oh,
no, okay.
I thought maybe an Evo chamber, but then I'm like, that doesn't really make any sense either. He'll just
with the
kill
Marines out. I like that. I mean, Larva's a resource. Look at the units tab up here in the top left there a moment ago. It would show larva if there were any larva available for Shin. So you want to use the larva you possibly can to get these drones out early.
Now the question is it worth it to lose a hatchery to have the command center made on the high ground?
Yeah, I'm not
to have
sure.
SCVs pulled? I don't know. The math is actually really hard to map on stuff like this. Because I remember, and this was like way before StarCraft 2 came out, there was this whole trend of just making gateways in the Terran base. And I remember kind of being confused when I first saw it because I thought, well, don't they just kill it with the SCVs? And then people were explaining to me at one of these tournaments I attended, they're like, yeah, but they're not mining minerals. And they don't have a lot of SCVs. It's right at the start of the game. So the question is, who's actually losing more? And the whole thing can basically in air quotes, the whole rush can like not work out. But the reality is they're also still behind because you were just making workers back at home. So it's an interesting concept. And look, the truth is, the third hatchery, the third base really, is like 4/5 done. Terran just had SCVs transferred to this new base. So basically the second base for Terran and the third base for Zerg are finishing at about the same time.
Yeah, and I think making the game weird like this plays more to Shin's strengths than
Sure.
it does to ByuN. Shin just naturally loves to have these kind of messy mid-games. He's very much a mid-game Zerg.
Yeah.
One of the ones that I think of the most, especially when he was known as Ragnarok, he just loved to get in your face, go for early fights when he could. He's capable of playing the late game, but it is not his forte. His specialty is early game shenanigans and mid-game timing attacks more than anything else. And he's been one of the best players in the world at that stage in the game for a very long time. And so I like him kind of slowing the game down like this and just disrupting ByuN's game plan, because if ByuN came into this game number 1 with some sort of macro build, it's already gone a little bit off the rails. You can still follow the general archetype or the skeleton of the build, like, okay, I'm still going to get this number of barracks before the factory, I'm still going to go for my engineering base at this relative timing, but it won't be exactly as you practiced. And I think that's a smart move by Shin here to start out the series. Just make things weird.
Yeah. And so now Terran's going to move out, the double medevac Marine push here, basically to clear creep. The Wallen's not done, by the way, but Lings are not going to be counterattacking. Back at home, there's more Lings being produced. The creep tumors are going to be spread. And we're going to have Stim done in a second here. The Overlord comes in to scout and sees the third command center, so you know exactly what kind of game you're in.
That's an important scout there for Shin. He's working on getting enough Lings to deal with this, and I think with the Queens on the front line, ByuN shouldn't be able to get too much damage done. Maybe 1 or 2 tumors at most, and he's going to stim forward. Oh, Ling's a little bit slow, so one of the Queens gets sniped immediately there with the stim. And fast +1 Carapace coming in by Shin as well. The +1 Carapace makes me wonder if we might have something like roaches here in the mid-game. I know that's kind of a long shot prediction to make, but...
Well, let's see. Double Evo here. Terran now has 3 medevacs out here. When you get over 2, you can really start to try to push if you want. We don't have any tanks coming into the group yet. Sometimes they'll pocket a tank and put it in here. And he's going to try to drive these Queens back. Any creep tumors you can kill are going to be great.
This is a critical mass of Marines that is very hard to deal with right now with Shin. You see the moment he engages with the Zerglings, he has to pull back again. It's more like the Stim is doing damage to the Terran army than the Zerg is.
Yeah. Well, the Zerg, the damage is going to spread just enough between the Queens and the Lings. Not a lot are going to be killed off there. And he's going to go for 1-1, by the way.
Yeah, melee attack. Okay, so it will be Zergling focused. The +1 Carapace made me think like that would be a pretty good angle to go Roaches into Ultras.
Sure.
Just have a lot of sustain versus the mostly Marine force, but no, Shin just going to focus instead on the Zerglings here. And you got to be really careful with the Larva if you're playing the style as Shin.
And he's going to go for a Hydra Den, so he's not going to get a Spire. So it's not going to be your standard Ling Muta Baneling play here, which is very different. Now here comes the tank. Now remember, armor's going to finish, which is going to make these Lings a lot more tanky when the actual fight comes.
And I actually,
he's going to have to cancel this. What? I didn't even get that. I didn't even know there was a base up there until the camera pan there.
Shin is double expanding, so I think he's... Oh no, +1 Carapace might get denied here. It's solo HP. 4 seconds left right now on that. One more volley.
Oh, we got denied.
Oh, that's brutal right now for Shin.
Oh my God.
Only a couple of seconds left. And the engineering bay upgrades, I think, are quite delayed here for ByuN. This would have been like maybe a minute where Shin would have an upgrade advantage. Instead, it is dead even. Oh, that's so unfortunate here for Shin. 9 Queens, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really annoying position. The fact that armor's not done is so bad. Attack is going to finish here. I just don't know that this can be protected. Again, the Marines can just skirt back. The tank shots are going to do so much damage over time. Oh, the medevac very low, but he actually keeps it alive. He can swap those Marines out with other ones, change medevacs too. ByuN's not reinforced yet, but he will. 1-1's about to get done.
Yeah, Shin's keeping a lot of his forces in the middle of the map, just waiting for that reinforcement to come through from ByuN. He wants to be able to catch that the moment it gets on the map. Also sets him up in a good position to counterattacks like this one. honestly, looking at this, I think if 1-1 was done for Shin, if he didn't get Carapace denied, he might have gone for that surround on the Marines. Instead, has to pull back. And the Carapace denial is so huge right now for Shin.
Oh god, this position's so annoying. There's nothing worse than when Terran is able to kind of split the high ground and the low ground and have tanks, you know, on the low ground or high ground, you know, medevacs and Marines on the other. You're just endlessly poking. And while this is going on, there's going to be a second group that's going to go and attack at 6 o'clock. And I don't know what's down here. In fact, I don't see anything. All the banelings are going to be denied. The Lings are going to come forward. Is there enough, though? Remember, that armor upgrade never finished, where it's 1-1 Marines.
More Lings reinforcing from the third base means that Shin should be able to deal with that situation. Fourth base going to remain safe for now as the two medevacs are going to lift up here into the dead airspace between the main, the third, and the fourth expansion. Shin for now just relying on the Queens to defend the natural expansion from these drops. And it really is just a nuisance. I mean, another Queen's going to fall. I think this is 2 or 3 Queens already that have fallen. Oh man, 2 more drop. We had 9 Queens a while ago, and I think basically all of them are here in the natural expansion. It's down to 5. So at least 4 Queens have fallen trying to deflect all of these drops at the natural expansion of Shin.
Yeah, I mean, Shin is, he's taking a lot of damage. He is hemorrhaging stuff. ByuN is getting closer to maxing out. I mean, so is Shin, too. I think the upgrades are going to play a massive role here because 2-2's about to finish. Zerg does have 1-1 with the armor, so this little thing is finally going to be picked off. Finally!
Yeah, the Hydras are the firepower that Shin needed to finally dislodge ByuN from that position.
We still don't have the full supply pushing right now. He's still basically like harassing and maneuvering around,
right,
trying to find damage. But 2-2, when 2-2's done, I mean, you can really do a crazy strong push.
Yeah. Oh man, I keep thinking back to that evolution chamber getting sniped for Shin. Shin should be ahead in upgrades this entire time, but just a couple of seconds being the difference maker there means that it's in fact ByuN who's going to have the edge for minutes in this game, which is just massive when you're thinking of 2-2 versus 1-1 timings. It's such a big boost in the efficiency of both Marines and Zerglings, because these are units that don't do a lot of damage, but they attack very quickly. And so the additive property of armor and damage, it stacks up so fast. And for now, the game is quieting down a little bit. I thought that ByuN, once 2-2 was done, might try to capitalize on sniping that evolution chamber and hit a timing attack, but it seems like he is content just to secure a 4th base, move out with small squadrons of forces, like this one right here in the center, and almost hedges bets right now, keeping a lot of units back at home. You see there's a line of siege tanks by this planetary fortress, just controlling this area of the map.
I mean, Shin has kind of lasted long enough. I think he's going to be okay. ByuN does have this lead in upgrades, but he's not committed to pushing yet. But I think we're finally at that moment where the big push is going to come. He's actually split pushing again here, so he really goes for these tactical plays and just tries to get you out of position. He's going to take the hatchery out, pick up, and leave. Beautifully done. And
Shin's already in not the best economic position. He's been behind on workers from ByuN even before that drop. Was able to snipe down the hatchery. And that's the price that Shin has paid for trying to survive through this mid-game against all of the pressure that ByuN's been throwing at him. And now we have ByuN going for a big boom of command centers, 3 or 4 more getting thrown down in front of the natural expansion. So orbital command's going to be taken. Some of those might move to areas of the map, expand into planetary fortresses. ByuN really powering up back at home. And every single push that he's doing like this, Tasteless, it's not a full frontal force. We still have, what, 20 supply or so right here dropping at the 3rd base? There's still some army at home defending against drops.
Yeah, the drones are being mowed down here. The Banes are going to come up. He actually, that was a decent save on some of those, but 8 drones were killed.
That hatchery might go down as well. ByuN sending another medevac over to get to work on this. And Shin's reset down to a 3-base economy here, losing this expansion at the 9 o'clock position. ByuN, it almost feels like he's fighting with one hand tied behind his back just because he's committing so many resources to defending back at home against the heavy Ling style that Shin is going for as well. And he's still getting a lot done. I mean, there's 11 tanks on the map right now. There's only one with the army. ByuN has so much more than he has on Shin's side of the map, and Shin is realizing this when he tries to go for these counterattacks.
Yeah. ByuN basically has this long arm that comes across the map and punches down the bases, but still can go back and defend. Shin's going to try to move out over here now. Again, this is a lot. I mean, he's going to be able to push through a lot. It's the you can see the blinding clouds are very effective. The well, where's the rest of what ByuN has? I guess that most of it's over here in the top right, but Shin is finally basically wiping the map.
He's been able to deal with the army that ByuN's had in his space for the last couple of minutes or so, especially with Lunge able to chase down some of these units. But once ByuN repositions these siege tanks, I don't think Shin is going to be able to break into any of these expansions. He's able to fight with the army, but he can't actually disrupt the economy. And the economy of Shin up until this point has been so disrupted. He's lost 2 hatcheries that were his freshest bases, only just now as he re-expanded to the 6 o'clock position and down into the bottom right corner. And that entire time, in addition to losing the expansions and the fresh mineral lines, he's also been behind in workers compared to ByuN. So economically, Shin is just not in a good way.
Man, Nidus network. I was about to remark on how the creep spread's kind of bad because of the damage ByuN did, but you know, setting up a Nidus, that'd be a great way to kind of get in here and hit at an angle. But the Terran might not be ready. We're getting to Lurker Tech now too, so you might want to unpack the Nidus once the Lurkers are ready to go. He could put it in the main here. Not the first time we've seen this in GSL.
I think that would be the best target here for Shin. Everything else has quite a bit of resources committed to the defense right now. They're a bit of a lull in the game. ByuN once again going to start moving forward. This time he's kind of establishing a line of siege tanks that extends all the way back to his planetary fortresses back at home. And more siege tanks being made. About to have 13 siege tanks on the map right now, nearly with +3 vehicle weapons, by the way. ByuN has been so committed to the upgrades. Oftentimes you see people just hone in specifically on the infantry armor and weapons, and then go into vehicle weapons, but ByuN's been pumping those vehicle weapon upgrades for so long. But these tanks are going to do so much damage.
Does he see this? I don't know that he sees this.
He's pulling more units back.
Oh, can he actually stop it though? The Marines are, oh my God.
No. The Sim City.
Lurker got cold feet. I don't think so. Just went right back through there.
I would too if I popped out a Nidus. I see all these Marines right there in a siege tank. No, thank you. And so Shin isn't really finding an opportunity right now to get anything done with a Nidus. I think, oh, he's actually, whoa, what StarCraft is this? He's setting up a defensive Nidus. It's the bottom right corner of his expansion.
Yeah, right. Well, ByuN is pushing out. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's just going to go for defensive Niduses. That's kind of crazy. ByuN's going to try to hit here in the middle. The Zerg's going to come right back out. But again, the tank spread's really good. The kiting, of course, from ByuN is going to be pretty perfect as well.
4 more command centers for ByuN. Several more factories as well. 14 siege tanks already. Eventually, ByuN is, I was going to say he's going to start mixing in a lot more ghosts. There's already 7 ghosts on the field. Eventually, he's going to be playing effectively ghost mech. He keeps building siege tanks like this and keeps replenishing his bio army with ghosts. He has the resources to do it if he decides to pivot his army in that direction. A Ghost Mech, especially with the upgrades that ByuN has, is just the most effective army you can play in a TVZ. It's 3-3-3 for infantry weapons, armor, and vehicle weapons. Shin's going to try and push this back again, but ByuN just keeps kiting. I mean, Shin cannot find a clean opening to get an engagement with ByuN's army at all.
Such a crazy game. I mean, they really can't kill each other, huh? You know, like ByuN's doing these decent pushes, but Shin is bouncing back from it. Shin is failing when it comes to these Nidus plays. I do wish he'd get a few more queens and keep pushing creep out. I feel like, you know, sometimes you see this in games where like it gets really action-packed and Zerg kind of just stops spreading creep.
His attention is just so focused on trying to deal with the pressure that ByuN keeps bringing to him. A couple ghosts get caught out. It's a nice pick off there for Shin. 4 ghosts in total, I think, going down. There's going to be a Broodlord transition coming through. Very important he's able to smack down these Vikings if he wants to play for the Broods. Does ByuN know about the Broodlord transition just yet? In terms of anti-air for ByuN right now, it is 9 Marines and 3 Ghosts. So these Broods could actually get a lot of damage done, Tasteless.
Is he going to get this? He's going to be able to take this out. The Hydras are going to come up here now.
Oh, really low on HP. Are there enough reinforcements? I think with the Broodlords, there certainly are enough.
Oh my God, he's going to keep this alive. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, and ByuN has to retreat. And this is a tricky position because ByuN, he's maxed.
Yeah.
He's maxed without anti-air, so he kind of has to lose some units right now.
He needs some of these tanks to die, basically. Now, usually when the Broodlords come out, the whole dynamic changes. You can try to run around the Broodlords, but you know, this is actually not a long distance to push. He could basically go right over here to where these tanks in the planetary are. He's going to morph a ton of Banes. He's going to try to break this, harpooning the Medivacs into here as well.
And the Ghosts are getting snipes on Broodlords, but the Ghost God's been reset enough that ByuN cannot get them taken down.
Oh, Shin!
This tech switch coming in from Shin. I mean, Shin, it feels like he's been losing this game for 17 minutes, and then he goes for this tech switch, which ByuN did not predict. ByuN had so much supply invested in the siege tanks, and in a moment where he loses half of his Ghosts, Shin is able to push up with these Broodlords. He's going to take down this planetary fortress.
Yeah, you know, ByuN tried to actually save it and power through, and it failed. And he can basically just keep going. I think you literally go in a straight line to the top right. You're going to destroy everything in your path. If ByuN can't stop this, the game is going to end. The Thors are out, and there's nothing underneath the Broodlords anymore.
They have to retreat as Shin. I mean, Shin's economy wasn't in the best position before this push. You can see his bank. He's at 160 supply right now, and he cannot afford to max out. It was an excellent push. Cleaned up so much of ByuN's army, and they was able to take the planetary fortress, but I think ByuN now stabilized and just goes to show exactly what position he was in before this tech switch from Shin, because now he's being able to commit his entire bank to building an army that deals specifically with the Broods, and it's basically a pure Ghost army. We have 17 Ghosts right now. Ghosts are more than half of the bio here for ByuN. And they do bonus damage against everything Shin has got. Fumble's going to come through, but there's no units to convert that into kills.
Dude, is he going to be able to counter push all the way across the map? This is insane. This is like a fan fiction.
Yeah, this game is
this is like not real. Yeah, it's a bad movie. You know what I mean? I'm like, I can't believe that this is real.
It's been 15 minutes of tug of war. I mean, Shin had that one big moment, and it was a spectacular moment for him given the position that he was in, but
this is insane.
I mean, ByuN's economy is huge. GGGGGGGGG is called.
GGGG.
ByuN.
I can't. Woo. What a game.
Yeah, that
was it like 20 minutes? How long? That was a long-ass game.
I want to say it was like 21 or 22 minutes.
Right?
That was a wonky game. ByuN was winning for the first 17 minutes with a push, but his army was so poorly constructed to deal specifically with a tech switch that Shin went for. And ByuN just did not expect the Broodlords to come through. And so Shin was able to ride this wave of momentum where he pushes ByuN across the map. He's able to trade out most of the siege tanks. He's able to take down the majority of the Ghosts. Took down the planetary fortress as well there for ByuN.
Where did ByuN go?
It was a
Maybe
huge
he
win,
went to the round of 4. That's where he went. Not yet, ByuN.
Not yet.
You need one more win before you can go. Mothership is going to be our next map. You know, honestly, ByuN, I don't even know. This is the best ByuN I have ever seen.
Yeah, that almost felt like a kind of parade push style of play that we haven't really seen in StarCraft 2 in a long time in TVZ.
Yeah.
Where ByuN just kind of sets up this line of siege tanks from his base to Shin's base, and he just plays in that area for 10 minutes straight. He's just hiding, he's denying creep spread. He must have sniped the 9 o'clock expansion 2 or 3 times at least.
I mean, Shin did a great job holding on, but yeah, ByuN, it's crazy the way that game ended with the Broodlords basically shutting everything down and ByuN fully tech switched. It was like in Dragon Ball Z where they've got the beams hitting each other and they're like, ah, and he like does like a little bit, he gets a little bit stronger.
Yeah, the beam goes
went
on
all the way over and they went, oh, I'm so
back.
pissed, and he just fought back like that.
That's a perfect analogy.
That's exactly what that was.
Yeah, it's a 20-minute episode of Dragon Ball Z where they're just doing that.
Yeah, and they're like, his power's so high. I've never seen his power this high. And they're both going like, ooh, like that.
Yeah.
That was that game. Incredible play by ByuN. I think ByuN's going to get out first. That's crazy. He got out first in last week's group. He probably will get out first here today.
He looked very good in that game versus Shin. And I think notably that game 1 versus Shin was not really the style of play that ByuN has showcased this entire GSL.
Yeah.
And this is one of the things that I was a bit worried for him coming into this week was we saw ByuN mostly play these really high-octane, very fast-paced, aggressive game plans in week number 1. And then we saw him play versus Hero at the first match here, and it was kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, well, if that's the only style that you're playing, and if that is really your only strength right now as a player, and you're not well-rounded, eventually, come finals weekend, someone is going to formulate an answer to what you're doing. They're just going to prepare against that. It's one of the reasons why. I mean, you often talk about the series that Rogue played, I think, versus Maru in GSL, where he played this one style in the group stage, and then he gets into the finals versus Maru and just goes Roach Ravager, which he hadn't done the entire tournament.
Yeah.
Unless you have a sick move like that as ByuN, someone might just have the answer for you, but that was a very different style of TVZ that we saw from ByuN there in that game. And I think that means that he might be even better than we thought he was coming into today.
Yeah. I am inspired. I love seeing players improve. By the way, we might have 3 Terrans in the round of 4.
Yeah.
It really is a GSL, isn't it? GSL is so back.
Why is it always Terrans, man?
I don't know what it is about this tournament. I actually don't know, but you have to admit that Terrans just do really well in GSL.
It does seem that way.
And I hope that both our Protosses lose. I said it. Because that way then Reddit loses too. And they go, no! But what about my balanced posts?
I mean, all the Terran players have really been playing spectacularly too.
They are.
I mean, you have to give it to them. Maru, Cure, and ByuN, who still hasn't booked his ticket to the round of 8. Shin still has a fighting chance here in this winners match. I mean, ByuN has just been looking so unstoppable. He's kind of stealing the show right now. Anyway, folks, map number 2, Mothership is loading in. Shin versus ByuN. Can ByuN sweep this group and head on in to the round of 4 in first place? Or will Shin fight back and force a map number 3? Shin spawning in the bottom center. ByuN up here in the top left.
Yes. This is going to be an interesting one. We had an epic game last time. Let's see, if we're going to have one as long this time around. ByuN, he was pushing so well, but just didn't quite have enough to ever finish the job. But I got to say, in some ways, I was just as impressed with Shin and his ability to hold on. Let's not forget that arm upgrade was sniped at the start.
Yeah, and he was impactful.
He was taking a lot of beatings during that and still managed to basically drag the game out.
Command center first for ByuN.
Oh, you dog, ByuN.
Supply depot behind the mineral line, just maximizing the mineral income here. I love it when a player is able to switch their styles from being hyper-aggressive in one series to then greedy plays like this one in the next.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting, too, that ByuN is building this in the main base. I figured if you're going to go for a command center first like this, you would just throw it down in the natural expansion. I mean, you're already risking a bit, so why not go for it? But ByuN playing a little bit more safe here.
It's like it gets crazy. It's like, and there's the third command center. Third command center before depot or barracks.
Eventually, we will see Maru do this.
Yeah, it's coming.
It's a matter of time. So yeah, command center first here for ByuN. Now, command center first timings, if they aren't punished in the early game, and they rarely are in this matchup, what they often do is they push the power spike of Terran a little bit faster in the mid game, and you can hit some pretty insane timings with the CC first because your economy is just a little bit faster than it should be by rights. And so I wonder where ByuN is going to take this one. There was a season, I should say even a year of GSL, I want to say it was maybe 2020, where you and I cast 1 million TVZs that was CC first into, I think it was a 3-base,
this was like your first
play.
year or second year casting GSL, right?
Right.
And I remember looking at this and being like, is that just what everybody does now? And it was like so trendy. And then there was like some games where they go 2-base all in.
And some were 3.
And some were 3, and then eventually the 3 took over. Macro always generally takes over in an RTS meta over time. But yeah, this interesting they didn't put it on the low ground. I wonder if the idea is like, I don't know. Yeah, I wonder what the rationale for that is. Because yeah, it's like a conservative, super greedy command center build.
Maybe it means that if the Zerg goes for an early pool, you're not completely knocked out of the game.
Yeah, maybe.
Because they're in the main base. It's a little easier to defend. It's right by your production. But
by the way,
I'm not an expert on command center first TVZ taste. We haven't seen it.
I don't know. Yeah, well, I remember seeing it and thinking, all right, I got to learn how this works now. So, from here, what, kind of game are we going to have? I mean, first of all, Terran's in a very good spot when CC first goes up, and Zerg is playing passively, which is what Shin's doing right now, right? Like, Shin's getting link speed, but that's basically more for defensive stuff and scouting. Stim's going to start pretty quickly. Now, Stim You can get it early, you can get it late. I think a lot of times when you see a later stim, it means, you know, you're trying to be greedy and power up. He's getting stim immediately. And he's gotten 2 Raxes with this. So I think he wants to basically have kind of a ground push. ByuN's had styles like this before, not necessarily with CC first, but, you know, a lot of other players will, you know, go for the factory, go for upgrades, go for a starport. But he went for double Rax. So he might have like a weird stim timing where he, first of all, can't escape once he starts it, but there's a chance Shin's not ready at all.
It's actually going to be with 2 medevacs, I think, Tasteless, so he might be able to
never
escape.
mind. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. This might line up where he has exactly 16 Marines and 2 medevacs. In fact, look at the production tab. He needs 4 more Marines and 2 medevacs. That's exactly what this is. It's just 2 medevacs full of Marines that are going to be across the map. Very well timed out build. And so ByuN's going to have a head start once these medevacs move cross map, getting the creep under control. And as we saw in the previous game, anytime that the creep spread gets stagnant from a very early stage, it is so hard for the Zerg to restart it. And creep is one of these things that kind of pays dividends the better that it gets, because the more creep that you spread, the better you're able to defend the rest of your creep, because your army is so much more mobile, because you have so much more vision. But if it's stunted in the early game, it's really hard to get the momentum going again. And that was kind of the story there in game number 1. It's one of the reasons why ByuN was able to get so much damage done by just continuously pushing in towards the 4th base, towards the natural expansion, because Shin just did not have the mobility to actually intercept or get a surround on those forces. And so ByuN kind of going back to the same playbook here in game number 2 with 16 Marines and 2 medevacs. He should be able to snipe a good number of these tumors and keep Shin in check.
Okay, so right now he's not going to get a lot done because there's so many queens out here. I don't even know with 3 Marines, or 3 medevacs-ish worth of Marines, if he can do a whole lot. It is a 3rd command center, so ByuN's not going to try to go for any kind of kill move here. He's putting pressure on, which is totally normal. He does get it. Oh! Yeah, he gets a kill on that. Gets a decent amount of Lings taken out. Picks up and backs off. Lost maybe 40% of the Marines.
Yeah, not a lot of Lings getting taken out. 5 in total. Oh, and the focus fire there. The Banelings, 2 of them are going to survive, so ByuN's going to pick back up. I love it when the Observer highlights the Marines so you can see all of the individual clicks coming in by the Terran players. They shift queue the Banelings. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
I've been able to skirt disaster there. Already been doing a pretty good job at keeping the creep spread, at least at this section of the map, under control. Shin's going to try and restart it, but that means more queens potentially getting taken down here.
Okay. Just trying to shave off as much creep as he can. Keep the Zerg oppressed. This is all to lead up to the push. The less creep there is over here, the stronger the Terran's going to be when they try to move out. The less of you're going to have to hack and slash your way through it.
Yeah, Shin has enough on the ground right now that I think ByuN's not going to be able to get too much more done with these couple of medevacs across the map. And Shin, on a relatively low drone count, is actually going heavy into mutas.
Yeah, he's going to go for that classic ZVT comp.
I love that Mutilating Banelings getting a little bit of a comeback in this matchup. It's always my favorite thing to watch. Rogue already had quite a bit of success with this in the RSL and the GSL recently, and now it's Shin's turn. Game number 2 here versus ByuN. What defenses do we have available here for ByuN the natural expansion? 1 turret, but it's not done just yet, so Shin's able to focus fire this down. Marine stimming back to try and cover the defense now. The Muta's breaking his ankles a little bit, able to get 4 SCVs, make that 5. Nice first wave here for Shin.
Okay, so we are going to see the air weapons here for Zerg. Flyer attack, I guess is what you call it. Armor's coming along. This is a massive map, by the way. Zerg's going to be really expanding in towards the upper right, getting another base basically at 3 o'clock. Terran, I mean, right now these guys are very even in supply, very even in workers and army supply. Terran's got a lot of creep to push through, if you look through the bottom center here. And it looks like he's going to be moving out now, so let's see. Is he going to commit to this? He's going to come through and try to mop this up.
Yeah, ByuN is moving out with basically everything, and so Shin's going to go for a counterattack here at the 3rd base. The reinforcements are the units that have just finished producing out of the barracks. There are not a lot of forces here for ByuN. And that means the Muse can actually get on top of everything right now with just a handful of links. He's able to clean up these Marines and the siege tank. And so ByuN, it's all about the push now in the front. This has to be your focus. You must get damage done with this army because Shin has been causing a lot of problems back at home. It's a good spread of Marines. The Muse have flown back. Now Shin's gonna go.
Okay, he's gonna attack in here. And I gotta say, man, these Banes are looking pretty nice. I don't think that there's actually enough here. Shin shuts that push down here from ByuN, basically resetting the position, and that's gonna really free up the map here for ByuN. Remember that the tank count especially, getting wiped there, this is gonna be so bad here for Terran. It's gonna be a really difficult game to navigate from here on out. It's gonna be hard not just for ByuN to push, but to expand as well.
Yeah, and so he's going to throw down 3 more barracks before an additional command center right now. I think this brings him up to 8 barracks in total. And 8 barracks on 3 bases used to be a style of play that you would see in maybe half of the TVZ games that you watched at the pro level because it was so powerful, especially on a lot of the maps that we had in previous years. But it has fallen off a little bit. It's still a powerful build, but one of my concerns right now for ByuN is that the 8 racks is a build where you kind of continuously build up the momentum. You try and get good trades, and then your army gets bigger and bigger, and eventually you hit this critical mass where you're able to take down most Zerg armies in the mid-game. But ByuN, after trading out basically everything with that last push, I think Shin is going to be a little bit faster right now with the growth. And ByuN doesn't have the benefit that ARAX usually does of minutes of build-up, of getting bigger and stronger. Instead, it's going to be basically pure Marines right now. We have 60 Marines, 3 Widow Mines, and a couple of medevacs.
Oh my God, great catch here. I think we're going to go to a game 3 here. I mean, Shin's really on top of everything. ByuN is at about 154 supply. He can try to push. 2-2's done. That's where there's a huge power spike here.
There's a window where Shin will still be waiting for 2-2 to finish. ByuN might try to capitalize on that, but if he gets cleaned up one more time the way that he did in the previous engagement, I think Shin just has this game in the bag, so ByuN has to be very careful with this next move out, and especially with a pure Marine force right now, only the first couple of Marauders are getting added in at this moment. So much of this is going to come down to the splitting and the spread on these Marines.
Yeah. Now, this is all infantry, right? There's no tanks.
Only Widow Mines.
Were there tanks in the
Marines.
first push? I said tanks were destroyed. Were there? Did I imagine that there were tanks?
I think there were a couple.
There were a couple, right? Okay,
yeah, there was some more reinforcing across the map too, but it wasn't a substantial amount. It wasn't like game 1 where we had more than a dozen siege tanks.
I guess the Widow Mine comp is pretty nice to try to fight Ling, Bane, Muta, right? So he's going to come forward. Now I don't even know what the right place to push is. I guess he's going to go because all the bases are about equidistant from where the Terran's spawn is. Okay, he's going to try to come through here now. There's a ton of Banes!
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Man, ByuN blinks and the Banelings connect, take down so many Marines.
He's already maxing out again, though.
Yeah, the macro really strong with these 8 racks. But that was a very cost-efficient trade here for Shin, and he's doing it on 89 drones, too. Normally, that would mean for Shin, because his army supply is lower than ByuN's, the trades, they should be in ByuN's favor with him sitting at only 63 drones. Instead, it's Shin, who is absolutely mopping up here in the center of the map. I think we're going to a game 3, Tasteless.
I don't think this game can go on for much longer.
I mean, ByuN, he's not out of it yet. He is establishing a 4th base, but everything has been going Shin's way. I'm so curious, actually, if we have a hive tech behind this. I've been focused on the unit movement and the way these armies have been engaging. I haven't really been watching Shin's development. Maybe he's been sacrificing his tech a little bit to make this happen. Yeah, he has. The hive is only just now getting started, so there is some silver lining to this for ByuN. He's not out of it just yet, but this is not a good situation.
Okay, he's fighting back. Can ByuN swing this in this short period of time? He does poke that base out. The problem is Zerg has literally all of the bases on the far right. Literally. He's got everything. You know, the question is, what can he exactly pierce here? And Shin's doing a great job of counterattacking, by the way. I mean, it's barely a 4-base Terran here.
Yeah, ByuN has just enough SCVs to saturate the 4 bases that he's got with the Main of the Natural mostly mined out at this point. And for ByuN, the silver linings right now is that Shin doesn't have 3-3 underway. The hype just started. There's also no Adrenal. Actually, hold that thought as the Bailing stream in. They connect with all of the bio.
I gotta say that, for ByuN being so famous for having great control, this is one where he's definitely had some bad exchanges.
Yeah. And the last couple of times that he's pushed in, his expansion Banelings have just gotten the jump on him. There might not be much silver lining left after that last fight, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, the supply is pretty depressing here for ByuN. He's really, I don't know that he can hold his third or his fourth here.
If Shin could see what we could see, I think he'd be morphing a lot more Banelings right now and just barreling through that planetary fortress.
I think you do a Vespian gas dump and just go for it.
Fair enough units actually taking this missile turret. Just not enough.
Repair is too good, man.
Repair is honestly insane.
Repair is actually insane sometimes.
It's not enough Banelings to take on the planetary. If Repair comes through again.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a minute.
Well, Shin should be able to take down the orbital command here in the main base. And with a low worker count of ByuN, only 62, losing scans, losing mules. It is very painful right now. Oh, so many mutas actually falling there, Tasteless. We're down to a dozen mutas. Oh, this game's getting scrappy really quickly. Shin now has to evacuate this base. He's still at 175 supply, but I think there's enough Ling Bailing to clean this up. But man, ByuN just had a couple of wins right there with Shin trying to take down the planetary fortress, not quite committing enough Banelings to do it, and then a little bit of a misstep with the mutas in the main base. But still, Shin, his position, it is so strong.
Yeah, it's weird. Shin had a pretty clunky engagement there, and this game's definitely going to go on. Maybe ByuN could try to fight his way back here, but again, I think the real issue is just that right side of the map. There's so many bases there, and ByuN doesn't have really any way to stop it. ByuN is basically playing a defense game here, right? It's like one of those campaign missions you're trying to survive until the timer goes down, but he's never going to win this game if he can't get out there and attack. Now, maybe, and I don't think this is possible, but I'm still going to put the idea out here. There is maybe a world where Zerg starts to mine out, but that's so far away. And then Zerg would have to rely on getting one of these bases further out here. The problem is usually in split map, Terran literally gets half the map. Not their corner, not their quadrant.
If ByuN is able to take down these expansions to the top right, mining out could become an issue for Shin.
He's about to be on one mining base. Yes.
I mean, the mutas are just trading so well.
It's so bad.
ByuN basically has to win with the army he has on the field right now. And the fact that the mutas are on the other side of the map, it is kind of putting a timer on him because he's lost the orbital commander in the main base. This third orbital will barely survive, but it means the mutas aren't chasing down all of these medevacs. They are coming back now, so eventually this will be cleaned up. I mean, ByuN is putting in a valiant effort to stay in this game. It feels like Shin has been in a winning position for a long time now. It's almost like a reverse of game number one,
right,
the way this is going. Both players are so hard to eliminate. But with the mineral income of ByuN, this feels like it is his last real hurrah. Shin charging in right now. The Lings and Banelings getting massive connections on all of the bio.
Yeah, this should be the end of the game here. I mean, I gotta say, kudos to ByuN for lasting that long, but that was wild, man. Shin, look at that, kind of a frown, kind of a smile. Shin's tied it up 1-1. I think Shin was basically winning that game almost the entire time.
Yeah, it's the same way that ByuN was basically winning game number one almost the entire time after he sniped down the Carapace upgrade to the natural expansion. So these are two very exhausting games for the players, I must say. They're slow games. They're both going on 20 minutes plus, but they're also games where the players are engaging basically the entire time. They're constantly skirmishes, either on Shit's side of the map or on ByuN's side of the map, and that can be really fatiguing.
Yeah. I gotta say, crazy series here. Rogue, he's not gonna be on a map like that again. We're going to Winter Madness. These games, by the way, a lot longer, a lot more epic than I thought they were going to be. I don't know why. In my head, Shin ByuN, that's a really short, action-packed, tight game.
Yeah.
A little bit cheesy, a little bit crazy. Instead, these are like some of the most epic games we've had here.
Maybe it's just because both these players are so good in the early and mid game that they're not getting the advantage they normally do, which they then convert into wins.
Maybe it's because you have two very active players playing, and so then they just end up kind of brawling the entire game.
Yeah, they butt heads. They can't quite knock each other out. It's a different dynamic than like the aggressor versus somebody who focuses specifically on macro, because in that situation, I mean, either the macro player is going to outscale the aggressor or the aggressor is going to topple them early on, and the game's over pretty quick. But with these two, with the way the games have been going, I'm kind of gearing up for another potential 15-plus minute match where there are just constant fights. ByuN's getting some stretches in before this final match.
Stretch that out.
I mean, you think of all the micro that he was doing in the last two games.
I wonder how his
40 minutes or so.
I wonder how his wrists are doing.
I hope they're doing well. They might not be doing quite so well after this series.
Yeah. It's like the last stutter step micro. We just cut to ByuN, like as the GGs and his wrists explode. So we're gonna go. We are starting the game now. So we're gonna go to this. Remember, guys, the winner is getting the 3rd spot here in the final 4 of the GSL. The loser is not out. The loser is actually going to the final match of the evening here as we close out this series of Shin versus ByuN. Yes, I did not time this out right. Okay, so we're still talking, and the game is ready. I just say everything, and then I go through the alphabet. I'm like A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Oh, early drone again. Another hatchery.
Again?
Yeah, Shin loves this tactic. You know, the funny thing is, ByuN, if he did a ByuN wall, would know about this immediately. but he hasn't been doing what we've been calling the ByuN wall, where you build your first 2 depots and the first 2 racks on the low ground of the natural expansion, or sometimes, very rarely, a barracks and a factory on the low ground of the natural expansion. And instead of ByuN playing more standard, just going for the high ground wall in at his ramp, and it's a proxy hatch again.
I'm sorry, I was so confident we would never see this strategy twice in a best of 3.
Maybe that's why it's so good.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like...
Oh, it's CC first, too. I mean, we might have more than 8 SCVs get pulled when he sees this. Maybe pull 9. Because he can still build a command center. It's not delaying the CC.
Well, here's what's interesting about it. You're going to see it much sooner than you would normally see, because you didn't start a barracks and go down and make the CC there. So I almost wonder if this actually messes the build up here for Shin. I don't know how you factor in this build versus a CC first, because you're certainly not doing it to try to stop CC first, right?
I think it's so much of a dynamic build that you probably don't mind too much as Shin. Your objective is to make things very weird. Yeah, there's the 9th SCV to come out. I was actually going to be here for the barracks. Okay, so we'll just be 8 SCVs cleaning up this hatchery here at the natural expansion. And we're probably in for a slow start to this game, with Shin now going for his expansion. He actually drops the evolution chamber here.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of creep there when you cancel the hatchery. You can just fit the Evo there.
I feel like if you spam move command the moment that the hatchery goes down, you should be able to block the evolution chamber. But
oh, is that right?
I could be wrong. It might be something that's like frame perfect. If the Zerg just goes for it at the right moment, then maybe they can do it.
Yeah.
But ByuN's just going to allow the evolution chamber to get up, which I find interesting. I suppose he's not too concerned about... He's more concerned about creep and larva being in natural expansion.
I think so. I think it's like, well, we're going to get rid of that. That's not the biggest deal. But the fact that there's even like a little bit of creep into the hatchery, this is what makes a good RTS game, is when you have all these kind of unique things that each of the buildings and the units and the races do, and then they can have these kind of fun little interactions where you go, actually, there's a little bit of creep under here, so you can even make a smaller building there. And then suddenly you get a cool strategy like this because of that.
Yeah, StarCraft is such a great game.
It is.
Especially because there are so many different ways of dealing with this situation, too. You know, how many SCVs are going to pull. And with the evolution chamber like this one, ByuN had a couple of decisions to make about cleaning that up with the SCVs instead of just waiting for the Marine. In any case, the game's still quite mellow here in the early stages, as Shin is getting to work on his creep spread at his side of the map. The evolution chamber will be falling in just a minute. That should allow the orbital command to land. I think once the barracks finally starts reactoring on a couple more units, we might get a better picture of where ByuN is going to try and take this game.
I do think this is a harder game. What?
Well, he's going to let it tick down because he doesn't want to take any damage from the broodlings.
Yeah, I get it. I accept this. He should have left the broodlings there, though, so that the command center could have landed later. He did play it wrong, by the way.
One broodling.
I would have done it a little bit better, is all I'm saying. Yeah, one broodling, you leave back.
Yeah, the rest get 15 hull damage done on
Sorry,
the supply
guys.
depot.
This is the GSL. I expect the perfect execution on everything.
Oh, that's great.
So,
microing broodlings is like the most nitpicky thing.
Yeah. That's what I'm known for. I've got the best broodling micro in the world. Okay, some people focus on like roach micro, and I'm like, it's too bad these things die immediately.
That's a shame that you play Protoss. Otherwise, you'd be famous for your broodling micro.
I keep telling Blizzard, I'm like, give Protoss broodlings, and they go, well, that doesn't really work. You know, they're bugs. They come out of the building.
Now we need some DLC factions in StarCraft 2, man. Let's get infested Protoss. I want to play the infested Protoss.
We need infested Protoss. How can we not have? Is there a reason? Was there an infested Protoss in the storyline?
I don't think there actually.
How could that have not happened?
See, I'm the kind of person that
Heart of the Swarm.
Skip.
Productions told me Heart of the Swarm.
I don't even know if that's right though.
Sorry,
I don't
production.
buy it,
I'm so into multiplayer that I wouldn't know that.
I'm the person when I play a campaign, and people are going to hate me for this, I just skip over cutscenes. Just give me the game.
Oh, you actually, man. Even I hate you now. I can't believe it. You got to get the story.
Not every game. If it's for StarCraft 2, I mean, come on. The story's not the best. We're here for the gameplay.
Well, I definitely, when this game came out, because when I played StarCraft 1, I was like, oh, wow, like Jim Raynor. But then by the time I was in Korea, I was like, when StarCraft 2 came out, I'm immediately like, multiplayer, let's go. Any day spent on the single player was a day that I was going to get worse in the multiplayer. I can't afford to have that.
That's what I did when I bought StarCraft 2 for the first time. I just immediately fired up the ladder. I'm like, all right, let's start placement.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, all right, I don't even know what all these units are. Let's go.
All right. ByuN getting active now. The first medevac drop here in this game. And Shin actually opted for roaches here in map number 3. I wonder if this is going to be... Oh, he's making Ravagers too. I was wondering if we're going to have him go for a bit of a... large influx of roaches here in the early stages, potentially with Carapace, and then go up into fast ultras. Shin is one of the players that really pioneered that style. I think it was about a year ago. If I'm remembering correctly, I believe it was Dallas where it was really starting to take ZVT by storm. We haven't been seeing it too much in the GSL. The games have frankly been over too quickly for us to really get much of these late game builds, these fast high builds, but that might be the way we're going with this one. Evolution Chamber down nearly done.
Roach Ravager going to run up here. If he can actually get the pick on that Liberator, that's going to be amazing. Here we go.
File should be able to
No, he dodges. Nicely done.
ByuN dodges. By the way, production tab, we just saw the infestation pick get thrown down, so it likely will be that Ultraless switch. ByuN a little bit too slow this time with the Liberator.
Yep, you can start to take out these depots up here.
I suppose the three Ravagers are just the perfect accompaniment for this Roach Squad, and it really complicates the micro defense right now for ByuN because you don't have to pull SCVs to defend against this. The Ravagers can take down that bunker at range. You need siege tanks in the back to really stabilize the position here. And what Shin is doing is he's buying time for him to get up to 3-base saturation, which is right around 66 drones. And he's going into the hive tech. So he's exerting his presence on the map to buy himself the time to unlock the tech and get all the economy that he needs, and not too much more, to rush into Ultras. I know I've said this a million times, but I love this ZVT style more than anything else, man.
Yeah.
This is great.
No, this is excellent.
I love this more than Terran going 3-Rex.
Yeah. Okay, 1-1. Going to finish up here. Zerg on the 4th base. Every base after this base for Zerg is going to be hard to hold. You know, the last map, Mothership, that's like a... It's a nice map to mass expand on. You can expand away from your opponent the whole time. This map is a little bit... I don't know if claustrophobic's the right word, but it's definitely smaller. It's definitely a map where you can push.
Yeah, the pathways are a lot more narrow. It's hard to get a surround if you want to engage into Shin. Here is ByuN, and so, or vice versa. If Shin's trying to get a surround on ByuN, trying to
it goes both ways.
Work his way onto the creep as he is right now. ByuN going for the drop here in the main base. This Spore Crawler actually a hero, but taking on a full medevac. You don't see that every day.
It looked like the medevac went inside the Overlord, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Overlord just ate it. Okay, Ultraless Cavern. So basically, what Zerg's going to do is try to just go head-to-head and fight the Terran in the middle of the map.
Yeah, one of the cool adjustments that Shin's made going into this one is he's getting Microbial Shroud paired with this as well, which is not something you see very often. And so these Ultras, they're not going to have all of the armor upgrades that they normally would in a game, but they are going to have a 50% damage reduction from all of the Terran army once they get on the map if they're fighting in that Microbial Shroud. And I think the way that Shin is aligning all of these timings, it looks to me, Tasteless, like he's trying to set up for one big fight. And I think even if ByuN wasn't on the map right now, Shin would be trying to gear up to push into the third base or the natural expansion. It actually feels like it might be a mistake for ByuN to be moving.
It almost
out
feels like
moment.
it's like, you know, Hero going for charge lots. It's kind of the same idea. Is like, well, I'll actually just counter the push itself.
Let's see how this is going to go for ByuN. He's multi-pronging right now, trying to take down the creep thread here and create space for him to snipe the expansion here.
Again, very ByuN-esque. The expansion is pretty exposed. Oh my God, what is this tank not sieged up for? Oh my God, it's still not sieged. Oh, it's going back and forth. Why is this happening?
All right, Ultra's out on the field right now, and I think this might be catching ByuN by a little bit of surprise. It's a lot of Ultras here, too. It's 6 or 7 Ultras in total once the production finishes up, and this one able to shoo away all these Marines. Keep in mind, with 3 Infestors and a ton of energy from Microbial Shroud, it is going to be hard to defend the expansions here for ByuN. I mean, the third base and the natural expansion, once all the upgrades are done for Shin, are under huge potential threat.
Okay. The question now is, can ByuN survive this? He's at 153 versus a maxed-out Zerg. Remember, we're not in the phase of the game where there's a bunch of planetaries here, right? I mean, you know, you can actually break positions like this fairly easily.
Man, this is such a powerful army by Shin, pushing up the ramp right now. Ground Carapace level 2, about to finish up here for Shin and make it even more hard for ByuN to take down these Ultras.
Oh,
and the
I think
swarm
Shin
is
won.
just overwhelming. Especially with such a Marine-heavy composition here by ByuN. You can see him trying to pivot into more Marauders right now, but the army of Shin has so much HP, especially with Microbial Shroud when that ability gets used. ByuN is just overrun.
Yeah. ByuN, I gotta say, man, I did not see this in the cards today, that Shin would be advancing here, but he had played a world-class ZVT, and I think he really played into ByuN's weaknesses. ByuN is predictable in some ways with how aggressive he's going to get. Oh my God, what a nasty fungal. All right. Shin's going to be the first player to advance here. CC lifted. ByuN not going to GG, but building's going to burn down. There we go, GG.
Finally called, and Shin, the first player to advance out of Group B, winning the last 2 maps in a row. Big smile on his face. And that was a 6 series. And you can just really see the power of this Ultralist timing attack that Shin went for. Just completely barreling through the natural expansion and the third base of ByuN. We have our first non-Terran in the top 4.
Boo! Boo! We wanted only Terrans. This is GSL, only TVT. Well, the good news is we don't have a Protoss in there.
And not yet. Keep in mind, Zoun and Hero, they haven't yet played in that elimination match. One of them is going to be going down, and then we are going to be having ByuN versus the winner of that series.
And we might not have a Protoss, seriously, because ByuN's playing so well. But again, basically these players are just preparing for a ByuN push. Straight into Ultralisks, ByuN, you know, trying to come in there, and basically you got to be looking for that Ultralisk cavern. You got to be ready to basically stop pushing, expand, and then kind of let the game progress. The minerals are going to run out. Zerg's going to have to keep expanding. Nicely done by Shin.
Yeah, and I feel like stylistically versus what ByuN does, it's also a really smart approach because ByuN is one of these players, as we saw earlier in the series. In TBZ, he loves to build basically just Marines. I mean, sometimes he accompanies them with siege tanks or with Widow Mines, as you would see him make adjustments based on the composition of the opponent. But the bulk of the army, it's basically pure Marines. There are very few Marauders that are mixed in, especially in the mid-game. And so Ultra's coming out with +2 Carapace and with the Ultra Armor upgrade, and then potentially even Microbial Shroud.
Yeah.
I mean, the Marines are tickling them.
We're going to go to the interview now and see how Shin. I made an Archon name out of him. I combined him.
Shin.
Go ahead, State.
All right, well, Shin, congratulations on your victory over ByuN. You are the first Zerg and the only Zerg to survive the round of 8 and go into the offline finals. Do you feel like you're the best Zerg in Korea right now? Because it seems like you're playing really well.
일단 신이버 선수 4강 진출 축하드리고요. 지금까지 현재 남은 유일한 저그 생존자로서 이렇게 또 4강에 올라가게 되셨습니다. 그 말인즉슨 현재 한국에서 가장 최강의 지금 저그라고 할 수 있을까요?
아, 네, 네, 들으시나요? 어, 아니, 저 말고도 잘하는 선수들 많아서 저는 그냥 네, 운이 좋았습니다. 네.
You know, I mean, there are a lot of better players out there. I'm just lucky.
Congratulations on your victory, Shin. How far do you think you can go? Can you win this GSL?
그래도 4강 올라가신 만큼 어디까지 더 갈 수 있을 거라고 좀 보시는지 궁금하네요. 우승할 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
아, 상대가 성주라서 힘들 것 같다고 생각이 들고요. 그래도 이제 뭐 네, 열심히 해봐야 될 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, you know, considering my next opponent is Maru, so it's gonna be a slightest chance, but I'll do my best.
Well, congratulations and best of luck in the tournament.
감사합니다.
네.
Guys, you thought that game was intense, but when that mic wasn't on, I was like, ooh, are we going to get through this?
I didn't realize that he's playing Maru in the semifinals. I would have
I
loved
didn't
to
know
have asked
either.
him about that because,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, Maru is Shin's number.
Guys, we're going to take a quick break. Coming up next, PvP, Zoun versus Hero.
I know that you're longing for a little change, a bit of something different in a different place, somewhere the grass is greener. Call it a spiritual healer. I hear you, darling, I feel you. Come on, let's go fly away. never feel lost even in the unknown. 'Cause when I'm with you, yeah, it feels like home. Feels like home. Me and you, there's nothing we can do together. Come on, let's go fly away. Find a beautiful escape. With the wind on our backs, we'll be going so fast. There's no need to be afraid.
GSL Season 1.
We're back. We're so back. It's time for Protoss Civil War.
Zoun versus Hero in the elimination match. Here of the round of 8 Group B. These players is going home.
Yeah.
Last one is going to have to play against a ByuN who just lost his first series of the tournament. ByuN has been looking so good thus far, but I have to wonder, Chasers, if fatigue is starting to play at this a little bit. With ByuN, he seemed kind of tired after the last few games there versus Shin. Hopefully he'll be rested and recovered after this series.
Can we get a darker shot here? Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah,
All right,
there we go.
All right. Nighttime here.
I can't.
Do you play in the dark in your room?
My lamp is always on, but it's a very soft light, you know.
I am actually now I think about it, I turn on my stream light now. I'm like so used to having the lights on me when I stream now when I play StarCraft that I can't do it. I'm such a star. I've got to have the lights on me. Although generally I do like playing, whether it's on my PC or if I'm playing like a game on my TV, I like having the lights out. It's dark. Except for my gamer RGB lights. Oh, that's right. Game. Do I game? Look at the case I put my PC in.
All right, folks. Zoun versus Hero about to start. Map number 1 is
look at that light off
10,000
Hero's
feet.
face. The countdown light.
Oh, could we see it?
Yeah, you could see it. It was
that's
actually kind of
dramatic.
cool. Ooh.
It's a new rule now. You gotta
Yeah.
have the lights out.
That's right. Although if it gets
right.
too dark and I can't see my keyboard. You would think you don't need to see your keyboard when you play, but sometimes I actually need to look down. And
I can't remember the last time I looked down at my keyboard.
you look
Tasteless.
down. 100% you look down sometimes.
I think you're wrong about this, Tasteless.
I think I'm 100% right. Okay, if I take a box and put it over your hand, do you think you would be able to ladder?
Oh no, but that's peripheral vision. That's different from looking down.
Okay,
If I
I
look
meant
at-
peripheral
if I look at-
vision.
Well, obviously, yeah.
I look down more than I look at the screen. I'm just trying. I don't know where the home row keys
I mean,
are.
in my mind, looking at the monitor and having your hands on the keyboard just in your peripheral vision is very different from looking down at your hands. on your
No,
keyboard.
I mean you need to be able to. I need to at least kind of see like. You know,
Okay,
down
okay,
there.
okay.
Like,
I see where you're doing. Okay, I agree with you. there.
State.
Yeah, the box would be tricky. The box would be
Oh
tricky.
yeah, if we put a box over here, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah. All right, PvP.
All right. Apology accepted.
I
State.
apologize.
I'm glad
I'm
we're-
sorry. Yeah, it was a lost in translation.
That's
Hero
okay.
up here in the top left, John in the bottom right. Weird openings here.
Yeah, both guys going for double gate.
Same scout timings as well.
PvP tends to be a little bit more of an explosive matchup, so we might end up with a shorter series here.
Yeah, although sometimes when you have styles like these, where with Hero and Zoun playing against each other, you can normalize into a 2 or a 3 base game. I feel like when it's one player, like Max Pax is notorious for this, just always going one gate fast expand in every single PvP. That kind of puts a timer on the entire match, right? I mean,
Right.
they're either going to die trying to expand, or they will win by defending the expansion. But with players like Hero and Zoun, who get a lot of games in versus each other, I think the probabilities of them just doing the safest possible openings, like right now, both going for a Stalker and a Sentry and then throwing a Pylon on the low ground, potentially for an expansion, you might get a lot more normal-looking PvP games between these two, for whatever that's worth, forever how normal PvP games can be.
Well, PvP is a great matchup because there's so many different types of PvPs you can have, you know. It is an interesting thing. The way Protoss was designed with the cybernetics core makes for these really hard turns in tech, right? Like a Twilight Council makes for such a different tech than a Stargate, which is so different than a Robo. And it's very hard to play a kind of a complete game. You know, you're not going for something without giving something else up. So by the way, both sides are going to go for a Robo, but we don't have a Nexus yet for Zoun. So Zoun either is going to have a later Nexus or he has to do something dramatic. So he is going to get a Nexus. It is a bit later, though, to be honest.
Interesting switch up, as they're both going to be going for the Robo here. Zoun just wanted to get one more production cycle in out of it. He opted to go for 2 Adepts. For the tree, those 2 Adepts, or, oh, in fact, they were canceled. I keep getting duped. They're actually already out on the map. I can't believe I completely missed.
Yeah, both these guys with mirrored pylons. I think this is to just check if like a Warp Prism's going to go under there. I guess you could. No, hold on a second. He's warping something in there.
The Twilight Council? Oh, it's a 3rd gateway.
Whoa.
How funny would it be if Hero also proxied the gateway
Yeah,
at the top
well,
right
that would
side?
be hilarious.
All right, these Adepts making their way here into the main base, getting a lot of probe damage done. At least 5 probes are going to fall. Might be able to even get 6 if he can connect with one more shot.
How many kills is this going to get? All right, 6 kills. 6 is a lot in a PvP.
Hero also proxying Twilight Council on the top right side of the map. There are 2 Warp Prisms, I believe, on the map as well. Zoun's Warp Prism heading towards a 9 o'clock position right now. Hero setting up for an Adept drop into the main base of Zoun.
Very weird looking game. So the 2 Adepts are going to come over here. He does not get any kills on these probes.
There are some fancy micro tricks you can do, just pairing up the Adept Shades with picking them up in a Warp Prism, but I think that Zoun is so well positioned, it'll be difficult for Hero to find that angle. This might be him going for it. You can see him testing the waters right there with the Warp Prism, but Adepts could not get into the main base. Instead, they will still shade through. All right, there's some fancy micro. More probe damage being done. Not quite getting any more kills. Still, 2 more probes is going to normalize things a little bit here. And Zoun's doing the same thing on the other side of the map. A lot of Adept drops here.
Okay, so we've got the Dark Shrine about halfway done. And I don't know, you know, we have that one observer we're looking at, but, you know, in a lot of these games, you start to make a lot more Immortals. And, you know, if the DT can get over there and just get some kills, and, you know, keep in mind, this looks like it's just an Adept harass, right? You're not thinking, like, what if he just warps in DTs right here, right? Meanwhile, Zoun is gearing up for an attack. Nothing's making out of the Robo.
A lot of probes falling now for Zoun. He's down to 23 workers in total.
Yeah.
Hero's focused instead on defending the natural expansion, so he's not microing the Adepts in the main base. Force fields are going to drop, isolating these Adepts. They will shade into the main base, actually.
God.
So more probes going to fall on this side of the map. There's so many probes have been taken out, both by Zoun and Hero, as the push is continuing on. The shield battery not yet done, and Warp Prism gets isolated. No defensive Warp Prism here to save that Immortal. So the probes have to get pulled. The shield battery is going to provide a little bit more stability here. And there's a DT in the main base. Observer getting boosted out.
I don't
this
think
is a chaotic game.
I think Hero, I'm sorry, Zoun doesn't even know.
He's making an Observer. I think he has to have an idea. But Zoun is down to 9 probes. There's basically no economy anymore for Zoun.
Dude, it's going to get lower, too. I think he doesn't know. I think he just lost his Observer in the fight is what's happening.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, because this Observer's gone, too.
Zoun now pushing up into the top. You can do so much shuttle micro here with this Warp Prism. Immortal also going to fall. Hero has to micro back. And Hero still has 17 workers mining. There is 0 workers right now for Zoun. Hero can pull the probes at any time. Right now he's just trying to gather enough resources to get one more production in. Warp gates are unpowered. It's going to be all about the Warp Prism right now. Shield Battery is going to be giving a lot more sustain. Does Hero have enough here? I think the Shield Battery has proven to be the difference. Oh, it's still so close. If either Immortal falls, that might decide the game.
Yeah, this is so close. 5 workers to 0.
Zoun does have the better army supply. I think Zoun might have this.
Yeah, the thing is, I just don't know if you have enough manpower to kind of do anything.
There's still 5 more probes here for Hero. He also does have that DT, but there's plenty of detection on the map.
Yeah, the DT's never going to kill everything.
Warp Prism could power the gateways to try and get a couple more warp hits in,
smart.
So keep that in mind.
Yeah, but then he would lose it to Stalkers.
Yeah, maybe if Zoun goes a little bit too deep into the main base, he could do something like that, or if Zoun decides he wants to move down into the natural expansion.
What a game. This is just crazy. He should never have let anything come up the ramp at all. He should have forced him to try to micro the Warp Prism. He let some of the Stalkers in there and tried to split him at the ramp.
If the DT is working on the main nexus of Zoun right now, I'm not sure where the DT is in the main base of Zoun.
It seems like it's at the ramp. Gateway.
If it works on the nexus, there is the potential that Hero could win a base trade situation by just eliminating all of the bases of Zoun. Zoun has no workers. If he makes a probe, he doesn't have enough money to build any structure. And that DT is still working on the buildings. Hero, he's trying to focus fire down the Immortal. Oh, he's doing it! It's solo on HP. Oh my goodness, Hero's Immortal. Both Immortals are one shot away from being taken down. And now with a Stalker micro,
this is insane.
Zoun can push the issue.
This is insane.
There's dead airspace. The Warp Prism's gonna survive.
Oh my god!
The DT during all of this is still taking down structures. He's now gonna go for the Nexus, I think.
Can he put a Stalker on either side?
There are still 2 probes mining in the main base of Hero. If he can power up the shield battery, that might be enough for the Immortal to stabilize things. Is that a recall, actually? I think he's recalling the DT to take down the Sentry, the natural expansion.
He's recalling the Warp Prism.
Oh, is it the Warp Prism?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is a crazy game. Hero's at 4 supply. That's just going to be a GG. I think the Immortal fell off screen.
That was insane.
That was nuts.
Zoun wins that. I love that PvP. What a special PvP that was.
That was a wild game. I mean, so much of it just came down to the Warp Prism micro of the Immortals. Oh, that was a treat. I really thought for a moment that Hero had it just because he had those 2 shield batteries in the main base and he could pull the probes. I thought that would be enough HP, but the damage output of Zoun's army was just high enough to break through, take down all the gateway units of Hero. He was left with maybe an Immortal and a Stalker or something in total, and that was simply not enough. Okay. And Zoun taking game number 1.
Yeah, White Rabbit's going to be our next map. That was so crazy. That was actually pretty hard to follow in cast, to be honest. There was so many factors at play there. Hero almost did it. Like, he had some very cool ideas. The problem is that once you got the DT and you're killing probes, you have to like do everything to not let them onto your high ground. He did this thing. If you go back and look at the game, he force fielded it and let like some of the Stalkers get stuck above the high ground. And the thing is, you don't care about that because now you just take your Warp Prism and dump the rest of the units in there. You want to basically have a force field at your ramp and keep that going, and then wherever the Warp Prism goes, you got to block it. You can't have a couple Stalkers over there already doing damage because you're going to just start to lose the fight.
Whenever you have a game like that, a game that is so chaotic and there's so much upheaval on both sides of the map, I mean, mistakes are inevitable.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the reasons why those games are so fun to watch is because nobody can navigate those kind of situations perfectly. And the better you do, the more exciting it is to watch. What a treat that game number 1 was. I honestly thought when we saw expansions on both sides relatively quickly that, oh, we're going to get a fairly normal PvP. What we got was the furthest thing from that. Proxy Dark Shrine versus a Proxy Third Gateway Robo Push. After the expansions. Oh, that was a lot of fun. These 2 are they're so enjoyable to watch play.
Okay, so it's going to be the double gate opening. Again, there's a million different games you can get from this. And by the way, they both went for very, very unusual timings. I mean, we had a hidden third gate with a Immortal push over there on the front from Zoun, and then we had this DT tech, basically like Adept Harass into a surprise, springing a DT attack onto the base. really nicely done. I have no idea what we're going to get this time around.
What year is it, Tasteless? We have a pylon built in the main base of Hero.
Would you look at that? You know, were we talking about this yesterday?
I think we were.
Yeah, I was saying, like, you don't really see it anymore, but, like, if you don't check every single time for this, like, you could just lose. So I assume what he wants to do is just make 2 Adepts, and you basically just go in there. By the way, if 2 Adepts get into your base and start to kill probes, you're basically dead.
Yeah,
it's
you
like,
need gateway units to deal with it, and basically every gateway unit, except for Adepts, kills Adepts so slowly that they're just going to continuously one-shot.
Yeah, your Adepts can ignore what they're doing. And, you know, I remember when the Adepts, like, this is basically when Legacy of the Void first came out, the Adepts were able to do so much. Let me rephrase this. People were not used to how the Adepts moved, and so people were just bad at basically dealing with shades.
It was an entirely different concept of movement in StarCraft. We never had anything like this before.
Now people are really good about it, and we're all very nonplussed when we see, like, perfect defense against Adepts, but it wasn't like that all the time. But a lot of games back then just ended because the Adepts would just get in the base and you'd kill, like, 7 probes and the game was done. So that's going to be probably one of these games.
If you go back long enough, Adepts using 2-shot SCVs. Those were the golden days. Tasteless.
Yeah, that was the best.
When they patched that out, I changed my builds. I would build a Forge and get +1 to ground weapons, and then I would do the same thing so they still 2-shot the SCVs.
Yeah.
Oh, Adepts are so much fun. And as it stands, both players going for a 3-gate robo opening. Robo for Hero actually.
He knows.
Rebuilt here in the main base, and now he's going to spot the pylon. A lucky catch here for Hero because Warp Gate just now is finishing for Zoun.
Can't warp in. He's going to ditch it. Oh, I'm almost sad. I almost wanted it to work.
And Hero's doing a very interesting thing. I believe he knows that Zoun is going for this kind of one-base play just because of what he saw up the ramp. He saw no Nexus. He saw all of the infrastructure. And so Hero is going for a Stargate in the main base. And I think he might trickle out either Phoenixes or Void Rays with this. And both those pairings are going to work so well with what he's got on defense because they're the only units that are going to be able to effectively deal with the Warp Prism and put a timer on the micro of Xiao. Xiao is doing the same thing. What a funny looking game this is.
Yeah, this is something else.
Is there a way this can transpose into Phoenix versus Phoenix? Because both players are now... Hero is now making Phoenix, and I think Zoun, once his Stargate is done, if Hero has Phoenix, you need Phoenix. Otherwise, why would you even have a Stargate?
Well, I do feel like if one guy gets a lead on you with Phoenixes, then, like, it's almost not worth it, right? You should probably try to go into something else.
Yeah, but if you're going to go into something else, you don't even make the Stargate, right? So it's kind of you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
I guess that's true. So he's got the 2 Adepts over here. Not actually getting many kills, kind of fumbled the control there. I don't know what just happened there.
It's tricky when all the probes stack up on each other.
So Hero's going to come out with a 3-gate.
And here's the warp prism of Zoun and the Phoenix of Hero. And Zoun is simultaneously building his own Phoenix in his main base. Hero has cut Phoenix production, so I think that he's going to try and instead maybe levy some pressure on the natural expansion here of Zoun. I believe in a situation like this one, the best thing to do is just get enough Phoenixes to deal with a Warp Prism. I don't think you can easily go into a full-on Phoenix transition, but both players are still producing Phoenix, so let's see where this goes.
Okay. We've got the Immortal out. And, you know, it seems like what could have been a pretty climactic moment, everything's kind of calmed down. He's basically staying back. And we're probably just going to power up into a mid-game PvP. Phoenixes are still being produced on both sides. The Phoenix arm race is not dying down.
I don't think I've ever seen a PvP game where both players go 3-gate Robo Stargate before expanding. But now we have seen it tasteless.
Yeah.
And the armies that we have on the field on both sides are very funny looking. they don't synergize particularly well. It seems like they're more focused on just trying to deal with what the opponent's got, and well, you got to be careful right now as Hero. Hero does have a 1 Phoenix advantage, but that Phoenix is currently working its way across the map. As long as Zoun is defending, the Phoenix count should be even, and you cannot afford to lose the Warp Prism with 2 Immortals right now as Hero. It feels like with the builds this identical, Warp Prism getting sniped with Immortals, and it would basically end the game. Okay, engagement coming in.
Ooh.
First Phoenix falling there by Hero, but he's done about the same amount of damage, so it's a nearly even trade. Hero sniping 1 more Phoenix in total.
Yeah, he gets a slight lead, but the 4th Phoenix can't quite meet up with this. Meanwhile, the Warp Prism's going to be headed back home. We have another Stargate being made here for Xiao, so he's going to basically double down on the Phoenixes. And one thing is, like, if you can actually snowball a fight with Phoenixes, then you pick up like the Immortals or the Stalkers, whatever you can take, and start to clear that out. And Hero's going to go for Glaives.
Huh.
Wow. Now, I think this is going to be bad, I think, for Hero.
It's... I see some of the logic in it. If there are a ton of Glaive Adepts, I mean, the Phoenixes are going to trade out. Even if Zoun wins the Phoenix War, a lot of the Phoenixes will fall. And so there won't be very many lips available. And a lot of the units that Zoun has currently, such as the Immortals, the Stalkers, they don't do very well versus Adepts. In fact, 2-base Adept timing attacks with Immortals and Glaives do so much damage. And I think Hero is very wisely trying to trade out some of these Phoenix, although it is not going his way. If he can get 1 more, I think it would be worth it, but instead Zoun going to get the lion's share of this trade.
Yeah, so he cleans that out. Big Phoenix lead here. He did see the 2nd Stargate.
So he knows. I think there's just going to be so many Adepts that the Phoenix will not be able to lift up absolutely everything. And the Stalkers for Hero should survive the entire fight. The Adepts are always going to be in front of the Stalkers. So Hero will always have the anti-air. It's really going to put a timer on the Phoenix of Zoun. I think 1 more Warp in here for Hero and you just send it.
Okay, he's got a hallucinated Immortal here in the front. I love this. Wait. Okay, he's going to pull back now. He's going to try to attack it. And we got the Phoenixes with the pickups here.
Phoenix is picking up as much as they possibly can right now. The Immortals for Hero are shuttled into the front. And the Warp Prism actually getting set up. It's going to be a Warp in 3 Adepts before it gets taken out. There's just so many Adepts here for Hero. They're so tanky. Zoun cannot deal with these fast enough. And Hero's able to push through. He still has the 4 Stalkers that can deal with the Phoenix.
The thing is, there's enough Phoenixes here. He can keep lifting stuff up. He wanted to take... Okay. What a funny interaction. Now, it looks like he's going to go in there and try to kill off a bunch of probes. Zoun is still pursuing.
Zoun all the way down to 32 workers right now. The Phoenixes, importantly, are still alive. We have 8 Phoenixes in total. Now anti-air is really going to become an issue for Hero.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem, right? Is the Phoenix count is so high. Like, how many Stalkers do you need to have to actually fight this, right?
At least a 1-to-1 ratio. The Phoenix might even be able to snipe the Warp Prism before the Warp In fully finishes. No, the Warp In will finish. And Hero has enough on the ground to clean up the ground army here of Zoun. It's such an odd engagement. The Warp Prism gets sniped as well. The Phoenixes are still here. There's still a problem.
Hero's going to go back across the map. I don't know about this.
I mean, there's no ground army here for Zoun. It's just the Phoenix you have to worry about. And so I think no matter what, getting the Adepts on top of Zoun's economy is going to be a good move, but you will sacrifice a lot more. The thing is, these units have to distract the Phoenix, otherwise the Adepts, they will not get the kills.
He should probably just send these up into his main and block. So he's going to pull those away. The thing is, I mean, he can just keep getting pickups here. He's got the entrance blocked.
Yeah, but I think Hero's not trying to trade effectively. I think he's trying to buy time to get Stalkers up back at home while simultaneously neutering the economy right now of Zoun. I mean, Zoun's down to 25 workers.
Yeah, very true.
But this is so many Phoenix chases. At this point, I was going to say get +1 air weapons, but I don't even know if damage is a limiting factor for the Phoenix. It feels like it might just be HP and liftoffs. And so Zoun is going to get across the map as fast as he possibly can. We have more Phoenix than Stalkers. And I think we almost, I don't know how many Phoenix it takes to one-shot a Stalker. I think we're not quite there yet, but they should be pretty close to 2-shotting him.
I mean, the one thing to keep in mind is that, like, these, oh my god, he's going to get a Void Ray. Wow. So, you know, these Phoenixes can keep getting value. If he could maybe go into the main, he could kill off like 10 workers almost immediately, which I think is what he's going to do. And suddenly this game's starting to look a lot more complicated here for Hero. Look at that.
Blink is mostly done, but keep in mind, the army for Zoun, it's mostly these Phoenix. And I know he didn't spend all of his energy there, but that's still a lot of lifts that he's not going to have.
That's very true.
It's a balancing act right now as Zoun. You need to get economic damage done. Oh, Blink is finished. Stalker's Blink sniped one of the Phoenix, another one deep in the red. Another Blink, another Phoenix gets sniped. Hero is zoning Zoun away from his own base right now with these Stalkers in the middle.
Yeah,
so Zoun gonna recall.
Yeah, recall, because the Stalkers can zone. Hero needs this to work. He does have an Immortal. An Immortal is a Stalker buster. The third base is up. I actually honestly didn't even notice that third base was there. I was watching these Phoenixes so closely. I'm like, oh, he expanded. And the Templar Archives has started here too.
If Hero has a little bit more time, I think this game might be getting out of reach here for Zoun, because the moment that charged Zealots and Archons get on the field, that answers everything. The Phoenix cannot kill the Archons. There will be way too many Zealots for them to lift off. And the Zealots being a front line will mean that the Immortals are never going to find the connections onto the Stalkers of Hero. So the army composition that Hero is transitioning into, it almost hard counters what Zoun is doing. And so Zoun needs to find either economic damage or he needs to move out very soon. But I feel like he might have gotten slowed down a little bit too much. He's actually going into Glaives. Now, Glaives are very good against charged Zealots, but they have the same problem versus Archons. Archons are an excellent answer to Glaive Adepts.
Yeah. What a weird PvP.
It has been a bizarre series between these two.
Never get to see a PvP like this one, you know? So while the game quiets down, the Stalkers are still out. He's going to try to intercept again. There's been an observer roaming the map that's been really good at basically spotting this. There's enough Stalkers you can't really do pickups anymore.
Oh, he can't even recall right now. He has to babysit these Phoenix in the corner.
Move spam these into the corner. This is so annoying because they will spread out.
If only they didn't patch out the Viking Flower, this could be so much easier.
Yeah. A nice patrol move there would fix this nicely. It'd be so funny if he stormed this.
He's going to try and feedback them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why not?
They're going to make the Archon anyway.
Hero looks to be trying to move in here and basically do his big attack. I don't know that Zoun can survive this, but let's see.
Glaive's not done just yet. Oh, this is a massive army for Hero with Guardian Shield 2 to mitigate the damage from those Phoenix. Glaive's 10 seconds away from completion, but Hero's army looks like it is well crafted to deal with exactly what Zoun has got. And he has a 3-base economy behind him. I would say that Hero doesn't have to push in. He could just try and contain, but this is Hero we're talking about. So the engagement is going to take place now. The Phoenix lifting up all the Stalkers, trying to minimize the range damage. Now the Adepts making quick work of all the Zealots, but the Archons, they have so much damage versus these Adepts, and none of Zoun's army can quickly deal with them. And so the Archons just powering through right now, absorbing so much damage and dealing so much damage.
Yeah, the Immortals are falling, and there's too many Stalkers left over. Hero's going to win this game. Beautifully done. Again, these Archons just melting these Adepts. GG. Wow. Okay, game 3, let's go.
This has been maybe one of the most bizarre PvP series I've ever seen. Jeez.
I mean, that game was different. That game was different.
That was a game where we had both players go 3-gate Robo, Stargate Phoenix into an expansion. And then there was a Phoenix War between the two of them. And then Hero went for a Glaive timing attack. And then eventually it seemed like Zoun was setting up to go for a Glaive timing attack.
Yeah, like Glaives way after Glaives.
That was such a strange game. That's a game that, like, look, Tasteless, we got a million monkeys in a room. They've been playing StarCraft for 10,000 years. This is the game that the most looks like real StarCraft. Can you please cast it?
Yeah, I mean,
it just makes no sense.
It was such a weird interaction. It was actually pretty hard to follow.
It was just
I'm like,
so
wait,
strange.
Who's ahead here? How does this fight actually pan out?
It's a terrible game to look at if you're trying to understand and learn.
Well, I think I left that game with more questions than answers.
I think Zoun and Hero also left that game with more questions than answers. I mean, that was confounding in every possible way.
And we didn't get to have our banner pylon in the main.
Yeah, no pylon.
That's too bad. The pylon main got up, and it got scouted at the last possible second. Let's start GSL versus Hero and Zoun. Let's go. Guys, the winner is going up against ByuN. The loser's out.
Zoun spawning in the bottom left here, the top right here.
For a second, I almost thought this was like the winner's match. I was like, these games have been so crazy and so intense. But yeah, this is actually the elimination match.
Yeah, we've had some very long games in this GSL. Shin versus ByuN, every game it felt like was pushing 20+ minutes, and then I think every series up until now has been a 2-1, or this one is a 1-1, so they've all gone the distance. Really getting our money's worth with the matches so far today.
Yeah, this is absolute game value extraction here at GSL. So we're going to see what kind of PvP these guys are going to give us. You know, there's so many ways that PvP can go. It's why I think it's maybe the most interesting early game matchup that there is. Other early game matchups can be a little bit more formulaic. A little bit more predictable, but PvP, man, there's just so many different ways to do it. Both, the third game in a row now, both these guys go for double gate, excuse me.
Yeah, both going for a 2-gate opening. Hero opting not to. Have an early probe scout here. In fact, the probe timing for Hero is a bit curious. It's right when the Cybernetics Quarry is done. So, in theory, Hero could move across the map and scout Zoun's base with no threat of it being cleaned up by Adepts or by Stalkers, but instead it looks like he's setting up for a proxy. Quite similar to what we saw from him in game number 2.
Yeah, is it going to be the Robo again?
If it's Robo into Stargate again, I'm going to lose my mind, Tasteless.
They recreate that insanely unusual game one more time. So he's got the pylon here. You could, does that reach onto the low ground?
I think this might just be to trick Zoun. Because Zoun was scouting in the main base, he saw there's only one pylon, and he knows there needs to be a second pylon for Hero to continue producing back at home. And so Hero, he's throwing this pylon into a very hard to scout position so that Zoun is assuming there's a proxy.
Right. So he's going to come in now. And see, it's going to be a double Stalker play. There is a Twilight Council. But you can never trust this right when you see it, right? Like, he could kill this and cancel. We'll see if that's going to be the case.
I think it'd be advantageous for Hero if Zoun did cancel, because Hero's going for a Stargate. So likely going to be Oracle play coming in here by Hero, and a fast expansion too.
Yeah, Hero's Nexus very quick.
Oh, the Robo, the Twilight did get canceled. We have a Robo instead from Zoun.
Okay, so he did do the cancel. I just thought, are you really going to stick with that tech when you see that? So it's going to be interesting. We've got the Oracle coming out now.
The Robo, on paper, it's better against what Hero is doing than a Twilight Council, but the issue that I find with it is that it's going to be coming online so late that Hero's natural expansion might start paying off for Zoun as they're really able to mount his attack. And so it's going to be a 3-gate Robo push coming in from Zoun, but it's a little bit slower than it usually would be hitting at.
Right, and that's all because he had to get the Twilight and then cancel it. So with his tech mix-ups, he's just going to be developing a little bit slower.
Let's see how this impacts the game. It could work in his advantage too, because the army that he's been moving across the map with will be absolutely massive. If Hero doesn't have the perfect picture of exactly what is happening, which I suppose he will because of the scouting Oracle, it might catch him off guard. Sport Stalker, ooh, get a deny on the shield battery as a kill. So 100 minerals down the drain.
Okay, he's going to push out a little bit further. Now, this game is going to be very simple. It's hard to say who's going to win, but the conditions to win are very clear. Either Zoun comes down here and overwhelms Hero and kills him, or Hero holds this off, and the game is going to be a one either right then or later on, because 2 bases is so much more than 1 in a game of StarCraft 2.
I love Zoun also going for an Observer here. I feel like you would only do that versus Hero in this situation. Just got to make sure nothing catches you completely off guard. Okay. And now Zoun has a massive army. There's only 1 shield battery here for Hero.
Okay, with the center there, you know it's going to be this kind of push. And Hero's trying to get his own Immortal. There are more Stalkers right now for Zoun. 11-6. 1 battery.
I feel like Hero's going to have to pull probes.
I think he's got to pull probes here. I think you are 1,000% correct.
No stasis trap just yet here for Hero. Phoenix is going to try and come in. Stasis trap gets taken out. Joun's got to focus fire it again. This stasis trap is going to catch the entire army.
The warp prism, the warp prism. Oh my God, it's gonna. Well, it's not gonna get away because there's a Phoenix there, but
oh no!
Oh my God! And you know, Xiao, look at Xiao put his hands on his head.
He knows.
He's like, oh, this is the worst thing.
He caught the first stasis trap, but he missed the second one. He just didn't see it. Now these stalkers are gonna have to retreat out of here. You cannot fight the Immortal like this. And Hero's got the natural expansion up. More units are coming across the map, but the Warp Prism, it's only just now finishing here for Zoun. Hero just bought himself so much time. That stasis ward just saved Hero's life in this GSL.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect stasis ward and allowed the, I mean, we might just see Zoun tap out here. He is going to target that Immortal, and it was not able to be healed. I'm not clear on what the battery energy was back there, but it did not make it. And, I mean, look, okay, the second Warp Prism's going to come up, but you know that this is dire straits. You know that this is a situation where, like, probably not going to work, but you got to try anyways. You got to give it the good old college try.
Loser of this match is out of the GSL Code S. The winner's going to advance, and that winner will be Hero. GG is called.
What an ending to that. Oh my God. Oh, look at I mean, the disappointment is palatable.
He had the game won. It was just the stasis trap. One stasis trap caught absolutely everything. And Zoun saw the first one. He just didn't see the second.
Yeah. I mean, that was incredible. Shout outs to Hero there, winning that. We're going to have our final match as Hero versus ByuN. That's very cool.
Yeah, that is going to be a really fun one. They have already played today, too. ByuN won that series 2-1, and so we're going to run it back. And the winner is going to be advancing on into the offline finals here in the GSL. Are we going to have 3 Terrans and a Zerg? Are we going to have 1 Protoss and get parity? We're going to find out soon.
Yep, guys, we'll be right back.
I know that you're longing for a little change, a bit of something different in a different place, somewhere the grass is greener. Call it a spiritual healer. I hear you, darling, I feel you. Me never feel lost even in the unknown. 'Cause when I'm with you, yeah, it feels like home. Feels like home. Me and you, there's nothing we can do together. Come on, let's go fly away. Find a beautiful escape. With the wind on our backs, we'll be going so fast. There's no need to be afraid. Come on, let's go fly away now. Come on, let's go fly away.
GSL Season 1.
That voice that comes on at the start.
I hadn't thought about it.
Season 1. I can't tell if I'm attracted to it or if I don't like her. If she's like, StarCraft, ew.
I didn't even imagine it as being like a person. The way it sounds, I thought like an adjutant, like the Terran AI thing, the mechanoid.
Oh, okay.
It's quite digital sounding, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I imagine.
Interesting.
Yeah. That was a curveball. I wasn't expecting that question.
Well, you know, I asked the important questions here at the GSL.
What everybody's wondering.
I'm asking what the viewers are thinking.
All right, folks. ByuN versus Hero in the final match of Group B. It's been a long day. Every single series has gone the distance to a game number 3.
What is this computer for in the background?
I don't know.
He's got his streaming PC, but that's
There's no
his second
chair.
PC. There's no chair. Well, here's the thing. He could use that PC when he's not streaming. Does he have like another PC that he uses for other stuff? Because there's no chair, but like that could just be he turns his chair around and goes over there.
Yeah, but then why?
The
why have a
PC's
second
plugged in.
PC?
Okay, confirmation it's plugged in. It could be. It could be his partner's PC.
Yeah, but I imagine if somebody
In
else
the
is
living room, I got
using
my
it-
PC. My wife's got her PC where she's grinding Diablo.
But in what world is like, honey, I'm gonna go play in the GSL now. Could you please remove your chair from my gaming room? Like that's not gonna happen.
Not
The
only
chair's
that,
gonna
but
be there.
get out and don't come in here. Because if I lose, I'm gonna blame you.
No, there's no way. There would be a chair if somebody else used. He has to use both PCs, but then how do you? Why would you have 2 PCs?
Maybe he plays 2 StarCraft games at once on there. He
Yeah, we talked about this
he goes
last
where he
week.
splits
Maybe he
his work,
stretches
he's got it there.
yeah. You only need 1 chair for that. You sit right in the middle of the room.
Yeah,
It could be like a wrist workout for him too, you know?
that's true.
All
That's how he
right.
hurt his wrist to begin with, is playing on 2 PCs at
Oh,
once.
yeah, maybe it's the problem.
Yeah, that's it. The doctor looks at that and he goes, that's your issue right there. Excuse me. So, we're now going to go into Game 1. This is the final match of, not just tonight, this is the final match of the round of 8. After this, it's just going to be the final day of GSL with the Final 4 into the Grand Finals. By the way, tickets are going to be on sale for that. 5 p.m. was that?
I want to say it was on the
Monday?
11th?
Monday.
Yeah, on Monday.
Monday.
So quite soon coming. And Hero, the last survivor here for Protoss in the
Yeah.
GSL. Will he be the last survivor into the round of 4, or will we have 3 Terrans and 1 Zerg? We're going to find out. So a bit of an interesting build coming in from Hero, and I love that he's doing this. It's something that you don't see super often, but when you play No Scout like this, one of the best greedy builds you can do, because you have 1 more probe mining minerals, is to go gas first. And it just means that you're going to be getting way more resources than if you had normally, as you normally would, build a gateway and then the gas, because otherwise your minerals are oversaturated with that 1 extra probe. And it might sound like it's splitting hairs, like 1 probe, how much difference could that make? At this level, 1 more probe mining gas makes a huge difference.
Oh, yeah.
And so Hero going for the greediest build possible. Gas first with No Scout. And he's also going to spot the engineering bay relatively quickly here.
Dude, I just realized he turned his light on.
Oh, he did?
Hero did. He's not in the dark anymore. Ooh, what does it mean?
Yeah, that's interesting.
So the eBay plant does force the the second Nexus to go where the 3rd base would be. As the Nexus start, promptly the eBay is canceled.
Is this like Lord of the Rings when Gandalf came back? He was Gandalf the Grey, and then he came back as Gandalf the White. You think Hero beating Zoun, coming back in that series with the
Hero
stasis trap? He's now Hero the White.
He's Hero the Light on.
Hero the Light, yeah.
Could be.
It could be.
Could
be a Tolkien fan.
I cannot play StarCraft in a lit room. I do not like it. I like to be a little bit dark. But yes, state and chat, I do need to see my keyboard and my periphery. Okay?
I'm sorry.
All right.
I apologize.
Yeah. Jeez.
This is bullying.
So it is. Stargate coming down.
Oh, interesting build.
Yeah.
So the Stargate follow-up, oftentimes when there's... So oftentimes when there is an engineering bay block like what ByuN is doing, you try to capitalize on the forward position of the expansion of Protoss. Typically it's with something like Reaper Hellion, or it's with something like a Widowmine drop. Occasionally it can be with something like a Cyclone. And then eventually it will culminate in a siege tank push. But the first step is almost always trying to get some damage done with the first few factory units. And should Hero go for either an Oracle or a Phoenix here, Phoenix probably being the better option because you could also snipe the medevac, it's a very good answer to anything that would be specifically targeting the probes at the natural expansion. And it is going to be an Oracle first. But I like this adjustment a lot coming in from Hero. If he throws down a Twilight Council after this and goes into charge first, I feel like that is the dream response to what ByuN is likely going to throw at him.
Yeah. He is going to throw the factory over there and get the add-on. The starport's going to connect onto the reactor. And, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it is still, no matter how those games went, it's going to be ByuN trying to be active and take fights here. He's going to be careful, man. These Marines are not supposed to be damaging these Stalkers as much.
Yeah, these are not normal Marines. These are ByuN Marines.
Yeah.
They get a lot of damage done. I wonder if Hero was trying, I mean, obviously the micro wasn't perfect there, but I wonder if he was just trying to trade out a little bit of hull of the Stalkers, just so this Oracle is going to have an easier time in the main base. Unfortunately, there's still enough Marines up and high enough in HP that the Oracle can't do very much. It takes 3 shots from the Oracle's beam to take down those Marines.
Okay. Shade in, gets a little scout. He should see that there was an upgrade over there on the tech lab, but I guess that doesn't really tell you anything if you don't see what's popping out. I mean, that could be Banshee with Cloak for all you know, right? So he's not going to get a lot of info there. This is going to be a timing push, though. Wait.
Yeah.
There's no way that upgrade finished.
Which upgrade?
On the tech lab. He was getting disable on the...
Oh, maybe he just doesn't want disable anymore. Honestly,
Yeah,
it wouldn't be very good versus what Hero's got.
Yeah, so
he could have been feigning that he's going Banshees with Cloak or something.
I think that's literally, yeah. Or maybe he wanted to do this and he got scouted and he thought, okay, he's got too much information. I don't want to play this kind of game. So he's going to switch it out. The tech lab is now upgrading Stim.
He's doing it. Twilight into charge.
Into Phenai.
Yeah, I like this response a lot by Hero. As long as charge is done, and Hero should be pouring all of his Chrono Boost into charge, I feel like he's got everything to stomp a push if ByuN decides to go for a push. Now, if ByuN decides to just button up the defense, throw down a 3rd command center, wall in the natural expansion with a bunker, then ByuN is in a very good position versus what Hero is doing, because Hero's making so many gateways right now. He's even cut pro production.
Nice. Takes out the Oracle.
First Oracle gets sniped. There is one more alive to continue scouting. Hero is taking a 3rd base, but keep in mind, still just 44 workers. Only now is Hero starting to resume worker production and building a forge.
Okay. It's going to be a very different looking game here. Phoenixes are continuing to be produced. Charge is almost done. We've got a forge, like you said. And, you know, ByuN, I mean, there's no 3rd CC started here. So he definitely wants to try to move out and attack soon.
Hero just continuing to keep tabs on this army with a recall. With the 4 Phoenix, love to get in here and snipe a couple of SCVs. Stim is done now for Terran, but with very few medevacts on the field, you want to be quite conservative with the Stims here in the early game, even though these Phoenix quite a problem right now. He can pick up that Widowmine if he wants. Surprised he opted for the SCVs instead. And now ByuN is moving out. I'm not sure if there's enough vision on the Stasis Ward for Hero to have seen this.
Oh my god.
I don't know if Hero sees this with the Stasis Ward.
Now, you know,
I think he does.
Pulling the boys here is definitely going to be strong versus Phoenixes. Phoenixes really can't be capitalized in moments like this.
The army of Hero is basically just charge elts. He's about to have 16 plus charge elts. He sees everything now. Guardian Shield pops. Siege Tank immediately gets lifted up right now. It's mostly about the Marines and the SCVs. SCVs, they're providing a lot of buffer right now for those Marines. The Zealots cannot get on top of them.
Oh my god, there's Marauders up here in the front. Okay. He's going to keep pushing forward. 12 SCVs gone. There's still SCVs to boot. He baits out the charge.
Another Guardian Shield pops. Hero does have one more left. Instead, he spends that energy on Force Field. Does not want to allow ByuN to continue to stutter step away. But these Marines, they are slippery. They're able to pull their way back. A couple of missile turrets actually getting dropped down here in the front line. The Bio's very low on HP, but the damage output is huge. Probe's getting pulled now. These Marines are all in the red.
Oh my god, they're so low.
Half these Marines cannot even be stimmed. Oh, he probe drills through. The probes actually take down so many Marines.
I think he did it. ByuN wins.
Maybe. Hero still has 37 workers right now. He's warping 2 Archons in. 2 Archons would be huge against this army.
He's going to disable this one Warp Prism. No power there. The Archons are up. The Zealots are being kited. The Widowmine burrows.
Yeah, the Widowmines are such an issue right now for Hero.
Oh my god. You know, the thing is, the Marauders and Marines have a little bit more range than the Archon. You kind of need the Zealots to be up there in the front. He doesn't have a lot of anything now. He's continuing to rally.
These Widow Mines just make it impossible for what is basically a pure melee army of Hero to push in. And so the Zealots instead, they're going to be going for the counterattack. Hero knows that he cannot breach this position. He's already lost the third base, so instead he cuts his losses.
Oh my god, two more gates are turned off.
Hero trying to stabilize right now. He's going to see if he can pick off his medevac, and the Zealots, they're going to run rampant here in the natural expansion. ByuN is all the way across the map with his army, so the SCVs have to get pulled again.
The problem is that these Zealots are going to be cleaned up.
Oh, the whole position's not really doing it here for Hero. I think we need some shift-click micro or something.
Yeah, I think he should have shift-clicked there for sure.
Army is getting close to converging again in the center here. Now that things are calming down, it is 39 probes to 35 SCVs. ByuN's army is much better than Hero's right now, but if Hero's able to get Storm out, he might still have a chance. The Storm, it's very gas intensive, so Hero warping in these Templar and starting up Storm, he can save minerals up to throw down another Nexus at the third base.
So he's going to start that Storm up. ByuN, I mean, if he just gets some more medevacs here and goes out with a push, I mean, this is a very healthy army. You got to remember how much was done with, like, just Red Marines. He could pull SCVs again, by the way.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
There's enough SCVs you could go for another pull.
I feel like it's not the best now that Archons are out in the field, but it would provide so much more HP.
Yeah, you're right. That's actually a very good point with the Archons. The Archons are going to do a lot of damage. He's going to go for the old ByuNaroo. He's going to go for Timmy 2 screens over here.
Zealots warped in to deal with the drop in the main base. We do still have enough Phoenix to try and deal with this. Storm just now finishing. Templar getting focus power down. Marauders actually snipe one of them.
Nice Storm.
Another Templar falls, though.
The mine hit makes these Zealots so much more squishy in the fight.
ByuN's army is so good versus what Hero has got.
He's going to throw one Zealot in here to try to take out that mine. Success. Sending a probe out here in case there's another one. There's a big glob of units coming up here to meet up with the main army.
The issue for Hero is that even with Storm, he's actually going to try and drag the Widow Mine shot on top of this and then charge in. Templar lagging behind everything else. This is the issue with the Storm. It's a little bit too slow to try and push into the Terran army.
Yeah, it's not great for chasing Terran units, right?
It does not. It doesn't work well with Charged Zealots and Archons. The Charged Zealot Archon, it moves very quickly. It gets in a melee range. The Templar, you can either kite away from them as the Terran player, or you're going to skirt around the Storms. Now ByuN going to try and push in again. Phoenix is getting remade right now so that Hero has some answer for these medevacs. ByuN starts up the Ghost Academy. Hero is mostly stabilized, though, I must say.
Yeah, no, Hero's playing a great game. He did force a recall back there. That was a pretty nice move. Might have looked like a weird drop. But yeah, he's going to pull out and get away. And then we're going to have... yeah, we're going to have the, I guess I thought he was going to regroup in the middle of the map, but I guess it's actually going to be Protoss counter-pushing. Terran's going to have a real opportunity here. The question is, how much does Hero's attack actually do? Because this drop should be massive. Remember, the recall was baited.
I think it's a large part of why ByuN is now going for this double drop with the natural expansion. And Hero, he's charging in towards the natural ramp. I feel like there isn't enough. And there's no way you can deal with this with just one warp in by Hero. He only has 200 minerals in the bank right now. He's warping in 2 Zealots, so the Nexus is going to fall. As you pointed out, Tasteless Recall, it's not going to be available for a while, so the army has to come all the way back. And in fact, Hero, he's just going to commit to the push instead, but the Storm is not great at pushing in at choke points like this, and the first Ghosts are out.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god.
5 Templar caught by an EMP.
And the Storms are just not going to cut it.
There's one more Storm, I think, with this army right now. I guess
that's the reality. You got Archon, Templar, Zealot. EMP is pretty good against that.
You know, the good news for Hero is that this army is stimmed so much.
Yeah.
The Zealots can finally chase it down. And Medevac's maybe got F2'd back home. In any case, they're finally in time to save the day here for these units. But again, the issue for Hero is there's no range. It's just Archons and Zealots. The Storm actually lasts so long now with a new patch.
That's so
many
funny.
pros just fell to the Storm.
He just stormed his own workers because they were just there for so long.
I mean, the muscle memory of 15 years of StarCraft and how long Storm. I mean, it looks ridiculous, but
no, I
you
totally
can't blame him completely. I mean, it's
I cannot be
15 years of muscle memory. Still a lot of workers going down, and now ByuN going to push into the third base here with Ghosts.
So now what? ByuN finally takes a third base. It's crazy. I almost didn't appreciate it until I saw this command center landing over there. I'm like, oh, he's been on 2 bases for a long time. This is almost 15 minutes into this game.
There's still no third command center. Oh, look at this. Ghost Cloak being researched right now. We have no detection for Hero.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, this could be a game-winning move. I mean, Cloak Ghosts come in. They can either right-click or they can EMP the Templar. And then suddenly the main DPS of Hero's army is gone. Both players right now on just 2 bases.
Okay, actually pretty good storm there.
Now it's getting a lot of Protoss army damaged. Still Hero with some very good spell casting. It's tough to make this. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I don't think Hero can bust this.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Still some storm in the back.
It's really tough to make this composition work against what ByuN has got. You see, he's trying to dive with a Templar, but the Templar need to be so vulnerable if they're trying to push in like that with nothing in front of them. And Ghost Cloak is nearly done. Still no detection here for Hero, and why would he go for detection right now? It's got to be off his radar. He's pushing in. EMP catches most of the Archons in only 1 storm, connecting with a couple of Marines. I think ByuN just finally broke through. Didn't even need Ghost personal cloaking for it.
Yeah, I mean, Hero was trying to force it, and it's just not going to work. I mean, he basically wanted to try to all in after he lost that Nexus. ByuN is going to win game number 1. Hero meeting his match here today. I think he's just digesting the loss. I mean, I don't know where he wants to be. Okay, there we go. GG.
37 supply. Hero taps out, and ByuN once more is 1 map win away from advancing as the offline finals of the GSL Season 1. Oh, look at that cup. Is that a Protoss cup?
Yeah, what is that? Is that like a trophy he's drinking out of? What is that?
Did he take his trophy to a machinist and say, hey, can you drill a big hole in this so I can use it as a goblet?
Yeah, I need
when I fight in the GSL?
Sorry, that's my tournament goblet. I use it to drink my water so I'm hydrated when I play. That was a crazy looking cup.
It's a gamer goblet, man. You're going to put energy.
That looks like a cup Indiana Jones is trying to get.
I think it looks like it was
when he goes to his kitchen, he has to get like a little bag of sand and then put it there to take the cup out before the boulder comes down. He's got to run to his stream room.
That was the most copper-looking cup that I have ever seen. If we're going to know, if we come back in GSL next year and Hero's drinking out of the same cup, if it starts to turn green, we're going to find out what this cup is made out of.
Crazy.
Oh, man.
So I think Hero's taking a short break.
Yeah, understandably so. I mean, it's been a long day. It's now past 10 p.m. We started at 6:30 p.m. here in the GSL, which
it's probably our longest broadcast yet here for the season. Okay, so what now? I mean, I'm looking at this, and I'm not used to ever seeing ByuN dominate Hero. You know what I'm saying? I know ByuN was capable of beating him, but in my mind, I thought this was such a clear Hero victory. But ByuN is playing really well. By the way, ByuN is great at doing these mid-game split attacks. He's the ultimate Timmy Two Screens. He's capital T.
Capital T Timmy.
Capital Timmy.
Capital T
capital
Timmy.
2.
Capital 2? It's not Timmy that's capitalized. It's 2 that's capitalized.
The T and the 2 are both capitalized.
Oh, capital T, capital 2.
They might be in bold.
Yeah.
What kind of font is it going to be? Not Arial.
He has been so good so far today at just pulling basically everybody apart. It was kind of miraculous that Shin was able to beat ByuN. I think if Shin did not pull the rabbit out of the hat with the Ultralist timing there in game number 3, we probably would have ByuN be the 3rd Terran player, and we'd be casting likely Shin versus Hero right now. But instead it's ByuN who, up until now, has been pretty much looking unstoppable. And he's once more 1 map win away from advancing. And as you said, historically, Hero usually has ByuN's number. I mean, ByuN wins a bunch of series versus Hero, but it's largely Hero favored. I think it just speaks again to how far ByuN has come during the offseason. And all the time building up into GSL Season 1 here in 2026. ByuN just seems like he is a new version. He's looking stronger than ever. He has been powering up for weeks and months. And now he is looking to take out the top Protoss here in the GSL and book his ticket into the round of 4, folks. Game number 2 is loading in. 10,000 feet. Can ByuN close it out, or will Hero force another Game 3?
All right. We've got ByuN now in the bottom right again, just like last game. Hero in the top left. I really like the ideas that Hero brought in that game, but you know, it is that execution that ByuN has that makes him so scary.
ByuN's execution has just been top-notch this entire tournament. And it was a pretty novel approach that Hero went for. You know, you have that 4 Nexus, and so you try and blind counter something like Reactor Hellions, or perhaps a Cyclone, or some other shenanigans that Terra might throw at you. And ByuN instead, I liked his approach. He didn't go the obvious path, which is just trying to harass the probes there at the forward expansion. Instead, he just powered up for one big push with an STD pull. I think really alternating your timings like that it's one of the reasons why ByuN has been so dangerous so far in this GSL. It feels like a lot of his attacks have been unpredictable and unintuitive for the defender to try and concoct the exact right response. It's led to a lot of success.
Okay, we are going to have the eBay block again. This game really resembling the last one. Remember that push really came down to like this tug of war that ultimately Hero kind of lost there at the end, and I wouldn't be shocked if this game, just because it's starting like this, and then it led to that, I wouldn't be surprised if we have something like that similar here. And he does the block to make sure. So he wants a Nexus further down. He doesn't want a Nexus on the top of the map. Everything ByuN's doing is working so far.
Oh, he canceled the Nexus and built the natural expansion. Look at that.
Whoa.
That's a pretty expensive move.
That's a minus 100 minerals.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, hey.
You know what?
It might be worth it just
That's
in terms
smart.
of probes being rallied into the natural expansion. You probably lose at least 100 minerals with the probes. Or you have to spend a recall. And a recall being a chrono boost, it's basically worth 1 probe too, if you look at energy as a resource like that. Huh. I mean, it seems so obvious now, but it didn't actually occur to me that you could just cancel the Nexus immediately and then go throw down the expansion of the natural.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't stop thinking about this now because I'm so intrigued because, like, yeah, maybe it actually is worth it to go down 100 minerals.
Yeah, that's
just to not have the Nexus in a weird location.
Plus all of the extra distance your probes travel. Workers, I think, haven't.
We should test this. I mean, there is an answer here.
Yeah, I think
I just don't know the math on it. But now I'm like totally.
I'm pretty sure I'm rounding up to 50 minerals a minute. I think it's closer to like 45 minerals a minute is basically what a worker mines if it's properly saturated.
Now I'm even thinking about Zerg games, if that would make any sense.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting concept. Okay. So right now these Marines are a little bit softened up. There is a command center that's done. He's just using it to make SCVs. He hasn't landed this on the low ground yet.
Yeah, ByuN just doesn't want to contest the early Zealot.
Right.
And the Adept here for Hero, so just making sure his main base gets saturated. Going to be a Cyclone opening here for ByuN, perhaps anticipating another Stargate from Hero, but that is not the way that Hero is playing this one out. Instead, adding in a second gateway, going for Stalkers and Blink.
Okay. CC's going to land over here. And it's kind of funny. Can't let that open up, so the SVs can't go down there until it's gone. He's got a Cyclone out. Blink's about 25% complete. Hero going for a very standard-looking PVT here. Is he going to go for the 4-gate, though?
So far, it's only 2 gateways. Third one is getting thrown down now. And we don't have a robotics facility just yet, so to me, this looks, or at least if there was one, I missed it on the production tab.
Yeah.
I think it is just a pure 3-gate
No, I think
lane.
you're right. Actually, I think in my head I thought I saw it.
Oh,
No, he starts it now.
Starting
okay.
it.
Okay. Now, ByuN's going to do a little push. It is spotted by the hallucinated Phoenix.
And he might still be expecting the Nexus to be here on the high ground. Yeah, look at the clicks.
Yeah, he's like, what?
I think now he's figured it out, but not quite what he expected, and so ByuN instead going to pull back.
So another tank's going to come out here. Is ByuN going to commit anyways? He's actually going to go for the Raven disable. No, he's faking it out because he's making a Banshee. What is he doing?
Oh, there's a hallucinated Phoenix in the main base. That's why.
Yeah.
I was wondering what Hero might have to scout, but just trying to trick Hero as best he possibly can.
Trying to trick me too here, man. I'm having a hard time casting this with his fake moves. So yeah, that's a total fake out. No Raven at all, no Banshee at all even.
But yeah, I was surprised that even the Banshee gets canceled. So perhaps ByuN just thinking better of it. He's gonna go all the way back home.
And ByuN's not started a third CC.
No extra command center just yet.
So again, this might be very similar to the other games we saw already.
Hero now continuing to expand. He is taking the 12 o'clock expansion, so expanding across the top side of the map, and Hero blinks in and gets Stim. Stim canceled right now for ByuN.
Oh my god, even gonna get the reactor here.
Oh, all the add-ons.
This
so
is
valuable.
so bad for ByuN. I mean, not having Stim. Ugh. He's gonna have to start it up again. The Stim makes pretty fast, but it's gonna be done around when charge is done, actually.
Yeah,
that's gonna really mute the potential for a push. I think ByuN's gonna move out anyways.
Oh,
he's gonna go right back in. Oh my god.
He might get it again. Yeah, he's going for it. He knows how valuable this is. First gonna take out the siege tank and then likely go for the tech lab. Or maybe not. I guess with a bio coming in. Instead just gonna micro over here.
Nicely done.
I really thought he might go for the Stim pack just one more time, but I suppose it's less valuable of a target if you know it just started. I mean, are you really going to gain that much by delaying the time by another 20 seconds? Perhaps not. So here instead opting for the continuous damage of having one less siege tank on the map. And here's going to be going in a Colossus tech behind all of this. Third base now firmly established at the 12 o'clock position here for Hero. ByuN throwing down the third expansion of his own.
Okay, so now what? I mean, Hero's just going to keep expanding. This is looking pretty bad for ByuN, if I'm going to be honest. There's no easy place to push. That cancel at the start really paid off.
Stim's only just now finishing up.
Yeah, ByuN powering up into a lot more barracks here. Stim is finally going to finish up in a second here. But, you know, Hero's getting what he needs to be in a healthy spot in this long game, right? I mean, the Colossi are coming out. The last game, and a lot of these games what ByuN's doing is he's making it really hard for Terran to get where for Protoss to get where they want to be.
He's very good at throwing a wrench into the works, but I feel like Hero has navigated this game quite well. Beginning with the Nexus cancel from the center expansion going into the natural expansion because it just simplifies the position so much more for him. Also get a little bit of that money back on the travel time on the probes. And even just deflecting the first push that ByuN went for at that natural expansion. Hero has sustained very little damage. He's also been able to buy himself a lot of time by making moves such as sniping Stim. And so the economy for Hero, besides the initial engineering bait block, is largely unhindered. So he's expanded now to the top right side of the map, continuing to power up with additional gateways. I mean, there must be so many gateways on the map right now. We have a scouting Colossus parked in front of ByuN's third base. Love to see it. Will rejoin the forces.
Okay. We've got, excuse me. We've got a push coming down here now. And, I mean, can he actually get in here and do anything? I think the idea from earlier is actually a great one. Just get in here, get a blink off, kill the tech lag or reactor, yeah. And now can Protoss actually attack to the front?
Yeah, exactly. I think Hero's trying to set up for another attack at the third base.
Ooh, or is he just going to go continue to expand, just get bigger and bigger and bigger?
Well, it's one more warp in here on the front line.
Okay, he looks like he's going to go for it. There is a depot here in the front to draw in the charge.
Oh, big link forward there on the top side, able to take down that siege tank. Maybe not. The repair is so good, but
oh my God, it's still alive. What? Whoa!
That almost felt like a blunder there from Hero. I mean, the initial engagement, it looked so good for Hero.
Yeah, that tank just didn't quite die.
Yeah, finally at the end he was able to take it out, but it sustained so much damage.
No, it's still there. He kept that one of the tank on the left alive. Maybe we're
Oh,
talking
did
about
he?
different tanks. Yeah.
Or were there 2 tanks that were just both getting
Yeah.
repaired then? Because I
Yeah.
saw one fall for sure.
Okay, so then that's what we cast. So
We each cast.
We each watched different tanks during the fight. Yeah.
We each watched one tank.
Yeah, we just know which tank to look at.
Disruptor shot getting a huge connection there onto the SCVs. That's a
21
lot of
SCV
economic
kills.
damage done, but look at the army supply. That's the real story right now. Hero has 1 Zealot and 4 Stalkers.
Oh, God.
And the army of ByuN is absolutely massive.
Yeah.
And Hero's economy, it might be very good, but in terms of high-tech production, it's just 1 robotics facility. There's no second robo. We don't have a Templar Archives. So Hero can only recharge with very low-tech units besides the trickling of the Colossus. And I think Hero's identifying this as a problem now. He's building the second robotics facility. But if ByuN decides to move out within the next minute or so, Hero will have a very hard time dealing with his army because Hero's relying on Zealots, which are very good at small skirmishes, much like Zerglings, where they can get a surround on whatever their target is. But with a Bio Ball as large as what ByuN has got, I am very concerned for Hero's position if ByuN decides to get aggressive in the next 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay. I felt like ByuN should have attacked a lot sooner back there. I think he was not... You know, sometimes nowadays Protoss gets so big, I think Terrans keep thinking like there's a million more things behind that. It's like, no. You held that. The counterpunch was the move you needed to make. ByuN is going to max out in like the next minute here. So we got to see a push. The thing is, Protoss has like almost literally half the map in bases. ByuN's on 4 bases.
Yeah, Hero's economy is huge, and
Yeah.
ByuN deciding to instead play this defensively means that Hero has been able to successfully remax. ByuN is going to be scanning the Gateway Army now. Actually, Speed Prism going into the main base at the same time that Blink DTs is finishing researching. Now, there's enough bio to shoo that Warp Prism away. It cannot get garrisoned up and, deployed and warp in any DTs. We're down just hanging out in the dead airspace.
Okay, so now, has it gone on for too long? I mean, he basically held the attack, but did he basically sit back idly for too long, and now Hero is so big? He's going to try to come in again. Where's the infantry? He's got to get it back.
Hero's charging in. This is not going to be a cost-efficient trade here for Hero, but he's maxed on mostly just gateway units, so he wants to trade these out as best he can. Sniping a couple of ghosts and some siege tanks there on the bottom right side is about as good as you can possibly hope for here for Hero.
Okay, now ByuN needs to move.
Yeah, I agree with you.
He needs to go. You're totally right, though. He wanted to sack some of his supply, or at least trade it out, I guess is a better word to use.
It's sitting at 86 workers right now here as Hero.
Is
with
it possible?
Mostly gateway army.
Is it possible ByuN wants to go for exhaust play, like it's a TVZ? It just occurred to me that
I think he's playing for the late game. Yeah, I believe he's just trying to be more cost efficient than the opponent. And if we get a shot at the units lost tab later on, you'll see how cost efficient ByuN has been because Hero is mining so rapidly. I mean, he's double expanding right now. He's about to secure the bottom left side and the center left side. And ByuN, he's just playing tower defense back at home right now because he knows that the style Hero is going for, it is maybe the most cost inefficient thing Protoss could ever do. It is low tech and it's high economy, and you need to churn out armies like this with a high worker count. We have 94 probes. The army for Hero is actually quite small, specifically in terms of value. You have 5 Colossi, and that's basically the entire DPS. The rest of it is just Zealots.
I love the DTs coming in here. Now, notice that Hero's reaching into the bottom left. He's trying to take up so much of the map that, he can keep Terran in this little tiny quadrant. Terran can't do a whole lot. He's going to wrap around to the side here. DTs are finally taken out. It's going to be 4 Colossus here. There is a planetary, though. Oh, my God.
That's a meat grinder for all of those Zealots. The Colossi cannot find the valuable targets. They are able to take down at least a siege tank, but... Oh, those are some good connections. All right, Hero
Dude, he
finding
kept
the
all 4
damage he
alive.
needs.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's the ideal scenario right now for Hero. You want to trade out the Gateway Army, and you want to retain the high-tech units, the Colossi. I would love to see a shot of how many gateways Hero has. It must be like 12 or 16 at this point with the economy that he has got. And if he's able to warp in a round of 12 or 16 Zealots like it seems like he is doing here on the front lines, He can just keep replenishing his forces and then pushing in again with these Colossi as long as the Vikings don't take them out. There's only 3 Stalkers for this army. I feel like ByuN should just move with his Vikings and attack. It's 3 Stalkers total.
I understand the concept of ByuN just turtling, but the problem is, like, Hero now has, like, we're about to run out of bases, basically. There's 1 base at the center right. There's no way Hero can take that, right? You could hit that from your high ground of your main.
Well, he's going to try and take it.
He's going to try. Okay, that's my bad, dude. I guess you're the pro. You do it.
Well, ByuN just scans, so maybe ByuN won't know that Hero's going to expand here now.
Yeah. He's going to try to attack it again. Look at the money banking right now here for Hero. By the way, when you see people malding about Protoss right now, this is what they're talking about. He's going to try to attack up again. The problem is the kiting's so good from ByuN.
Ooh, the Planetary Fortress does make it kind of difficult for the Bio to kite away, though, so a bit of a cost-efficient trade right now here for Hero. Both 4 Prisms get taken out in the main base. I really wouldn't mind seeing Hero start mining a little bit more gas. I think he might still be. Yeah, it's just 6 gases right now for Hero in total, and the main ones are going to be mining out pretty soon here, too. I would love to see him start adding in some capacity to keep mining, or to replenish with more high-tech units.
I guess what I'm asking myself right now is, when is ByuN going to take his turn? There's no way that you can have this many. I mean, this is insane, dude.
ByuN is just going to keep defending. He's going to try and secure the bottom left base and then the center left base, and I think that's effectively it.
This can't possibly work, right?
For ByuN, I think what he's doing is actually correct. I mean, the style of Hero is so cost inefficient. The units lost tab must look insane right now. Hero is mining his side of the map so rapidly, and he's just constructing these armies. And again, throwing them away is the wrong term, but he's constructing these armies and then trading them out with ByuN so inefficiently because he knows his economy is just that much bigger than ByuN's.
The problem is that, I mean, how many bases is enough for ByuN to make this work? Because Hero's going to have, let's see here, he's going to have almost 70 to 75% of the map.
But Hero just saturated the base at the 9 o'clock position. So 3 of the bases that Hero has, the one that we see here on the screen and the 2 in the bottom left corner, have not been mining until just now. Hero cannot saturate all of these bases. So the bottom left is still fresh. I think it would be smart actually to recall some probes over there and get working on that bottom left base.
Yeah, I think you want to try to mine out the bases that are closer to your opponent.
Right.
It's a
BCT's actually getting huge damage. Did ByuN not realize? I don't know if we had detection there. There certainly was no scan.
I think there's no detection there. Yeah, so there's this counterintuitive thing, but I think you want to mine out the bases closer to the Terran.
Hero is rallying probes from the bottom right nexus into the mineral wall. And ByuN noticed, and so now he has a linear siege in the mineral wall.
So funny.
This game is ridiculous. All right, more DTs now coming in. Charge lot Link DT trying to push in right now. It's a lot more DPS in Hero's army. And the moment the scan comes in, Hero blinks away all the DTs. So 4 DTs will survive.
Oh my god, this is so weird.
I want to see the units lost tab so bad. I am so curious. Oh, look at that. 12,000 more minerals lost for Hero.
Oh my god.
It's almost a 2-to-1 ratio. Like, it's 50% more efficient. That is crazy by ByuN. But this is why you can play with just these bases in the bottom right side. Eventually, if he's able to expand and take the bottom left, Hero is just going to continue throwing these low-tech armies into the meat grinder. And Terran late-game armies are better than Protoss late-game armies. I know it might sound counterintuitive just because Protoss, especially in Wings of Liberty in those days, it just seemed like it was better. But in modern StarCraft 2, you get range liberators out, you go to a very low SCV count.
Just the ability to kite.
Gigantic army supply.
Yeah, I mean, the ranged units are so much better. Marine Marauder with Stim.
And with Ghost especially.
Compared to like Stalker or something. Stalkers are just, obsolete.
So right now, the onus is effectively on Hero to try and end the game. That's why he is throwing these armies away. That's why he is sending everything in the meat grinder, is because he needs to muscle over ByuN with his superior economy. Similar to some of the exhaust play ZVT games that you might have seen 3 or 4 years ago, especially with Maru playing. Terran just needs to get 4 or 5 bases. If they can successfully mine those out and eventually encroach on some more bases that are maybe half mined out by the opponent, that is a win condition because their armies are just going to be that much more cost efficient. And this is why I feel like Hero at this point should start taking more Vespene Geysers and perhaps pivot into maybe 2 or 3 Stargate Tempest. Just get something that can actually get some damage in, just to get cost-efficient trades. Like even 4 or 5 Tempest, with a building upgrade, taking down some structures, taking down a couple Liberators, a couple Vikings, as long as you keep them alive, at least you are hindering the cost efficiency of ByuN. But Hero, he's so focused in on just trying to break ByuN, and he's gotten very close. Look at the bank still.
Yeah.
ByuN, despite his cost efficiency, he hasn't been able to accumulate much money
is
at all.
You know, he's got a decent amount of gas coming in, but yeah, I mean, these armies, they just seem to not be able to do anything. Oh, he's going to try to come in over here. Unfortunately, the flank on the left is a little bit too strong. Oh my god, the Colossus is picked off.
Protoss army just getting decimated right now, bit by bit. Lots of good charge forward though, mostly Marauders, so not a lot of DPS good at taking down these Zealots. And Hero's finally mined out at least a little bit, a little section of this mineral wall. ByuN needs to secure one more expansion. ByuN is really starved for gas right now. That's the main bottleneck in his economy.
Okay, this is an awkward spot. He can't quite get over to this base. Again, Hero not mining from either this base that we look at the top of the screen or the bottom left. So, like, you know, State pointed this out rightfully so earlier, because it's important to remember, like, you see them on bases, they're not mining. It's like a placeholder.
Yeah.
You know, it's, and so, you know, I think it's an inevitability that ByuN will eventually come out here and then claim these bases.
ByuN just needs one more expansion to be his lifeline. If he can take this one, it'd be huge. Oh, it's a big Stalker Warp, and they've linked down onto the right side.
Oh, they can't do anything.
The cost efficiency is so high for ByuN, but he is now out of money. The mineral income is sub 1,000 minerals a minute. The Vespene Geysers at this forward expansion keep getting taken out, so even the gas income isn't there for ByuN.
Yeah, now, yeah. Keep in mind, if Hero can just be oppressive enough that ByuN can't take a new base, this game could end that way too.
Oh, we're getting very close. This is another really good trade for ByuN, but Hero is the only person in this game who can actually remax.
Yeah.
ByuN needs an expansion. Look at all the fuels!
Oh my god!
This is his lifeline. I think if ByuN can secure this base,
land.
he still has a very good shot of winning this game. By the way, 4 more mules can be dropped by this orbital command too. It's still maxed energy. I think right now maybe you keep that energy banked for scans.
Okay, he's gonna come in over here. No way can you get past that point. ByuN is instantly spiking back up and getting more minerals right now with all those mules than Hero is minerals.
Hero's in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, I think ByuN can actually close this game. By the way, you know, I gotta change the whole way I even look at ByuN in his play style. He's going for that exhaust play, the kind of thing that I think Maru maybe is the most famous for in the world.
And ByuN did this from the onset. He had a large window where I honestly think if he had pushed across the map, he could have ended the game. Instead, he just keeps playing to defend. This was his game plan coming into the series.
It's interesting how both Pure and ByuN are kind of showing there is actually a solution for Terran.
The late game for Terran it's just better, but I do think that Hero probably could have been more cost efficient had he mixed in some Tempest or some other units, or even a Mothership. Mothership would be very supply efficient in fights like this one. And Hero, once again pushing in, ByuN, he's still low on money. He's still not maxed. The army supplies are even. I mean, those mules, they've all expired, so the mineral income for ByuN, it's falling again. Hero is still in this game.
He might actually be able to do it right now.
If he can muscle through, it just takes one more fight. If he can clean up this army, that's going to be Hero with a victory. Link forward again by Hero. I think this might finally be enough. ByuN is still ahead in army supply, but the trade is the best it has looked for Hero in a very long time.
The disruptor shot. I think he did it. I think ByuN got broken.
Wow.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Wow. What a game.
All
How
right.
long was that?
Too long.
Too long.
Hero finally breaks through. And that's the win condition for Hero's playstyle right there. You just keep throwing armies into the meat grinder, and eventually you hope to break the back of the Terran. And I think that what ByuN was doing was correct. He was playing the most defensive game imaginable. His cost efficiency was through the roof.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It's more cost efficient than like exhaust play ZBT sometimes.
It's crazy what you could do with that back there. So we're going to go to the final game now. Ruby Rock is where we're going to close the night out. We're going to close the round of 8. out here.
It's been a marathon of a day. Been the longest day in GSL all season long, and I know the players right now are feeling it. ByuN and Hero, they are absolutely feeling it, especially on the back of a game like that one, where it is just non-stop action. Hero constantly throwing in armies, ByuN constantly needing to micro perfectly to maximize the efficiency to keep himself in the game. I don't know what we're going to see here in game number 3. Both players have shown that they're capable of very aggressive strategies. ByuN has just shown that he's capable of this exhaust play. I have no idea what to expect, but the winner of the next match is going to be going on into the round of 4 in the GSL.
This has been such a treat, man. These games have been so good. It looks like we're almost ready to get started again on Ruby Rock here for the final map. I have no idea who's going to take this. I mean, Hero definitely played a really, really uphill game there. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm kind of awestruck by ByuN's understanding there to kind of just run the clock and realize, like, it's actually pretty hard with Disruptor Colossus. When Terran gets that deep, you know, Terran can be broken by Protoss easily, but when you're like, okay, I've got 3-3, I've got Liberators everywhere, I've got Planetaries. Planetaries make it a nightmare to push in because you can stim behind that, and the Planetary sponges up all the damage. It kills everything, and it can be repaired.
ByuN just going for the exhaust play. Had ByuN been able to secure that expansion just a couple minutes earlier, I think it would have been possible, but again, this is part of the magic of what Hero was doing. And maybe it's one of the reasons why he declined going through something like Tempest and just focused on the mineral income, is he didn't want to make any sacrifice of tempo during that entire game, because as long as he continues attacking nonstop, it complicates the position so much for ByuN to expand to another base.
ByuN has having some pain in his wrist.
Yeah, he seems quite frustrated with this right now. I mean, that was...
Maybe he's going to go ice it for a second.
Yeah, understandable after a game like that one.
That sucks, man.
Well, we'll give him the time that he needs to get ready for this next match, because it's a very important one.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, you think of how long that game was, too.
Yeah, and again, with that army, I mean, he's constantly repositioning Liberators and repositioning Siege Tanks.
And
has to
kiting.
repair everything.
I think kiting is
EMPs.
probably just bad for your wrists.
Yeah.
I think that micro of moving him back specifically like that,
yeah,
that's a repetitive stress injury machine right there.
Yeah, because everybody at this level plays just a ton of StarCraft. We were talking about this earlier with, like, Hero. It feels like he plays at basically every single tournament that exists. Like, if there's an online cup and it's over $50, he's probably playing in it, you know?
Yeah.
He'll play in the World Championship, but he'll play in the $50 online cups.
He'll play them all.
He strives for the grind, you know?
Yeah.
And it's the opposite of Bunny with that shirt that says he
Yeah.
does the opposite. But for Hero, I mean, you never have any issues with the wrists. And a lot of the other players, they don't seem like, especially if they're older, they don't seem like they have these issues with their wrists where you would expect them to with how much they play.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Terran, it just seems like with Maru especially, with ByuN especially, it's just something about this kiting for these players who have been playing StarCraft 2 for 15+ years now.
Yeah.
It seems to do some damage, and so I hope that ByuN is going to be okay. And we'll be able to deliver the performance that he deserves, the performance that the fans deserve. Because anytime that any sport, whether it be StarCraft, esports, real sports, I mean, injuries are just the worst, man.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. All right, we're back. Pray for ByuN's wrists. This is the final match of the night. The winner goes on to the round of 4. The loser is out of the GSL. Nah. All right. Hero bottom right. ByuN top left.
Ruby Rock going to be the final map here. You know, if to get a little bit meta with ByuN having some pain in his wrist right now, I wonder if this is when you decide you need to switch it up, because if he is really feeling discomfort and pain in his wrist right now, can you try and play another exhaust game like that, which might push 30 minutes versus Hero?
Yeah, that's what I was
Can you physically
wondering.
sustain it, or do you need to go for something that's going to be a timing attack either on 1 or 2 bases here?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the sad reality of the situation right now for ByuN. I mean, this has been a marathon day. We have We've gone the distance in every
So what did we
single
start?
series.
We started 6:30.
6:30 p.m. It is now
10:40. So we're like 4 hours, 10 minutes.
Yeah, 4 hours in, and most of these long games have been ByuN's games too. You know, like
Yeah, that's true.
ByuN versus Shin, they were battling the entire time. That was only halfway through the entire day. We were talking about after game 1 and game 2 because of how constantly they were skirmishing in the middle of the map. And I think both of those games, if memory serves, pushed 20 minutes or came very close to it. We're wondering if fatigue was going to be a factor in game number 3. And now here we are, hours later, in game number 3 between ByuN and Hero after an exhausting game number 2.
So this is interesting. He went for the eBay block, and instead of Hero just going for a third Nexus, he went, I'm going to like literally force damage this down. I will get my Nexus up over at my natural, and this will start to resemble a normal looking game. But how much of a sacrifice is that to send 5 probes down to attack that, to get your build order off rhythm? Meanwhile, ByuN, you know, he cancels at the last second. He's got a command center being made.
Yeah, Hero, both in game 2 and game 3, sacrificing the cancel of the Nexus in game 2, or this time the mining time with probes in game 3, just to make sure that he's not going to play to ByuN's game plan. He is not going to have his Nexus in a forward position and risk losing it to potentially a timing attack. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. If you think back to game number 1, ByuN went for an engineering bay block, and that was the game that Hero has lost in this series. You know, it's hard to play from that position when you know that your Nexus is that much closer to your opponent's base. Protoss already has a relatively fine line to walk in the early game, trying to survive all the different timing attacks or harassment options that Terran can throw at them. And having a forward expansion like that makes things so much more difficult. So Hero clearly later on in the series, game 2, game 3, prioritizing safety with a Nexus placement over everything else.
I've been learning a lot about, you know, the decision making on not being forced to expand where they want you to expand. Trying to get away with stuff like that. That's really interesting. Basically being like, no, I will literally cancel the Nexus once you cancel the eBay. So, and I was gonna say at the start of this game, okay, he makes the eBay here. If Hero makes a Nexus somewhere else, what you do is you don't cancel the eBay for a little bit, because then you're zoned out of it making any sense to cancel that. But then he just went for the probe move, and I gotta say, like, this is a great best of 3. You can just see the way that they're kind of reacting to each other and trying to outsmart each other and trying to outmaneuver each other.
Yeah, ByuN has played some incredible games so far today. And Hero 2, honestly, the PvP series we had between him and Zoun was so unconventional. It was a lot of fun to watch. Now we're here in the final match of Group B, the final match of the round of 8. One of these players will be out of the GSL Code S. One of them will be advancing on into the round of 4. So here in the final game, what build, what strategy do you hedge your bets with? What do you try to go for to book your ticket in? Because ByuN, coming into the round of 8, he was looking unstoppable in the round of 12.
So, it is once again double racks. Starport. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The starport's done. I thought for a second he like skipped it. I was like, oh, weird. What is he gonna do? Now, by the way, it seems like there's actually a lot of flexibility about what kind of comp you go for off the 2 bases. We did see a couple fake outs here from ByuN, like making a Banshee, making a upgrade, not getting something with it. I think it was this build too that Maro did, where he like sent the Banshee kind of in a V line around and then just killed all the workers. So anyways, there's just a lot of different kind of games you can have here, even though this is, you know, a lot of ways the same pattern that we're seeing ByuN follow.
Yeah, for now, it seems like ByuN is content not to go for any early harassment, instead powering up. Potentially for a timing with +1 infantry weapons and stim. He's here with some fancy micro. He should be able to take that bunker down. He can one-shot Marines
ByuN's
with 4
control.
stalkers like this.
That was basically perfect. He let the bunker take just enough damage, then he sent the Marines in to soak up the rest. Just enough SCVs to repair it.
Both players continuing to power up. 4 gateways being added now for Hero. We'll see how much he's going to saturate this 3rd base. Does he go for full saturation right from the onset, or... Oh yeah, it seems like he will, at least for the minerals. I was wondering because ByuN's setup looks suspiciously like it might be an SCV pull. The timing of +1 infantry weapons, the timing of stim, no early harassment, a lot of emphasis on just producing bio. 15 Marines, 3 Marauders already in total here.
How annoying are these stalkers right now?
These are some of the most effective stalkers we've seen in a while.
Yeah.
And look at that, 2 more Marine kills. Is that 4 or 5 Marines they've gotten so far? Here they got another one.
Even forcing the medevacs to heal a little bit at the start, I mean, you know, it's going to make them a little bit less robust later on. Tries to come in here at a weird angle. This is a mistake because siege mode is there.
Siege tanks finally on the field right now for ByuN. Will be a medevac drop into the main base of Hero. He's trying to micro 2 Blink Stalkers. 2 groups of Blink Stalkers at once right now, intercepting reinforcements at ByuN's natural expansion, but that might force a recall, and yeah, it will. It's going to be the Stalkers in front of ByuN's natural to get recalled back, so will this be enough?
Now this is going to be paired with an attack over here in the front.
Yeah, this is looking really good right now for ByuN. Another Blink's going to come through, and now Hero charging in with his Zealots. Guardian Shield also going to pop. He's able to take down the Siege Tank very quickly, but the Widow Mines mean that Hero cannot press the issue. Medevac cleaned up now in the main base of Hero. Oh, he is going to press the issue anyway. That's a lot of damage done on those Zealots, but perhaps it's worth just getting ByuN out of this position.
Terran's going to reinforce. And we get that tug of war over here. Now concussive shell is done, which means any of these stalkers that get hit, or any of the zealots that you're seeing now, they can't quite get away. Except for that one red zealot when I was saying that. But you know what I'm saying.
ByuN continuing to build up right now. More Widow Mines reinforcing. It's a smart adjustment going in against the very zealot-heavy composition of Hero, who's only mining from 3 Vespene Geysers.
Yeah, he's going to ignore that and just try to come here and hit the natural.
Oh, this is a good position for ByuN to be able to work his way into the choke point with all of those Widow Mines. Oh, these Zealots, so many Widow Mine shots pop off on them. The force field actually working to ByuN's advantage here. And now Hero has to fight to get into his own natural expansion. Zealots working past that force field. ByuN microing up the ramp. It seems like there is enough Stalkers on the ground to force ByuN to go away from this.
Okay.
Oh, he gets the high, what am I even trying to say? The medevac is mostly full. Sorry, it's been a long day, folks.
Yeah, he just takes out that medevac, and I think the counterpunch is going to be massive here.
Yeah, there's not a lot of bio left for ByuN. It looks like ByuN really struggled to deal with the Zealot run by at his natural expansion.
You know, the thing is, I think that he got the deny on the pylon with the Warpman. He might have actually won that fight a lot more. Now this attack's going to come in here, and I don't know that there's anything ByuN can do. I think Hero is just going to basically take this position and probably take this game. It'll be a one-base Terran. I don't see any way you're going to be able to get down here anytime soon.
SCV is getting pulled right now. It's a last stand for ByuN, trying to hold on to the natural expansion, but more Zealots are streaming in. Wondermine gets one more shot off. It's good damage, but the DPS from the bio just isn't there. I think Hero is going to be the only Protoss to survive into the round of 4.
We get that golden ratio. Let the man's wrists rest. GG. Hero wins, and he cannot hide the smile on his face. Wow.
I mean, what an intense series, and honestly, I'm quite sad that ByuN's story and Season 1 of the GSL is going to be ending here because he has been playing so well. The round of 8 looked absolutely superb here in the round of 12 looked superb. In the round of 8 now, I mean, 3-3 with the map score with Hero, came so close to advancing into the round of 4 twice. Just wasn't able to make it.
Man, what a day it was. We had some just insane games. Honestly, this season's been really good. I feel like we really got to learn a lot about PvT late game. I've had many seasons of previous GSLs and RSLs now where I'm like looking at PvT and I'm like, how does Terran supposed to win this?
Yeah.
And I feel like this is the first season we finally have some answers. Unfortunately, ByuN, even though he had some of the answers, didn't have enough of the complete picture there to win it. And of course, Hero's so good right now. There's no shame in losing to Hero.
Yeah, I mean, Hero is, in my opinion, the best Protoss player in the world right now.
I think so,
and the fact that ByuN went 3-3 with him, that was very impressive.
Yeah. We're going to go to the interview now with Hero.
All right, Hero. Well, congratulations on your victory. This was a marathon day. The main question I want to ask you is about Game 2 versus ByuN. So you expanded, you took the entire map, and you just focused on trading all of these armies with ByuN as fast as possible. Why did you decide to go for that approach, constantly attacking, instead of taking into something like Tempest or a Mothership? Do you feel like you needed to win with that army?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 되게 긴 밤이었는데 김준호 선수에게 일단은 물어보고 싶은 거는 변현 선수와의 이제 마지막 그 대결에서 이제 두 번 세트에서 되게 유리한 상황에서 사실 후반 테크로 넘어갈 수 있었음에도 불구하고 계속해서 이제 기본 유닛의 트레이드 위주로 계속 가셨거든요. 어떻게 보면 좀 돈으로 찍어놓는 플레이를 계속 하셨는데 좀 그런 플레이를 고집하신 이유가 있을까요?
일단 감사드리고요. 아마 레더였으면 제가 폭풍원 갔을 거예요. 근데 이게 대회다 보니까 시야가 좁아지고 급하다 보니까 이게 게임이 그렇게 된 것 같은데 저도 그거 지면 어쩌나 하고 진짜 걱정했는데 그래도 이길 수 있어서 다행이었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a normal ladder game, I would have gone Tempest and I would have dialed down a bit. But this is the tournament, and you're getting tunnel vision, and you seem like you're getting a constant pressure. So you don't you don't get that in mind in that kind of pressure situation. So I try just not to just get over and just turn down. Just to make sure, I need to stabilize. That's what I had in focus in mind. So I think that pressure made me to just stick to it.
Congratulations, Hero, on advancing. Do you think you can win this season of GSL? I know you have some very tough opponents ahead.
이제 좀 쉽지 않은 상대들이 많이 남아 있긴 하지만 그래도 4강에 오르신 만큼 우승을 또 노리실 것 같은데 우승할 자신이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
일단은 4강이 오프다 보니까 꼭 4강까지는 가고 싶었고 오늘 경기력 봤을 때는 일단 좀 힘들 것 같고 아직 기간이 많이 남았기 때문에 좀 많이 노력해야 될 것 같다고 느꼈습니다.
I mean, yeah, my initial goal was to make it out to the offline because there's only one day of offline events. So that being said, I'll really need to fix my performance because my performance was really bad. So yeah, it's gonna be tough if I perform like today. So I'll need to fix myself in the meantime.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much for the interview and best of luck going forward.
네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Man, great day today.
Yeah.
Great round of 4.
It feels like
really great round of
every
4.
single series was epic in its own way. And this was such a marathon. I mean, it made up for the week 1 that we had in GSL, where it felt like both days that we had the round of 12 were so quick.
They were so fast,
speaking,
so short.
Yeah. Eventually, everything balances out as we went the distance in every single best of 3 played today. Shin and Hero going to be the 2 players to emerge victorious, meaning we're going to have 2 Terrans, a Protoss, and a Zerg in the round of 4.
Yes. I am so excited for the semifinals. Cure versus Hero, Shin versus Maru. I mean, you can't ask for a better Final 4 than that. That's going to be Sunday, 5 p.m. KST. So be sure to join us. Be sure to come down, come say hi. We love seeing you guys in person. You know, I love StarCraft, and I'm glad, you know, with online gaming, you can play anybody from around the world, but there's something special about being there in person and seeing other people, sharing that moment with people who love the same thing that you love.
Offline StarCraft is the best thing in the world. And if you want to come join us, make sure that you get your tickets as quickly as possible. On the 11th, Monday, 5 p.m. KST. Go to the link that you see on the screen. Make sure that you get your ticket as fast as you possibly can because these will sell out really quick. When you decide to come down to the venue, it is at the SOOP Free Cup Studio. This is right outside Samsung Station Exit 1. It doesn't really feel like a building that should have a GSL studio in it when you look at it.
Yeah, if you've been here before, you know what I mean. It's always funny because like when I'm coming to the studio on any day when we have an audience, I just see a lot of people kind of like wandering around the outside. They're like, "Is this?"
Yeah, it's like a business
This
building.
doesn't look like.
like
Yeah. Am I gonna just go to some floor with a bunch of office workers with surprised looks on their faces? No, you're going to be in the right place. They might even have something outside. Sometimes they put something outside in front of the building. And here's our schedule. You can see the days down. We are going to have StarCraft Sabbath on the 8th. Tomorrow, no StarCraft. Take a break or don't and play. Saturday, Sunday, RSL is going to be on. And then it's going to be the GSL semifinal ticket sale open. A whole day just for that.
Yeah, make sure you mark your calendars. It really is important. I can't emphasize it enough. I've seen so many people try and get tickets, and then they get so sad because they do not get them in time to actually show up. So if you want to be here and watch GSL, absolutely do be there on the 11th. Make sure that you get it. Make sure you check your time zones because the finals, they are only a week away on the 17th.
Yes. So good to be having so much StarCraft here. You know, basically nonstop action for the next several weeks to come here. Let's just look at this screen a little bit longer. Thank you. I was like, how much do you guys want me to say here? What are we doing? All right,
folks.
guys, if you want to support the GSL, there's a couple ways to do it. So they've changed the there's like a sub system now on SOOP. So you can do basic one. They're calling that Code A. Or if you want to go for plus, it's Code S.
Are you a Code A gamer or a Code S gamer?
Which league are you in, huh? So, obviously, you know, the plus comes with a lot more rewards. You can see all that there. They also use Patreon. Obviously, Patreon, especially with English speakers, is very popular. So if that's easier for you, that's the way to do it.
And these are the crowdfunding goals for GSL in 2026. If we reach $6,000 a month, the GSL CK will take place twice a month. And notably, if we hit 10K, there will be a GSL Season 3 this year. So very exciting stuff. Something to look forward to as we try to crowdfund more StarCraft 2 action.
Yeah, your support is appreciated. And, yeah, I don't know. Just good to be here with you guys, man. It's good to be back doing some GSL. Yeah, I guess that's it. Any closing thoughts, State?
Man, good to wrap up another epic day of the GSL. I think we all need to take a little bit of a break, man.
Need to rest my voice.
It is past my bedtime.
Yes. Guys, we love you. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Incoming transmission.